Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Whilton Mill for Sunday final day for event 9 of these Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the box once again is Henry Beaudette. Henry, yesterday was a very dramatic day through the first round of this doubleheader to bring us to the end of the season for our IAME classes and Honda Cadets. We've also got the IAME M1 Bambino Cup here today in race action. All the data, all the numbers that we've been looking at over this morning suggest that this is going to be another, if not even more dramatic day than 24 hours ago.
Well, I mean, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Whilton Mill. If our blood pressure in the commentary box was high yesterday, you can only imagine what it was like for some of the families that have got drivers contending for a British title today. 3 were secured yesterday. Congratulations to LBJ Stubbs, to Riley Cranham and to Austin Newstead. They are unofficial British champions. 2 more to be decided today, and both could go down to the wire. Both Honda Cadet and Senior X30 are dramatic in their own different way. There are the Honda Cadet titles. We'll get to you in a minute. You can see Riley Cranham there on the left, and which one of these? Well, Harrison Whittaker there on the right is no longer a championship contender. It's going to be Freddie Lloyd versus Gus Lawrence in Senior X30. It's going to be Archie Loveridge versus Ronnie Jones versus Riley Blakemore in Honda Cadet. But of course, it's not just the 2 of us in the commentary box. Nicole Sutherland will be down in the pits, in the garages, getting all the information from the drivers. Nicole, good morning.
Good morning to you too then, Henry, and good morning from what is quite a sunny Whilton Mill here then today. We're thinking maybe this time of year we start to see some uncertain weather conditions, but actually it's really warm, unique pressure then for the drivers having to deal with that, as well as the track out there, which we all know is physical, is full on, it's bumpy, and of course this is a double header setup, so drivers are already tired after the first day of testing and then a full on day of racing yesterday as well. The boys just called it then. We've unofficially confirmed drivers who have taken championships in 3 classes, but our Hondas and seniors are undecided. And for our seniors then, I'm getting a bit of deja vu, because last year at our last IAME round at Three Sisters, it was the exact same setup. It was Lloyd versus Lawrence. So I feel like I'm going to be watching some similar racing compared to what went on last year. It's those 2 head-to-head one more time. This could be history-making day for both Lloyd and Lawrence. Could be the first time that Lloyd takes a Senior X30 British Championship, but it could be the case that Gus Lawrence adds a 4th title under his belt and the only driver to do it in consecutive class wins. We're going to see how that plays out, but we're going to start off with our Bambino class, who in the background are on the grid. M1 Bambinos. We've seen them out once this year, but in the electric category. This time back to combustion racing. They're going to be an exciting one to watch. Our youngest drivers out there, some just 6, 7 years old. So keep your eyes peeled. This is going to be a busy day. Henry and Andrew, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, we start with the M1 Bambinos. It'll be an 8-minute plus 1 lap. 10 drivers set to go here. Hello to you all at home. This is us sat in the box.
Hello to, yes, we got a few. I mean, hello to Michael Burke, as ever, from Bathurst, Australia. Hello to Isaac Barker. Hello to Kathy Watson. Say hi to Jay, to Shot John and Shay Watson. Hello to Claire McElhenney, cheering Jane McElhenney on from Ireland. Please let us know where you're watching from and who do you think will be champion. It's going to be Loveridge, Jones or Blakemore in Honda, Lloyd or Lawrence in Senior. Let us know in the live chat. It's the last round for IAME this year, the penultimate time the Wera Tools British Championship going to be on our screens in this series. So we want as many of you as possible in the live chat. rounding out our IAME season with you, the community, with us every step of the way.
And to extra help you, you've got no excuse for missing the finals today, ladies and gentlemen.
No excuse. Zero excuses.
Authorities that be have planned a test emergency alert system on all of our phones at 3 o'clock. It's not a test. It's to remind you.
The government, thank you very much. Finally recognising
in time for the Honda Cadet final. There we go. So you've got no excuse today for not being with us for later on in the day. And when our phones go off in the commentary box, it's not a lack of professionalism. That's something else.
No, that's just me. That's just me. I'm still having a drink of my water, which is for raising awareness for young epilepsy. Thank you very much to Frank Morris and his family. There is the briefing. You can see this. So the M1 Bambinos, they've qualified. There they are. 6 years old, 7 years old. For a lot of them, it's their first time competing at this level, an official British Championship meeting.
Now, you did say yesterday, Henry, that, big opportunity for any of our M1 Bambinos carrying our onboard camera. Has anyone put a sponsorship logo on the inside, well, the outside, but the inside rim of their race? Yes. That's going to be something that we'll look out for today.
Shay Downey has our onboard camera for this one. It's a unique onboard camera position. Can I just say, Richardson Chassis Engineering, RCE, congratulations to RCE. Winning an RCE chassis, won the Brisker Stock Car World Championships up at Cowan-Beath last night. The whole RCE team, and of course RCE, they started out making stock car frames. Karting was a secondary element to them. So to Dave Richardson and the rest of the RCE team, congratulations. Will one of your chassis now win the Bambino M1 Cup? There's Shay Downey, who is on an RCE. In fact, nearly everybody in the Bambino grid here is on an RCE. Really good to see. Gordon Mooney, I think the guy was that won the Brisker F2 World Championship last night. I think the fourth time that he's won it on an RCE frame. If you're not sure what Brisker Formula 2 stock cars are, and again, hello to Chris van Rensburg from Yeppen, Queensland, Australia. I've got to say, the Australian karting community lost a young driver recently, so they had it at Coffs Harbour. They had a huge celebration and a memorial for the young man. Who not in a karting accent, but who was taken from us. So, hello, Craig Corbett from New Zealand as well. We got, well, I mean, our Antipodean friends.
They're on it.
They're on the case. This is Sunday evening viewing.
Yeah.
There's Mr. Miller, George Miller, not Mick the Miller. That was a greyhound. Was it a horse? I think it was a greyhound. I think Mick the Miller was a greyhound back in the day. Still we rise together. That is the message on the back of there. And again, Briella Stevens is lovely coordination between T-shirts, dad's T-shirt, race suit, and wheel rims. Here we go. Race one of the day. It's Bambino M1 coming right up.
Let's kick off Sunday's final day then with the first heats for our M1 Bambino Cup. Logan Edwards has pole position from timed qualifying late yesterday afternoon. Shay Downey alongside him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 looks like this. Vinnie Wright in the number 7 is alongside the number 19 of Teddy Smith. On to row number 3, Oakley Rudman and Briella Stevens. Teddy Delaney and Othjan Owen starts on row number 4. A 10-strong field for this one. Jules Nash and George Miller. George Miller, the only driver running on a right chassis in this race. So the drivers will complete their formation lap, form up on the grid. See parents, mechanics, helpers, one per driver out on the circuit there to assist them to get into the correct positions for the start of this race. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap. 2 heats for the M1 Bambinos today. Their final later on at 2:40. And before we then get to the races for the championship classes from 3 o'clock. But this is going to be a nervous moment for these drivers, Henry. They've had plenty of practice. They had time to qualify yesterday afternoon. But now we're going to go racing. Yes,
and again, only 10 of them. I mean, obviously, there's more of them racing of the championships. But, they're obviously, lesser championships. This is the official British Championship. Only the best of the best try and come here to win on this stage. The green flag from Lee Manchester is in the air, and now we wait for the lights to go out. And for the final time in the IAME and Honda classes this year, we go racing.
Good start then for Logan Edwards. I think one driver might have moved a little bit too early there before the lights went out.
Just enthusiastic, Andrew, just enthusiastic, that's all it was.
Up towards Christmas corner they go then. So Edwards leading in the number 21, Downey in the 51 second. Good start for Vinnie Wright as well, as held in 3rd place. Then Teddy Smith in 4th, and Oakley Rudman running the M Sport karting livery there, the green, white and black. That's your top 5 as things stand. All 10 drivers have navigated their way through the first couple of corners of this circuit on lap 1. Through Osiers now and on to the back straight. Very tricky circuit to break away from here. We're talking a little bit about slipstream tactics and how to work as a group yesterday, particularly with our Honda Cadets. You'll see quite a few of the drivers try and bump draft off of the corners. There was a change for 3rd place there. Through went Teddy Smith. Nice move. Vinnie Wright has also just lost position there. 4th place to Oakley Rudman. So end of the first lap, Edwards from Downey, Smith, Rudman and Wright.
And it's high time we play the usual Bambino game with the Bambinos and you, the viewers. How many wide will we get? How many, abreast will we get in a single race? I'm going to say, there's 10 in the race. I'm going to be conservative and say at some point today we're going to see a 4 wide situation. Any differences on that in the live chat? You put your answers in there. What is guaranteed is we're going to have some fantastic racing. Now, of course, some of the back markers are just a little bit off the pace, but that's understandable. Just starting out. And again, for some of these, this is the first time they've ever stepped up into the proper British Championship. The highest level of karting. And that's the highest level, not just on track, but in terms of what's expected of the drivers, the teams, families, parents, the structure of the event. This is the ultra-professional bit. So, there have been some, I'll say issues, but again, it's a learning experience for everybody involved in Bambinos, of what is expected of you when you compete in the British Championship.
Plus 5 second penalty has come in for Oakley Rudman.
Shows he's trying. Shows he's trying.
I think this might be to do with the start.
But that was enthusiasm and effort, You've got to get a 5 second, enthusiasm and effort, ladies and gentlemen.
So it's a little bit earlier than that. The number 71 on the left-hand side of our camera shot there. Just moved, probably about the length of a wheel.
Yes, just keen to get going.
Yeah.
Keen to get going. Again, a learning experience for all here. We're going to have multiple replays from the Alpha Live crew. Let's have a look. This is
there.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a bit more than one wheel length. It was more than one kart length. But no matter. All experience,
it's all
learning.
It's all good.
You make mistakes, you learn from them. 4 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Good battle for the lead going on here. Teddy Smith, currently fastest driver out on circuit, trying to challenge Logan Edwards for the race lead. Up to Christmas corner. Here goes Smith. Nice move down the inside. Takes the lead away from the winner of the mighty Bambino O-Plate at PF International a few months ago.
Yep.
Not years. Here comes Rudman. Well, this is a good response to that plus 5 second penalty coming through. Down the inside, takes 4th place away from Vinnie Wright. Shay Downey next in 3rd. Draws alongside, does Rudman, side by side through Osiers corner. That's good racing through into P3.
And Teddy Smith finished 9th in this year's Motorsport UK Might E Bambino Championship, which again, I'll remind you, it runs as part of the Kart Championship, along with the the Coma C50. The Coma C50 class, of course, the Coma C50 class ending. It's not ending, but as an official Motorsport UK British title, we had the last championship. Hendrix Falat was that, and they will continue to race elsewhere, but not at this level. Up the hill we go towards Christmas Corner, and oh dear, now
Logan's not happy.
He's not happy. Well, again, learning how to express yourself as a driver at a young age, that's good. A slap at the steering wheel that tells everyone all they need to know.
Naughty karts.
Naughty karts, yes. Not a lot the mechanic can do about it at this point, mid-race and all that. But again, it's a book of driver excuses. I'm slapping the steering wheel, because, I'm not doing very well because it's naughty kart.
Up to second place now for Oakley Rudman. Just looking elsewhere in the order. How's the pace getting on for Ocean Owen? He's into the 1 minute 4.
He's Welsh.
He's Welsh.
Yes.
Which is why I can't say his first name.
Ocean.
2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Jules Nash having a decent race. I can see out there Henry up 2 spots to 7th place. Some of the drivers ran on Friday for a bit of practice. Some of them weren't able, schools have gone back into session as well. So Jules Nash only had Saturday to practice, but is getting up to speed. Changes once again for second place. Through goes Wright. Rudman still there in third, and Shay Downey continuing to impress. Gave a very, very eloquent interview back on Friday afternoon during the build-up show.
Which I have watched, which is excellent. It's absolutely outstanding. And this is, again, this is not just about the racing. Yes, that's the main part, but the purpose of having the drivers here at this championship, at the Wera Tours Championship, is to give them more exposure, more practice, dealing with the media, dealing with interviews, because of course that's what these young drivers, these what all young drivers need. And it's why if you have a little look at other championships, when around the world, British drivers tend to be a little bit more confident on the microphone, a little bit more forthcoming. They represent their sponsors, the brand, the championship, just because they've had that little bit of extra practice from such a young age coming here. So are we thanking Nicole Sutherland for that, because she's doing all the driver interviews now? Yes, go on then, we'll thank her.
1 minute and 15 seconds of this race to go. Teddy Smith has 1.5 second lead ahead of Vinnie Wright, Oakley Rudman, Shay Downey. This three-way battle for second place, which has been properly entertaining so far in this race. Logan Edwards holding in 5th, 6th now for Bryla Stevens. Nash has just set a personal best last time around, first lap time under a 1 minute 4. Owen in 8th, Delaney and Miller completing the top 10, and George Miller has just done a personal best as well. Change for 3rd, through goes Downey. Downey up to 3rd place past Rudman there, over the curb of the new chicane. Rudman trying to fight back there through Pitts Bend. 2 laps to go then. Time will expire on this tour of the circuit for the M1 Bambinos. Teddy Smith still holding that 1.4 second lead. So
while we look at the track action, Nicole Sutherland is watching things from down the pits. What have you got for us, Nicole?
Well, I'm watching and I'm listening then, Henry, and I just wanted to say thanks for the compliment, really.
Well, thank you very much. That's quite all right. Quite all right. Again, you're with the drivers. You see the drivers gain confidence throughout the year. You take a driver that maybe you interviewed after a race at round 1, and then compare to how they're speaking to you here this weekend, and you can see how they grow, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely can. From last year all the way into this year, you've got specific drivers, the likes of Riley Cranham, really have jumped in maturity when they are in those driver interviews. They know how to word things, they interact with you better, and they put on a bit of a show for the camera as well. It's good to see, and it's good to see, that these drivers are using all the resources the championship have actually got to push themselves on and off the track now.
There we go. Thank you very much, Nicole. We're on to our final lap, Andrew Mather.
We are indeed. Oakley Rudman had a bit of a moment coming through the toe of the boots, but it's still holding in 4th place and has nearly cleared that 5 second. Whoa, that's a slide and a half from Oakley Rudman.
7.8.
We'll give that a good score.
Yep.
On the driftometer. But the final lap board has been shown. Teddy Smith is being caught here, but I think he's got enough in hand, the rate at which he's being caught. It's not going to be too much of a problem, but we'll note that for later on in the second heat and the final, which will be a slightly longer race, of course, than this 8-minute plus 1 lap final. But Teddy Smith got the move done in the middle part of this race, cleared off into the distance by 1.5 seconds over the final curb, through the final corner, and that is going to be Heat 1 to Teddy Smith, and a proper celebration over the line as well.
From all three, even better, all top 3 celebrations. You know what? That's what I love to see, you know. And oh, look, well, a bit more punching the steering wheel from Logan, but there we go. You just love to see the celebrations.
You do.
You know, we're happy to be out driving go-karts. And yes, you know, I'm pleased with that. Really good. A happy Father's Day to every father in Australia. Whatever's left of Father's Day. And being Australia, they might not be that, you know, compos mentis right now. It's been a, you know, long day on the castle line for it, brah. Here we go then, here's the results.
Smith wins it from Shea Downey. Vinnie Wright in third ahead of Oakley Rudman. That plus 5 second penalty though will just move Rudman down, I think 2 spots.
Yes.
So Logan Edwards will hop up 1, as will Briella Stevens, a top 5 there for Briella. Good drive from Jules Nash, up 2 spots in that race and set some of the fastest laps we've seen from the number 18 so far in this meeting. Owen in 8th, Delaney 9th, Miller 10th. We can see the drivers coming into Parc Ferme. The second heat for the M1 Bambinos will be at 1 o'clock this afternoon local time.
And an Iron Man on the side of his crash helmet as well, which is still some sandals. I mean, oof, dear.
Is the blur machine working today?
Yeah, yeah. I was right, go in there. You've got to be white socks and sandals. Even better.
So
I bet he's got a caravan.
The drivers will undergo the mandatory requirements to go through scrutineering, of course. And at a good, entertaining start to the race, some good racing, clean racing as well.
As we watch them, Teddy Smith could barely push his go-kart. Look at him struggling to push his go-kart because he's got to get it by the number 1 plate because he just won. As he does that, let's hear from some of our championship partners.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. Getting ready for the 3rd heat of the weekend, the first heat of the final round of the championship. So remember, it's a standalone round of the championship here today.
Yes.
Honda Cadet GX200, very dramatic day yesterday. Lots of championship permutations to talk about across the course of today. But let's first take you through the grid for race number 17 of the weekend. Luke McCall has pole position. What a turnaround from yesterday. Edward Rye continuing the good form that saw him on the podium in the final less than 24 hours ago. Sam Dixon, Ambition Motorsport. Teammates of Archie Lovebridge need a big day. Sam's put it 3rd on the grid. Shailen Srikantan as well on the 2nd row of the grid. Riley Blakemore, the first of your competitors in the championship, who's on track. Starts on the inside of row number 3 with Harry Grant for company. Ronnie Jones and Archie Cannon. Ronnie, the other driver on circuit who can win the championship. That is row 4.
Luca Bacocchi and Jayan Prakash round out your top 10, followed by Kyle Kerr and Reggie Defasy. Then Oliver Ratton, Luke Jardine, Aidan Donnelly. You will not see Archie Lovebridge out there to bring you up to speed. Yesterday, after winning the first heat race, Archie accidentally took his tyres out of parc fermé. That means he's not allowed to use them again. It's not an exclusion or anything like that. He's not allowed to use those tyres. So basically, because this is 2 rounds, there's only 1 set of tyres for the entire weekend for the Hondas. Unless it rains, Archie Loveridge doesn't race. And I have to say, rain is looking unlikely. That means that at the start of today, at this point, Loveridge leads the championship by 4 points from Jones and by 5 points over Blakemore. However, Ronnie Jones needs to finish in the top 6. He needs to finish 5th or higher to increase his championship score. Not in this race alone, but in the heat, the 2 heat races combined. Riley Blakemore, he's dropping a 10th place. So a 9th place finish in the combined intermediate classifications adds to Riley Blakemore's points tally. 3 contenders, 1 of them watching from the sidelines, 2 on the track, and of course you've got plenty of teammates for Archie Loveridge trying to get up there and have a best career day to date. We're off and racing. We watch the number 70 of Jones and the number 68 of Blakemore. The pressure is actually on them. The 76 of Sam Dixon goes over the grass. That is a shame, because that was the highest placed Ambition Motorsport kart. And I know the Ambition drivers are trying to have their best day to get up and maybe win a title for their teammate, who is still here helping to coach the other drivers in his team despite the heartbreak of yesterday. When you say that karting is a tough sport, but it breeds really good, strong young men and women, that is what we mean.
And I'll tell you this, he's still suited and booted, ready to go, because this is Whilton Mill. The weather can sometimes be unpredictable here, but right now he's not in this race. What a start for Edward Wright. Has the lead of this one with Luke McGall. These top 2 be well advised to try and push away from the rest of the field. Sukanton there in 3rd, Blakemore 4th. Squabble there between Sam Dixon, who had that moment over the grass coming out of Christmas Corner. That was him getting past Oliver Ratton, who had a pretty good day yesterday. There's a move from Archie Cannon. Of course, championship, that's up for grabs. Lots of the seeded plates. The ranked top 10 will be decided today. Archie Cannon is one of those drivers in competition for a top 10 spot in the championship. Was in 4th place overnight, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 4th place in the points. On that new Apollo chassis.
Yes.
It's looking pretty good yesterday. Harry Grant as well there once again in the number 45. Consistent pace in the early stages of this race. 6 minutes to go. Rye leads from McGall, Sukanton, Blakemore, Cannon, Grant, and then Ronnie Jones at the moment in 7th place.
Here comes Luke McGall to the race lead at Christmas Corner. Now, there's a lot of lasts, but some firsts as well. So, for example, Edward Wright's 3rd place finish yesterday. That was the first Honda Cadet podium for an MS chassis in the modern era. It was the first podium in the British Championship for Shailen Trecanton, who finished 2nd. This is the last race for Harry Grant with AP Lifting sponsorship. And I know that Ashley Pierce from AP Lifting is watching this from a riverboat on the River Mosel, which is nice. And he'll be going out to Valencia to support Ralphie Branscombe as well, who we saw last week in the Tillertons. It's the... What are the lasts have we got? Well, it's the... Sorry, Riley Blakemore's win yesterday was the 50th 5-0 win for a privateer driver in the modern era in all classes. And over the back, Ronnie Jones, one of the title contenders, up over the back of Harry Grant. That's cost him a position. Blakemore is looking good, however. Riley Blakemore under the auspices of Tim Parrott, the 4-2 group, My Digital Partners Plus, SafeRec, My Sante Porcelain Flooring Direct privateer entry. It's given its full title, which really rolls off the tongue, I think.
4.5 minutes of this race to go. Riley Blakemore said with the drop scores, it can be a curious system at times, drop scores in motorsport. But it kind of pressure off, because Riley knows that he's had his fair share of bad luck this season, particularly back at Lark Hall earlier in the year, where he had lots of speed, was regularly, every circuit we've been to this year, Riley Blakemore's been featuring in the top 3 or 4. There's a really good scrap here between Carl Kerr, Luca Bacocchi, Sam Dixon and Luke Jardine.
I'm really glad that we saw the number 77 of Luca Bacocchi, the black and the turquoise. Let's tell you the story of Luca Bacocchi's week. Wednesday morning, Luca and his dad wake up at their home in Fraserburgh, North Scotland. At 4 a.m. Wednesday morning, they leave Fraserburgh, drive an hour south to Aberdeen Airport, get on a plane to Gatwick. They get off the plane at Gatwick, they get a hire car, they drive all the way down to Bayford Meadows, which is pretty much the southerlymost part of England before you get to Calais. Then they had a Project One, had a brand new kart. They did a couple of sessions at Bayford Meadows, had a spot of lunch, went back to Bayford Meadows, had a seat fitting, pedals fitting, make sure that the kart is absolutely fit for Luca Bacocchi. Luca Bacocchi in his arm went, thank you very much, got back in the hire car, went back to Gatwick Airport, got delayed, then flew back to Aberdeen, drove an hour north to Fraserburgh, got back to Fraserburgh at 10:30 Wednesday evening. At midnight, Thursday morning, 90 minutes later, Mr. Bacocchi, Mrs. Bacocchi and Luca all jump in the camper van to come here. And you say that other sports require commitment. That's just for the final round. That's incredible. But there we go. And yesterday, Luca, as you know, running as an independent now. And I wanted to say a big thank you to Paul James from Ambition Motorsport for bringing the karts from Bayford Meadows to Whilton Mill. Luca rewarded all that effort with his best ever finish yesterday.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Really, really good.
No wonder his dad was having a few wee beverages last night.
And it could get better today. He's just gone up to 9th place ahead of Sam Dixon. There's been a change for 3rd as well. Riley Blakemore has got ahead of Shailen Srikantan. Shailen Srikantan, who could have a role to play in this championship, decided today trying to help his teammate Ronnie Jones should the opportunity arise. Bit of a difference in over the curb there. Aidan Donnelly, they call themselves Boom Racing. That was boom to the curb, and a little bit of Terry Grant stunt driving from Aidan Donnelly coming out of Christmas corners. A properly good scrap. Bacocchi now up to 8th place, ahead of a recovering Sam Dixon, who was very quick in timed qualifying earlier on today. You've got Luke Jardine in there as well. Jayan Prakash, who's been taking great steps forward this year, was your Wera Tools driver of the day, voted for by you, the great British karting
in the eyes, love
public.
That. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Luca Bacocchi, there he goes. His home circuit, Golspie.
Yes.
Wick. That is just south of Norway. It's about as high as you go. So hello to everybody watching this at the North of Scotland Kart Club, Golspie. What a circuit that is. Yes, it's simple, but it's fast, it's flowing. And my goodness me, literally, if you go off on the back straight, you hit the beach, then the North Sea. And I'm not lying.
And it's cold.
Oh, it's bracing, Andrew. It's bracing is what it is. You need your iron brew up there, I tell you something. Here we go.
Lovely move there by Jayan Prakash down the inside of his teammate, Luke Jardine. That was for 11th place, the winner of Driver of the Day from Lark Hall. Over the curb once again, around the final corner. I think there'll be 2 more laps of this one. Luke McGall still leading.
Riley, this, Andrew, sorry to interrupt you, this could be, for Riley Blakemore, this could be the race that gives him one hand on the title. He's running 3rd. He needs to finish at the end of the heat races in the intermediate classification. A 4th place finish in the intermediate classification will give Riley Blakemore the championship lead. Not the championship, the championship lead. He's 3rd at the moment, again, 4th in the overall classification. So it's not done by a long shot yet, by a long shot. Ronnie Jones is 7th in the race. There he is, trying to catch Harry Grant. He, to add to his championship score, needs to finish in the intermediate classifications at least 5th. So he needs a very, very good second heat now. Blakemore can do exactly what he's doing now for the rest of the heat races, both this race and the next one and be championship leader before the final. Half a lap to go. Let's not take anything away from Luke McGall and Edward Rye. McGall, let's not forget, had a cart drive over the top of his head during yesterday's final and just carried on like nothing happened.
This has been the Luke McGall that we saw earlier on in the season. Had a very strong run at Lark Hall. Could be a factor for a podium here today. He's going to take Heat 1 out of the final corner. It's kart number 15 of Luke McGall, who starts the day well here at Whilton Mill. Edward Rye again, second, continuing the form that we saw from Edward yesterday. First blood to Riley Blakemore, though, in the championship fight. Third place, a good number of intermediate points. Shailen Srikantan in fourth. Fifth for Ronnie Jones. Got a position just at the end there.
Yep,
that you never know, could be important. Also had the fastest lap of the race in that one. So it's a start. Needs more, does Ronnie Jones, but he's moving in the right direction. Archie Cannon sixth, ahead of the ever-consistent Harry Grant there, again in the top 10. Sam Dixon won that battle for 8th place, very entertaining.
Got
ahead
a 5-second penalty.
Got a +5. So
I'm really bad at that because this morning I know that the Ambition drivers were so fired up to try and help their teammate Archie by by nefarious means,
just doing well.
By doing well, Sam Dixon took that to heart and put in a best ever qualified performance for him on the second row of the grid, and then it went wrong in the heat. But you can tell he's driving for Archie Loveridge.
Yes.
You know, and this is the and again, Shailen Srikantan. Shailen Srikantan has upped his game massively this weekend to try and help his teammate Ronnie Jones. No teammates for Riley Blakemore. Tim Parrott Motorsport, or Tim Parrott running here for the family on the tools again. Talk about winning, knowing how to win championships. Tim Parrott, 1989, 1990 Superkart World Champion. They're the ones that go around the long circuits about 3 seconds and that far slower than a Formula One car.
They're a bit scary.
Bit on the scary side. If you want to see something that gets you adrenaline, watch 50 of them start a superkart race at Assen. In the Netherlands. In the rain. Or Cadwell Park.
Or Donington down the Crane Curves.
Or anywhere. I think what we're trying to say is go and watch some superkart racing when you're not watching this short circuit. Pole position award and a race run win award for Luke McGall. There's Edward Rye to his right.
And really good to see Luke. He had a really tough day yesterday, 14th and 12th, and as you say, had a bit of a low fly pass from another driver yesterday. So to bounce back and potentially be on for a second maximum championship score of the year, we'll see that later on. Honda Cadet Heat 2 goes off from 1:15. Right, we're going to take a short break. Next out on circuit, Water Swift Restricted. Welcome back, everybody, once again to Whilton Mill, getting ready for IAME Water Swift Restricted, the final round of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships for this category. And still plenty to be decided, particularly those top 10 seeded plates. The championship is done. That's in the hands of LBJ Stubbs. We're also going to have some onboard action as well, looking backwards from the number 22 of Louis Williams Mabs. Green light at the bottom of the pre-grid indicates we're ready for the formation lap, and to take you through the grid order for this one, and it's a bit of a change. Freddie Baker on pole position for this one. It's still an Excel Motorsport lockout of that front row with Bodie Batch there on the outside. Jane McElhenney going for third place in the championship, starts in that same position with Benjamin Schlivar alongside on row number 2. Your champion-elect, LBJ Stubbs, will not start this race. Has taken part in qualifying this morning. Has got the 20 bonus points for attendance. So it'll just be Corey Lyons on his own there on the outside of row number 3. Arthur Bowers on the podium yesterday. Starts on the inside of row 4 and is joined by Toby Biggs.
On row number 5, Louis Williams, Mabs, Logan Hodgetts, then Patrick Wood and Ollie West. Phoenix Millen Sexton, Frank Morris and Harry Murphy. Jazz asks, well, Ralphie Branscombe graduated out of Honda this year. He's too old. So he's
doing lots of junior racing.
He's doing lots of junior racing. Again, this are all the records that could have been broken at the start of the weekend. The only two that can now be broken is XL Motorsport winning and Fusion Motorsport. XL, if they win this race, if they win the final today, they have won every final this year in Water Swift Restricted. If Fusion Motorsport win Water Swift, they've won every race in that class this year. The only people to do that so far, Fusion did it in 2021 and 2022 in Water Swift. Oh, it was IAME Cadet. Frank Morris, again, fantastic. After raising £2,500 for a defibrillator at fullback, he's got cans of water here with people's mug shots, including yours truly and Andrew.
And Anthony Jordan.
To raise awareness for young epilepsy. All the drivers in this class have had their own personalised cans of water, courtesy of Frank Morris, who, at the start of this year, at the O plate, was 1.5 seconds off the pace in this class. He's now 8/10, improving all year. Ollie West, watch for Ollie West. Incredibly hard done by yesterday. Had a third place taken off him for reasons that are a mystery to most people. But that's the steward's call. The steward saw something that maybe we didn't. We're off and racing.
Good start for Freddie Baker. Leads this race in the early stages and up to second place straight away. Jaden McElhinney. You'll see that a lot on rolling starts. If you're new to this Whilton Mill circuit, it's quite hard to start from P2 here on the grid. Look at Frank Morris on the charge. Straight away up past a couple of drivers.
He's had his can of water.
He's had his can of water and he's charged up, ready to go. Just up behind Logan Hodgetts at the moment. You do notice still running on novice plates for this entry-level class into the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. But it's Baker leading. Lovely helmet design for Freddie. It really stands out. That's looking back from Louis Williams Mabs. Patrick Wood there in the number 36 just behind. It could be a good deterrent for anyone overtaking today on Louis Williams Mabs because they'll get lots of lovely action shots of them if they just sit directly behind Louis.
Exactly. If you've got a sponsor logo on the front of your car, just sit behind it. That's what Louis will be trying to say. Just drivers, just sit behind me. I'll get you lots of coverage while you're behind me. Benjamin Schlever. Right then, first cameraman challenge of the day. We mentioned about Arthur Bowers yesterday. Incidentally, Arthur Bowers finished second yesterday. He becomes the 400th different driver to secure a podium in the modern era of the British Championship in all classes. Benjamin Schlever in the number 70. Lewis Malin took me around his cart this morning. Yeah. Schlever's pedal extensions are almost rubbing the fuel tank. They're that far up. They've got special seat extensions to push it forward. He is so tiny. The pedal extensions literally are just I can fit my finger between the pedal extension and the fuel tank, and that's it.
I hear they're longer than Ian Rogers' legs. The extensions.
That's not very long, though.
Oh, that's true. 6 minutes of this race to go. Bodie Batch leads it by a third of a second. Sorry, no, it's Freddie Baker still in the lead of this race by much less than a third of a second. Their gap at the top two is about a third of a second over McElhinney and Corey Lyons. And there's Benjamin Schlever as well. And the number 78, Arthur Bowers, in 6th place. Good start for Ollie West, up 5 positions, now running in 7th. Then the number 24 for Evolve Motorsport out of Ozier's corner onto the back straight. There was a decent view of the pedal extensions for the youngest driver in the paddock, Benjamin Schlever.
Yep. Well, youngest in this class.
In this class,
obviously,
sorry, yes,
Bambinos,
no, very true.
The Bambinos
Even
are a
younger.
little bit weird. Freddie Baker leading, but not leading comfortably, but again, leading, learning. Bodie Batch, he'll want to take what would be, well, Bodie he's been on the podium nearly every round this year. It's been remarkably consistent for Bodie Batch. Looking at that, seven podiums, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third.
7 finals in a row as well. The only time he wasn't on the podium was the very first round of the season back at Warden Law. and it was a fourth, so it wasn't a horrendous day for Bodie Batch there. But this is a bit of a new experience for Freddie Baker. Freddie did get his best result of the season so far yesterday in the final classification, P4. All the way back to GYG, the last time that we saw Baker up in the top 6 in a final. This is leading a race. Bodie Batch has had a lot of experience in this position and is now looking down the inside for the race lead. Takes the race lead away from his teammate, so it'll be roles reversed now with the 2 DMS karts, who we often have been saying this season have tended to run better on a Saturday. So far here on the final Sunday of the season, 3rd and 4th on the road, trying to secure those positions in the championship as well. What a story it would be for Daily Motorsport on their first season in the championship to get not 1 but 2 top 5 championship standings finishes. They're looking good odds for that at the moment. McElhinney did well to recover. He didn't have a good start to yesterday, did Jaden McElhinney, but recovered back well and was in the top 5 in the final. Remarkable.
You know, the 3 podiums that the Daily Motorsport team have secured this year are all been on Saturdays. My source in the paddock are telling me that.
Well, we have seen that a couple of times this season. They are teammates, but they do like to have a bit of a fight out there.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Again, you know, no love lost there as we're fighting, and there goes Bowers Parschlever for what is 5th position. I mean, my source is telling me that Shane Daly's implemented, you know, he's told the drivers, no drinking on Saturday night. No, I'm joking. You know, again, speaking about what an addition to the paddock this year, talk about Frank Morris's family, all they are doing to raise money, to raise awareness, how much of a better place the paddock is with them in it. Same for the Daily Motorsport team, you know. Don't forget, they're coming over from Ireland. They're doing more travelling as a team, you know, to support the Wera Tours British Championship than most.
They have to come over a great big band of water.
Yes, a great big band of water. You know, and again, we're talking about Luca McCockey, from drivers from the north of Scotland. Luca's family was saying it's a 4-hour drive south to Lark Hall. You know, we're like, what?
We've got an update from Nicole Sutherland. What do you know, Nicole?
Well, I'm down here then, Andrew. It might not be too relevant for the drivers out there on the track right now, but for our next class, I think some rain could be coming in. My phone says 20 minutes time. We could be due some wet weather, and from the clouds in the distance, I'd say we could be in for some changeable weather conditions very, very soon.
Oh my word!
I did see on my sources yesterday that showers were forecast, but that's the thing with this part of the world. Well, Silverstone has the same about 25 minutes down the road. The weather apps can say one thing and do the complete opposite, but you know we saw it last weekend as well. We saw it so localized with the weather. If you weren't with us here for event number 8. That Christmas Corner could have rain, and Pitts Bend be bone dry. That's how localised and how unpredictable it can get here. The clouds are coming over a little bit, and the light's fading, we'll keep on top of that.
It is, but you know the person in the entire paddock doing a rain dance is Archie Loveridge.
Yep.
Why?
Not in this race.
Not in this race, and again, it's probably come at the worst time because Honda Cadet have just had. When's the next Honda Cadet race, Andrew Mather?
I want to say about 1 o'clock.
We've had the championship
1:15.
1:15
after the lunch break.
If any rain arrives and the race director declares the meeting open, that means drivers, if they want to, they can use wet tyres. If the meeting is declared wet, you have to use wet tyres. If the meeting is declared open, you can use wet tyres. Now, if it rains and then dries up, the meeting could go from declared wet or open back to dry. This is now going to be wherever the signal is for that declaration, that could be the most important still shot we get of the entire day. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Bodie Batch versus Freddie Baker in Water Swift as they come across the top. Apparently it's raining at Forest Edge Kart Club. Thank you, Jensen Hookie, for that information.
So, final lap board has been shown. Bodie Batch trying to hold on to this heat victory. This has been by far the best performance we've seen from Freddie Baker in a single heat so far this season. He's on for some very, very good points into the final few turns of this Whilton Mill International Circuit. Baker's trying to get down the inside. Batch is wise to that, though. That's why he's going to be your runner-up this year. He's had a very strong season. Batch wins Heat 1, Baker P2. It's another 1-2 for Excel Motorsport. Corey Lyons wins in the battle of the DMS boys, third there. That helps Corey, who can still take third in the championship, but needs to have a strong day to try and overhaul the 15-point deficit that he has at the moment. The driver in fourth, Jaden McElhinney. Solid result there. Arthur Bowers in the top 5 once again. Benjamin Schlivar, Ollie West, Toby Biggs, Logan Hodgetts and Louis Williams-Mabs all in the top 10 on the road. But unfortunately for Hodgetts, a plus 5 second penalty will not drop him out of the top 10 because he had 6 seconds over Patrick Wood in 11th. Phoenix Mill and Sexton up 1 spot, finishes P12. Frank Morris and Harry Murphy, the last of your 14 finishers.
Hello to Live Motorsport New Zealand. Now Live Motorsport New Zealand, we know that there's a new kart track being built just by Auckland International Airport. And we did, you know, last week, your friend Craig Corbett did agree that he could that he would bring Andrew Mather and myself out there to commentate. I'm just saying, that's what was said last week, you know. So, you know, we've given out our email addresses. We're just waiting for you to send us the tickets. And possibly some James Fitcher as well, because he's a great producer. Just come and watch. There we go. There's some good team spirit there as well between Freddie Baker and Bodie Batch. Yeah, what a season for Bodie Batch. The Argenti drivers, the Argenti-backed drivers, mixed fortunes. Right, Andrew Mather has a radar map up in the commentary box. Andrew Mather. Now, so there's an awful lot
your
of
house is getting wet.
My house in South Wales is getting wet as we was. I wish my flat is getting wet. I hope I closed the windows before I left.
There is a band of rain, just like the tail of it, that is currently, well, my flat's now wet down in Oxford, that I reckon's going to hit the Northamptonshire, Coventry area in the next half an hour. The trouble is, there's no further system behind it, so this might be the only shower of the day. This is going to be drama for some of the classes in terms of when that rain hits. IAME Water Swift Restricted, they can take a breath. Their first heat is done. Their second heat will be at 1:30 this afternoon. We've got to move on, though, because Water Swift are up next. So let's take things up a notch. Water Swift up next for their third heat of the weekend, first heat of their final round of the championship. And, well, Austin Newstead has the title secured, so I don't think we'll see the number 4 in this one, but plenty to be decided for the other major positions in the top 10 of the championship, and IWF tickets up for grabs today as well for the final standings once we get through the final. There on your screens, Daniel Ferguson in the 115 has had a very good weekend so far. He'll start on the front row of the grid. Just a quick update from overnight. So Newstead, we know, championship is secured 902. Only 1 point between Ozzie Gibson and Colby Patterson going into today. And George Clark, yesterday's winner, a further 3 behind. Here's your grid for heat number 1 within the round, heat 3 for the whole weekend. Colby Patterson has put it on pole. Will be joined by Ferguson on the front row. Mason Hibbert on the podium yesterday. Can he make it another podium here today. Starts P3, and good to see Chester Fawkes there on the second row of the grid. George Clark on form again. It's an all-George row 3 with George House 6th for this one. Johnston Stewart, one of the best qualifyings of the season for Johnston, starts on the inside of row 4. Margaret Kvetskis P8. Apollo team learnt a lot yesterday with setup.
Did. Alfie Davidson and Orion Meta are next. Then Luca Narroway in the Bluebird Special and Henry Clark. Then we have Effin Owen and our onboard camera cart number 178, Joseph Davis on row number 7. Ozzie Gibson and Andy Stewart, row number 8. Oscar Kenny, Alessandro Salas, Ruben Sagu, Ilias Sami, and then Austin Newstead not at the back. 20 drivers. P2 in the championship, still very much up for grabs. Can Fusion Motorsport complete a clean sweep? Have I ever just, have we ever bumped into a karting driver you've commented on outside of the track? Oh, all the time. All the time. You've been doing this job as long as I have. Airports.
Airports is regular,
Airports, motorway service stations. It's
Jaguar Land Rover vehicle compound park before.
Yep. The pub.
Yeah, the pub, yeah.
They're for ex-racing drivers, ex-karters. Right. So, pressure on Colby Patterson. Can Colby break Fusion hearts by, ending their consecutive win streak in this class at 8?
Into the boot then, at the end of this additional formation lap.
At 9. Austin Gibson won last year's thing. Harry Burgoyne Jr., some of his family were racing in the Brisker F2 Stock Car World Championship last night as well. Hello to the Burgoynes watching. We're going to go round again.
Second false start. So,
Colby's got to be worried.
Yep, got to nail it next time.
Yeah, Colby Patterson, Daniel Ferguson, Chester Fawkes, also looking to try and break Fusion hearts. Don't count out Luca Narroway. In fact, we've got, let's have a look. We talk about Fusion dominance all season, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. In the top, only 3 Fusion drivers in the top 10 in qualifying. And of course, Austin Newstead not out there, but again, there are 4 different drivers in Fusion of 1 rounds of this class. Mason Hibbert could be the 5th different Fusion driver to win in this class this year, if he can win. But of course, he's there in 3rd. He's picked up the baton, as it were. But again, Patterson, Ferguson, Chester Fawkes would love to end what has been a difficult season with a win as well for the DK Karting Academy. It's not Danger Fawkes. That's not what the graphic is, the green. It's Danny Curl. I think it should just be Danger Fawkes.
So 8 minutes plus 1 lap ahead of us here. This is a much calmer run round the final corner into those tram lines. Do we go green? Yes, we do. Racing here in Water Swift. Good start for Colby Patterson. Good start for Mason Hibbert as well. Immediately up to 2nd place. Ferguson has held 3rd. That's the standard position to be in from the outside of row number 1 in the early stages of a race here. Margaret Kvetskis down the inside of Johnson Stewart. Brilliant start for Austin Gibson. Didn't have a good qualifying. I reckon he's made already 3 or 4 positions. That was on board with Joseph Davis down towards Ashby Corner. Chester Fawkes, unfortunately, has not had a good start, has lost 8 or 9 positions. Orion Meta looking quick also in the early stages of this race, going wheel to wheel with Oscar Kenny through Osiers onto the back stretch. Looking good at the moment at the front of the field. Mason Hibbert has taken the lead, so it's a Fusion Motorsport leader once again there. Back-to-back podiums already this season for Mason Hibbert, but he wants to go 1 if not 2 steps further today. He leads in the early stages.
Colby Patterson under investigation for his start. We head up to Christmas Corner. Now, I think the circuit is dry. It is dry, but Nicole Sutherland, you may be able to update us as to what the circuit might look like in about 10 to 15 minutes. Nicole, what have you got for us?
Well then, Henry, I don't think it's going to be 10 to 15 minutes because the notification I've just had on my phone says the rain is due literally right now. The clouds are coming over. It's got darker over the track as well. I think we're in for some wet weather very, very soon.
Thank you very much, Nicole. The exasperation there was that move from Daniel Ferguson down the inside, takes second place, and look at George House there in third, the new IAME Euro Series champion in this age category. He won that at Marienburg last weekend. He wants to move himself up the all in the championship. Fifth place overnight. Here down the inside is George Clark. Clark takes that position away from Colby Patterson. This is not going well for Colby Patterson, unfortunately, at this stage of the race. Down the inside, there's another interfusion duel. It's Alfie Davidson going through, your winner of the round from Kim Bolton earlier on in the season. On board with Joseph Davis. How's Joseph getting on at the moment? Oh, having a bit of a tough time out there. 19th in the order right now, out of 20. But it's just suddenly got very dark in this commentary box, Henry. We've been here many, many times before for national events, club events. The rain's definitely coming.
Now, I know we're watching Water Swift, but I'm thinking about Honda. And again, please don't think that I'm showing any bias towards one of our championship
House
contenders.
Down the inside of
Brilliant
Ferguson.
move.
Sorry, good move for P2.
No, but of course, if it does rain and it's still an open meeting, by the time Hondas go out for their second race, if I were in the ambition awning, I'd be saying, oh, my driver's right, we're all going out on wets.
Yep.
Why would that be? Well, Archie Loveridge can number one race, even if the track is drying out and wets isn't the option, he'll have at least 4 drivers potentially behind him. That means that when it comes to the amalgamation of heat points, yesterday, Archie Loveridge was classified
8th.
In the heats.
In the heats,
In the heats. No, he wasn't. He was classified. Oh, in the final. Sorry, he was classified 16th.
Yep.
Now, if he could get out for the second heat, and if he can finish above a couple of other drivers, he might be classified, say, 13th or 14th, which means he would drop yesterday's final and add to his championship tally by maybe 1 or 2 more points. Lots of ifs, lots of buts. You're watching this, but it's our job to tell you what's going on behind the scenes, what's happening in the paddock, and having been a veteran of this paddock, having been a team owner and a driver, and faced with these type of things, I can tell you that is probably what is going on at the moment. And again, it's not me being biased, it's just me trying to tell you what the options are and why you should stay glued, even if it's at the middle of the night over in Australia and New Zealand. Grab a cup of coffee, stay up and watch it, because British karting is delivering drama in bucket loads here today.
I tell you what, this is a really, really good first heat from our Water Swift drivers. Is George House going to go for the move? Oh, of course he's going to go for the move. Hibbert tries to hold it around the outside, has to give that one up. George House takes the race lead. Daniel Ferguson up to P2. Ferguson goes on the attack. That's a brilliant move. Oh, but they both went a bit deep. Ferguson's made it work, takes the race lead. This is why you've got to love this IAME Water Swift class. I was speaking to a few people this morning. This is not a national category with the level of driver. This is a European level category. Many of these drivers will be, after today, turning their focus to the IAME Warriors Final, the global championship at the end of the year. But they want to finish on a high here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Ferguson's kicking hard now to try and break away from the rest of the field. Mason Hibbert has got things back together. Does he go for the move on George House? Yes, he does. George House trying to hold around the outside. Nearly loses control. Keeps it on the circuit. Hibbert's off in the grass. Through will go Davidson, Patterson, Kvetskis is up to P4 now. What a run on the Apollo chassis. It's a new design. It's a new piece of kit. It's never done the summer to autumn transition before as this track continues to evolve, and it's all now airborne. Off the road, nearly 4 wide. Through goes Forks is back into play in this. Luca Narroway up into the top 10. This is just a heat, guys. Not even a pre-final at this stage. What a race of drama we're having. 2 minutes to go. Ferguson leads by a second.
Yeah, last summer and autumn, that go-kart was not in existence. It was just sheet metal. And I hope, Margaris is testing its structural rigidity out of that one. This is great stuff. Narroway to the inside of Kvetskis. Kvetskis off again. I've got to say that when George House took the George House took the lead
from Mason Hibbert.
From Mason Hibbert, it was a little bit of it was a bold move. It was an aggressive move. I think that Hibbert tried to give it back to George with the same level of intensity, and they just clashed. He was trying to return the favour, as it were, and it's cost them both. Daniel Ferguson for BMR Restart leads by 1 second.
Really, really exciting race once again in Water Swift. Here is the battle for second. Colby Patterson in his fight, his quest for second place in the British Championship this year is looking good for some intermediate points in this one. Alfie Davidson reckons he can still get in the top 3 as well with a good round here today. It's calmed down a bit at the front. Got to say, props to George Clark and Chester Fawkes to get themselves back in this race, and Austin Gibson. Once again in race trim, Austin Gibson looking pretty good, looking similar to how he did when he won both finals at PF International earlier on in the season. 20 seconds to go. Mason Hibbert under investigation is the latest notification on our screens here in the box. 2 more laps. I'll say this has been a very mature drive from Daniel Ferguson. He's not had the best of luck in terms of this championship, but we shouldn't forget out of the race is Joseph Davis. We'll go no further in this one. But Daniel Ferguson looking to hit the same heights like he did earlier on in the year when he took a round of the IAME Euro Series at Cremona. Meanwhile, all kinds going on elsewhere in the top 10. Looks like Henry Clark trying to move himself up through the order in the 182. Goes through past one of the premium carts there. That was the Ryan Meta. I've got to say, I've been really impressed with the Ryan Meta this weekend. We often see this at the last round, the last meeting, pressure off. A driver more with thoughts for next year, starting to take a big step. Ryan Meta's, for me, having one of those steps here this weekend. Final lap board is out, Henry. Not done yet. Ferguson being closed in on here by Davidson.
Yeah, you're nearly. Alfie Davidson and Colby Patterson closing in on Daniel Ferguson. Now, this is a test of Ferguson's nerves. Yes, he's won at this level in Water Swift Restricted, but not in the main class. Down around Ashby's, Alfie Davidson, last year's Water Swift Restricted champion, already a multiple winner in this class. This year, Patterson, he's won races in various classes in the British Championship umbrella. Ferguson, though, having to defend into the boot. The crossover is on. Andrew Mather, it's going to be close.
That was well controlled by Daniel Ferguson. He said to Davidson, you've got to go around the outside of me if you want this win. Ferguson takes Heat 1. Really, really tense race in Water Swift as the weather closes in. Davidson P2, Patterson P3. That's good for Patterson in terms of trying to get past Austin Gibson in the championship. Chester Fawkes was up and down in that race like Tigger out of Winnie the Pooh. Finishes P4. Into the top 5 goes George Clark, yesterday's final winner. Austin Gibson was your biggest mover in that race, up 9 to 6. George House, Luca Narroway, Johnson Stewart and Margaris Kvetskis all in the top 10. Henry Clark, P11. Oscar Kenny, Mason Hibbert, Ilyas Sami, Orion Meta, Ethan Owen, Andy Stewart, Alessandro Salas, Ruben Sagu, your 19 finishers. 1 retirement in that race, Joseph Davis, Austin Newstead electing to not take the start. And the rain has started. The rain has started. You can see it outside of our commentary box window.
It has. Okay, now, timings. We have got Junior X30, Senior X30, then the second round of heats begin. M1
after the lunch break.
After lunch?
Yeah, we've got 30 minutes of a lunch break that could be the most important 30 minutes in terms of engineering, prep and timing of the entire season.
Yes, indeed. This is where the teams, the mechanics, earn their money. And this is where we find out if the rain dance for some people has been worth it. The next race is up next. You're going to have a new commentator, Andrew Mather. He's going to be a champion. See you in a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, this could be a dramatic one. The rain has started to fall here at Whilton Mill for X30 Junior. Let's quickly take you through the grid. George Edgar has pole position. Mayan Patel alongside on the front row. Sukhmani Kira and Max Yule start on row number 2. It's then row 3. Zach McDonald and Aaron Richardson. Ethan Woodward and Harley Musk are on row number 4. Nat Johnston and Archie Owen go from row 5. Good results for them yesterday. Max Endicott and Jacob Bachelors go from row 6. Row 7, Freddie Wood and Rocco Lee and Shenton both had misfortune yesterday. Archie Rogers-Tyler starts on his own on row number 8. We'll tell you why in a minute. Row number 9, Isaac Sayer and Oliver Meek. Finley Lyons completes the grid, and the reason why Archie Rogers-Tyler is on his own on that row is because Riley Cranham, your new Wera Tools British Kart champion for Junior X30, joins me in the box. I'm going to throw lots of questions at you here, Riley, about what's going on for the drivers. The rain has started to fall. As far as I'm aware, everybody is on slicks. How do you plan for this?
Well, it's going to be a hard race, obviously, because the rain's came down and obviously everyone's on slicks. I think everyone's just going to have to find the grippiest line out there. I don't think it's going to be the racing line, so we'll just see how everything goes and plans out.
Absolutely. So, everyone in line here. This is a steady run round the final corner. We'll look to get going at this first time, looking for those lights to go out. I thought this was going to happen. We'll go round again. Little bit of professionalism there, Riley. An additional lap now to get a bit more heat in the tyres. So, up the hill they go. That was a quick sight on board with Ethan Woodward. How hard do you try and hit the tyres, Riley, in this lap to try and get, what heat can you get into them at this stage of the weekend?
Well, it's going to be very hard to get heat in the tyres. Obviously, as the rain's coming down, it's going to make the tyres really cold and very slippy. So as much weaving around as you can on the outlap, and hopefully you don't spin out. And
before we get going as well, how does it feel to not just be, British champion, but IAME Euro Series champion as well? You've already done the double. What's the plans for IWF as well? Are you sticking in juniors, or do you think you're going to have a go at seniors?
I will be having a go at seniors.
I thought you would.
This year's been incredible for me. I mean, obviously I moved up from mini a year early because my height was a disadvantage, and obviously it's helped me loads this year, like having the knowledge to go around these tracks. Obviously it's all paid off at the end of the year, so I'm really pleased with my performance.
So let's see if we're good for a race start at the second time of asking. George Edgar and Mayan Patel. Patel, who won the final yesterday and is, by my reckoning, is already off to IWF from the Shennington Super Prix. A number of the drivers have already booked their entryways into the global competition for our X30 classes. Into the tram lines. Do the lights go out? Yes, they do. Away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Into a little bit of the unknown then. How many of them are going to be able to make it round the first couple of corners? That's not bad. Rocco Lee and Shenton had a bit of a moment, but just onto the curb. Good driving from our junior X30s. George Edgar has the early lead. Zach McDonald up to 3rd place. No, they're not quite all going to make it round. Archie Owen off onto the grass for a moment. Christmas corner, how do you deal with that in these conditions, Riley? Because it's a big braking zone uphill. You can lean into it, but that racing line's quite rubbered in.
Yeah, the racing line's very slippy. I think the way to do it is to get the inside front wheel on the curb and hook the cart around, but obviously very tricky at the start. Obviously there's loads of drivers behind you, so people go to the outside or the inside.
It's just a shower at the moment. It doesn't seem to be getting heavier in terms of the rain. It's still very dark here at Whilton Mill. Out onto the back straight, all kinds going on. Finley Lyons has had a good start there, Riley. Oh, as I say that, has a moment with Max Endicott, and Max Endicott goes round, will rejoin the race. Max has been having a really good season, both on a national and continental front. Who would your money be on in this race, Riley, to take the heat?
I think Edgar, he's done obviously loads around this track, and he's one of the older ones in this, so he'll have more of the experience in this race, so I think he's the man to win.
6.5 minutes to go then, so Edgar leads from McDonald. There is the sign that shows that, it's off goes Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani Kira into the grass, and a number of drivers off. Finley Lyons is off. Aaron Richardson, so the rain must be a bit heavier up at the top of the circuit there into Christmas corner. This is where it gets really, really tricky for everybody. Rocco Lee and Shenton, who has many a mile round this circuit. Remember commentating on his Honda Cadet novice days many years ago. He's taken the opposite lines to everybody else, going wheel to wheel with Oliver Meek, but a number of drivers off there. Kira has mentioned lines. I think Jacob Batchelor was okay. Who else? Aaron Richardson we mentioned. Isaac Sayer may have had problems. Has changed for position. Nat Johnston through to P4 ahead of Mayan Patel. Another kind of prep question, Riley. How much time will the mechanics have had to react to what's going on and maybe get a bit of a setup change going?
I'm not too sure. Obviously, it was dry in Parc Fermé, so whether they have dry tyres on, I'm not. Whether the dry setup on, I'm not too sure. So whether the rain, they knew the rain was coming in Parc Fermé, maybe have a bit of a setup change. I'm not too sure.
More drama in this race coming from race control. Kart number 6, George Edgar, under investigation for something around the race start. So, well, we'll keep on top of that situation. Zach McDonald, you never know, could be on for a heat win here. He was driven brilliantly. The winner with his mechanic Mark, the Wera Tools Excellence Award. Got a brand new set of Wera Tools yesterday afternoon, thanks to our championship partners. And look at how Zach McDonald is driving here up in second place. The privateer effort being closed in on by Max Yule has been very quick so far this weekend. On board with Ethan Woodward. Riley, talk us around. What are the challenges that Ethan's dealing with here?
Obviously, very slippy on track coming into the corner as you hit the brakes. Kart gets a bit unsettled in these types of conditions, so it's all about keeping it on track, keeping on the curbs, and making sure you get round and not going off track.
Yeah, into the boot is particularly tricky, and Woodward understandably taking a lot of curb there. And change for second place. Max Yule has got through past Zach McDonald. Max Yule, who was fastest through the first 4 pre-practice sessions in this category on Friday afternoon. Started to get it together in terms of racing. Oh, as Harley Musk is off the road. That's up at Christmas Corner. Was up in 9th place. Will drop out of the top 10 now. There's Rockley and Shenton. If you've not seen the Paddock show yet, tune in during the lunch break, because Rocco comes back for another go at the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. It is spectacular. I shall say no more. 3.5 minutes remaining of this race. Who's gained the most positions out there? Well, filling lines up 8 spots. Will now be 9 at the end of this one. Oh, is that a problem for Archie Owen? Yes, it was. So Archie Owens lost out there inside the top 10. 3 minutes to go of this one. George Edgar's lead is just under a second, but it has grabbed my attention there, Riley, that Max Yule, fastest of anyone through sector number 1. Is he one of the drivers who's impressed you most this weekend?
I mean, yeah, on the second half of the season, Max has stepped up his performance. It's been very, very quick all around. And obviously, he's just made the move for first, so let's see what he can do now. Yeah,
really good stuff from Max Yule. Went round the outside of George Edgar. Has clearly got the karts to work in these conditions. And look at this, Nat Johnston down the inside. Zach McDonald drifts out of Ashby Corner for a moment there. Mick Barrett Racing were sitting 1, 2, 3 in this race. Nat Johnston, who had that breakthrough podium yesterday. It's been on the cards for a big part of this season. Another beautifully red switchback there by Zach McDonald allowed Johnston to commit down the inside. Here's the fight for 5th place between Patel and Shenton. These two went wheel to wheel, of course, at PF International earlier on in the year. Oh, Patel's just taken a bit too much speed into the boot. Very easy to do, but well recovered there from the E-plate holder. Shenton up to P5. I often talk about it, Riley, that the boot in these wet conditions is one of the hardest corners on the track. It's no surprise that I've been off many times through that part of the course. It has almost like its own microcosm of grip, doesn't it, on corner entry?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's definitely a lot harder than all the other corners on track, especially in these slippery conditions. It's all about keeping it consistent in there, taking all the curbs. And yeah,
and it's almost like there's not much margin for error through there. It can be quite tight through that left-hander, which is very tricky, especially when the rain starts coming down.
Yeah, especially when you go over the curb on the left into the right, any error there, then you're possibly going off track on the exit.
battle for third place is still going on. Nat Johnston's having another go down the inside into Ozier's, but again, McDonald reads it really, really well. Smart racing from both of them, but are they losing time to Rocco Lee and Shenton with all of this? Rocco Lee and Shenton was 3 seconds behind these two. He's now less than a second. He's right there. Through has gone Johnston. Looks like this time he's got the move done for third place. And not a moment too soon, because Rocco Lee and Shenton is on the charge here with 45 seconds of this race to go. I reckon we'll get 2 more laps into this one as the rain comes down again. It's beating down once again. This is good news for situations in other categories. The track gets wetter. It'll stay wetter for longer as well. Oh, as Johnston has a moment through Christmas Corner. Shenton is up to 4th place now. So it's gained 10 positions across the course of this race, down into Ashby. We often talk about Ashby as the most difficult corner in dry conditions because going downhill, the weight transfers going forward. What's it like in these kind of conditions, Riley, down into Ashby?
Very tricky. Obviously, it's downhill, so braking's a little bit more different to any other corner on track or even in the calendar.
Oh, Johnston off as the rain continues to beat down. That's the scene for the seniors. Johnston's got back on circuit, but yeah, this is a really, really heavy band of rain coming down now. Thankfully, we will be on to the last lap in a moment. There is Max Ewell. Last lap board is out. Ethan Woodward has retired from this one, but this race is not done, because if you're just joining us, first heat of the day for Junior X30, final lap board is out. All of our runners are on slick tyres. Look at how much Max Ewell is having to work there as Oliver Meek is stuck on the curb on the inside of the boot. That'll be yellow flags into the last couple of corners of this circuit. Max Ewell downhill takes the inside line. George Edgar goes around the outside. Did I just see a flash there? Maybe, I think it is. I think there's a bit of lightning and thunder out there here at Whilton Mill. Changes for third place. McDonald's back up to third, but not for much longer because Johnston's down the inside. Shenton's still there in 5th. Mayan Patel's coming back into this battle. What a dramatic scene we've got here once again at Whilton Mill. Shenton trying to go round the outside in one of the craziest races you will see this year. Johnston gets back down the inside again. He must have done that 8 or 9 times. It's not worked out though. McDonald's got away. Shenton's got away. Here's Max Ewell. He has tamed the conditions, takes a good amount of curb over the final chicane. Max Ewell takes heat 1 as the rain teems down here in Northamptonshire. On the road, it's a Mick Barrett Racing 1-2 with George Edgar 2nd, Zach McDonald 3rd. Brilliant drive, one of the best results for the privateer this season. Rocco Lee and Shenton in 4th ahead of Mayan Patel, Nat Johnston 6th, Archie Owens 7th, Aaron Richardson 8th. I think Archie Rogers-Tyler has had a problem on the last lap because he's falling down the order. Finley Lines, equal biggest mover, up 10 positions to 9th. Freddie Wood 10th, Bashler, Musk, Sayer, Endicott, Kira, Rogers-Tyler and Meek take us through to 17th. 1 retirement in that race. Ethan Woodward, 1 non-starter. My new commentator, Riley Cranham. Riley, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you later on in the weekend. We've got to move on though, because next down on circuit, it's Senior X30.
As you've seen then, ladies and gentlemen, it's most definitely raining. We've got our seniors up next. They're all rushing to get on the grid. All drivers then have gone for those brand new wet tyres, other than the premium next to me of Morgan Moore. Morgan, your only driver to have slicks bolted to that OTK. That's going to be a challenge. It's not a decision I would have personally made, but let's see how he gets on.
Thank you very much, Nicole.
Yes.
Keep dry. Someone get her a brolly.
Well, I mean, when a girl's hair is at risk of getting frizzy, that's why we have the gilets, ladies and gentlemen, the Wera Tools gilet. Morgan Moore.
Yeah.
Interesting. However, a few minutes ago when you said the rain was teeming down, It isn't.
It's stopping.
Ooh.
So
this is the last race before lunch.
Yes.
Now, significantly, let's play. Even if it stops raining, which it hasn't stopped, but it's stopping, there are no go-karts on the track to dissipate any of the standing water. And
this race, yeah.
there's not anything in the way of a breeze. You can see the hoods coming off, but so again, standing water. Now it's not cold, it's not summer's day, but it's not breezy.
It's muggy.
It's muggy. And we do have some light drizzle.
Right, we should also talk. There's a big championship to be decided here today in X30 Senior. If you weren't with us yesterday, let's give you the update on how things stand overnight. So Freddie Lloyd extended his championship lead to 13 points over Gus Lawrence. Harrison Whitcomb third, William Antrobus fourth. By my calculations, Freddie Lloyd needs third place in a championship points awarding stage today. So that could be across these two heats, that could be the final. Gus Lawrence needs to go and be a clean sweep and take all 130 points on offer. So this race could be really key in all of that. Freddie Lloyd has pole position, Gus Lawrence alongside on the front row, Gabe Stilp there third, Harrison Whitcomb fourth. It's the same top four on the grid for the hit from the heats yesterday, just in a slightly different order. Morgan Moore will be slow in the early stages of this race. He's the only driver on slick tyres at the inside of row number 3. Sam Branston's been running pretty well this weekend. Keep an eye on him there on the crop. On row 4, Lewis Bird and CJ Bennett.
Sam Lewis, Theo Lestrange, Luca Mann and William Antrobus down in 12th, followed by Aaron Brown, Laith Khan, Dylan Patel and Joao Castro. New frame for Joao Castro today.
Sam Branston had problems at Christmas, has got going again now. There's another driver stuck in the midway round Wilkins corner.
Now we had
that's Branston
17
again
yesterday, 16 today. Harrison Whitcomb on a new frame as well. Oh dear,
CJ Bennett.
That's CJ Bennett out of the. So watch from Morgan Moore. Has he decided he'll be slow at the start? We're off and racing. Everyone behind him will be. Where did Morgan Moore?
There he is.
He's starting right at the back, obviously. So at the moment, it's wet tyres. For how much longer is that going to be? Where is Gus Lawrence? He's dropped down to fourth place.
I was going to say, Croc Promotion will be saying, stop the race here. Well, let him get a full lap in first, because they've got a 1-2 on the road at the moment. Gabriel Stilp and Lewis Bird have both had very good starts. Now, of course, they know this circuit very well. Used to be based here. They've got a lot of data, a lot of knowledge of how this track evolves. That will play into how they've set these karts up for this race. But that is a really, really good run. Lewis Bird, who started P7 in this race. Gabriel Stilp started P3. Won both of the heats yesterday. Tristan Powell
is not out there.
Oh, okay.
Tristan Powell not out there, which is a strange one. No, he was here yesterday.
Too much birthday cake.
Ah, yes, he celebrated his 18th.
Friday.
Yeah. Saturday raced, Sunday day off. Here we go. There's Morgan Moore. Right, clear visor, which is good to see. Believe it or not, Gabriel Stilp, third place yesterday for Gabriel, was his first career British Championship podium in senior X30.
Neither of us could believe that, could we?
Neither of us could believe that. Yesterday's win for Freddie Lloyd, well, it was great for Freddie, but in terms for premium karting, Freddie's team, they now move second in senior X30 for most wins. They've now got 7 wins in total in the class. They're just 3 behind the Jade Racing team. But significantly, they move ahead of KR Sport PF International. And also now they have the most PF, Gus Lawrence's second place finish in the final yesterday. That was the 23rd senior X30 podium for the PF International team. One more than Jade. Of course, Jade Racing, who guided Danny Curl to the first 2 modern era senior X30 British Championships. Lawrence has to start making a move. There's a move from Harrison Whitcomb, and Aaron Brown going through as well, passing Sam Lewis. Morgan Moore's lap times 1 minute 17.5 compared to it's a 16-second gap between wet weather times and dry weather times. But he's thinking, okay, look, if I go out on slick tyres in this race, doesn't make a difference. But if it's still ready for the finals, my wet tyres are going to be so much better than everybody else's.
Absolutely. 5 minutes of this race to go. This is an intriguing one. So Lewis Bird had a bit of a moment into oblivion last time around. We've seen a few changes in position, and Gus Lawrence is now second in this race ahead of Freddie Lloyd. This is still, I think, all right for Freddie Lloyd. Remember, if he can be third in the intermediate classification at the end of these two heats, I reckon that's it. I reckon he moves his points tally beyond what Gus Lawrence can do with a perfect day and a perfect 130 points from 130. The 13th place in the final, first final at PF for Lloyd, that's gone. 7th in the heats, and it was just been passed by Lewis Bird for third place.
At Inkermans, which is a strange... I was going to say, I wouldn't have interrupted you, but at Inkerman, that almost tells me, is that something amiss, awry? Because it's a strange place to just lose traction. And now he's coming under pressure from Harrison Whitcomb. Said in the Paddock show last night, I said, obviously, you're going to think about it. It was like, well, I'm going to play golf instead. He said, I'm going to think about it, but I'm going to go play golf.
That's not a bad way of
not a bad way
care of your eating. Have we noted as well, new kart for Harrison Whitcomb? They've gone all in and put a new frame down and everything for this for today. They weren't happy with how things were running. Yes, their qualifying pace was pretty good for Whitcomb, but just in the second half of races, the 366 wasn't quite there. Out of the race goes Morgan Moore. I think that's the sensible decision. He was going to be caught by the race leaders.
And of course, you don't want to then either, number one, be caught by the race leaders and get himself into any mischief, or But number one, you don't want to then spin off and damage damage the wagon. So discretion, the better part of valour there. I think. It was a gamble. It didn't work. We go again.
Yep, and there's a second heat. If you're going to try that kind of thing, a heat's not a bad time to do it, as Aaron Brown gets down the inside of Harrison Whitcomb. It's a bit of a moment through Ashby Corner last time around. Sam Lewis having a decent race here, there in 7th place. He's got a 2 and a bit second gap over Theo Lestrange. Leith Khan up into the top 10. Good to see Leith back in competitive action. He, of course, had that nasty shunt at Kart Masters in the practice sessions. There is Paul James.
There's Paul James.
That's a bit of Honda Cadet data collection, shall we say, looking at the skies. The clouds are starting to break here. The lights coming back to us at Whilton Mill. Meanwhile, 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Still leads from Lawrence, Bird third, Lloyd fourth, Aaron Brown in this battle with Harrison Whitcomb for fifth.
For those who don't know, Paul James, you got the Stealth Academy stealth driver performance. I think he's the team boss for Ambition Motorsports, running Archie Loveridge. Again, remind you, Archie's only chance is if the meeting is declared open and you can go out on wet tyres. It would be helpful, though, if the track was still wet. I mean, the meeting is declared open at the moment. It is open. That could change. It could go back to dry, depending on sun.
Yep.
Sun is the key. We shall see what happens. The first band of rain has
It's all
moved.
going north, straight north.
There is a second band of rain, however.
But
is that scheduled to hit us?
I don't think it is.
Or miss us?
Apologies, Leith Khan. Cursed him, plus 5 second penalty.
Brilliant.
After he said that he was having a good run up in the top 10. The last weekend we were watching the weather, of course, and the weather was coming from the southwest, from your part of the world, Henry, and straight across to us. It's still hanging over Wales, but it's moving straight north, up to Liverpool, up to Manchester, places like that, and I just don't think it's going to hit us unless there's a big turn in the wind. Anyway, weather reports, weather forecasting from a comms box done. What's going on in this race? Well, they've dropped Harrison Whitcomb. This is the battle for fourth place between Freddie Lloyd and Aaron Brown. Again, I don't think Freddie Lloyd needs to go out full attack in this position, because the risk in these conditions is you go full send and you go full off. It doesn't need that at this stage. Also, the fact that Gabriel Stilp is winning this race by 2.5 seconds.
Yes.
As things stand, Gus Lawrence is going to need to go out in the next heat, pretty much have to win it on the balance of the form book so far, because Gabriel Stilp here he is,
Well,
has been on fire this weekend.
Gus Lawrence will not only need to win it,
Yep.
but if there's a tie in terms of heat points, the tiebreaker goes to
TQ.
timed qualifying, which was...
Freddie Lloyd will always win the tiebreaker scenario
But
on
Gus
that. Gus
Lawrence
Lawrence was ahead
would-
of Gabriel Still.
Okay, so Gus Lawrence, in a tiebreaker with Gabriel Still, Gus Lawrence would take maximum heat
He
points
would, yeah.
because he qualified in front of things. So it's not as bad for Lawrence as it needs to be. He still needs to win the second heat race, but if he wins and Stilp is second, then he would still get maximum points. Freddie Lloyd, worryingly, looking down at the right front. Now, you know, it's in his hands, but when I was speaking to, you know, the premium karting team this morning, they said, yeah, it's in our hands to either win it or to mess it up, you know, or, you know what I mean, or
Yeah.
to overthink it. Like I said, this would be, it's still on course to be the best ever result for a premium karting driver in the British Championship. You know, they want that #1 plate. However, they had a number 2. They didn't have a number. They've had a number 3 before. Freddie Lloyd driving for Fusion Motorsport last year, which is where he got the number 2 plate. But again, this is new territory for Freddie. Okay, he hasn't been in this. He hasn't been in a situation where he's got one hand on the trophy and he is the favourite. Down towards Osiers. This the final lap. Gabriel Stilp picking up where he left off yesterday. Podium yesterday, a commanding victory today. Gus Lawrence, he's brought the winning margin down, but it will still be second for Lawrence as he crossed the line. And who's going to take third? Lewis Bird, P3, Freddie Lloyd fourth, Aaron Brown fifth. Then it is Whitacombe, followed by Sam Lewis, Theo Lestrange, a good drive there from Theo, Laith Khan and William Antrobus next. Good 11th place for the Praga kart there. Joao Castro going across the screen there. Luca Mann, Dylan Patel, Morgan Moore, Sam Branson and CJ Bennett failed to finish, and Tristan Powell has sadly withdrawn. Oh, breathe ever so slightly. The Paddock show, the Paddock show is going to be coming up next while we continue to watch the weather. We've got one afternoon's worth of racing left in the IAME and Honda classes of the Wera Tours British Karting Championship. And for very different reasons, it's going to, in Honda and Senior X30, it's going to be a dramatic, tension-filled, nail-biting afternoons of racing. Please, if you're watching back home, I know there's lots of other racing on today, none of which is important as this, you know, in terms of crowning national champions. Tell a friend to tune in.
It's going to be drama.
It's
going to be pure drama for the resumption of racing.
It's going to be drama with a capital dose of heart tablets.
So M1 Bambinos will be out at 1 o'clock. They
Yes.
don't get tyre choice. They always run on treaded wet tyres. 1:15 for Honda Cadet, 1:30 for Restricted, 1:45 for Water Swift, 2 o'clock for X30 Juniors, and then 2:15 will be when we next see the seniors out, which could well be the title deciding race.
Yep. Well,
we're going to take a sit back, keep an eye on the skies whilst you guys enjoy the Paddock show that we filmed last night. That'll be up after this short commercial break.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
It's been a long season.
It has, Henry. I don't think I can do this anymore.
It's taken its toll, it has. Oh.
Are you right there?
My back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Chris Ratton's birthday. It's the final IAME X30 and Honda Paddock show of the year here at Whilton Mill. We've got a very quick 20 minutes to bring you up to speed with everything that's gone on. We've had new champions crowned. Senior X30 is going to go down to the wire. There's been drama, but most importantly, we've got some Wera Tools tyre changing contests and some drivers come in. Right. This is Oliver Ratton, and it's Oliver's dad, Chris's birthday. Shaylin's from Canton, and this is Shaylin's brother, Honda Cadet. Right, where do we start? Well, I'll tell you what, we'll start off by asking these two drivers how their day went.
Oliver, good day. Best results so far this season, are you pleased?
Second.
Second best results so far this season.
In the heat.
In the heat. And overall, you know, you were at the front a lot today, which hasn't always quite been the case so far this year.
Yeah. I was practicing the other day on Wednesday in the middle of the week, just at one of my local tracks, and one of the Super 1 drivers was there, and they were saying to me that lap times don't really win a race, it's more about the aggression, and then I just managed to get some aggression in and then get like top 3 in some of the heats. Fantastic.
Shaylin, tell me a little bit about that second heat where everything was going on, wasn't it?
And there was a lot of chaos, the final lap.
Yep.
I kind of stayed where I was, and then I managed to gain A position because there was a lot of squabbling going on. But then in the final, I brought it home and managed to get a podium, my best ever result.
Fantastic. And looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm very confident with tomorrow, considering what I've just got today. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well said.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You can take the props back off and enjoy Chris's birthday. I mean, Honda Cadet. So, going into tomorrow, very, very quickly, Ronnie Jones is 4 points behind Archie Loveridge, but unless it rains, Archie won't race because tyres, parc ferme, all to play for. Don't count out Archie Cannon, and of course today's winner, Riley Blakemore, either. It's really, really close. I'll tell you what else is really close.
The leaderboard for the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. So 1 second separating Rocco Shenton's first go, James Lowther's
second
go,
Ricky Williams, Ansel Murray, Piers Pryor.
See ya.
Ewan House, Noah Wolf, they're out of it. Okay, but we've got a brand new Wera Tools British Kart Championship final winner who is going to take on the challenge, George Clark. Here he is. Come in, George Edgar. It's a battle of the Georges. George Edgar's going to have a go. Say hello, George Edgar.
Hi.
Hi. George Clark, we didn't tell you that you were going to do this, did we? No, excellent. Right, all it's yours is very, very simple. Right, you take this wonderful Wera tool, put it in your hand, and then you start the clock by hitting that button. You take 3 nuts off, put the tyre down, you get this tyre, put it on, 3 nuts on, the same the other side. Happy?
Yeah.
What a way to celebrate your first win in the British Championship, George.
Yeah, it's good to be fair.
Excellent, right, okay.
Remember as well, you got to hit the button. You got to hit the button at the end as well, because Rocco lost some time while not doing that initially. And when you take the tyres off, they've got to be back on the spokes, not rolling down the paddock. George Clark, on your marks, you hit the button to get yourself going. 2 minutes and 23 seconds to beat. 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off. Now, of course, that's going to be tricky because, of course, the axle is freewheeling.
Freewheeling, no brake.
Connected. Now, while we look at George Clark, let's have a chat because we've got to rifle through drivers here. First of all, right, you speak.
Hello,
What's your name?
Ilyasami.
Ilyasami. How was your day, Ilyasami?
Not very great.
Oh, dear. Well, where'd you finish?
Second last.
Hey. It's not last. Tomorrow, the only way is up, yes?
Yes.
Excellent. Right, thank you very much. Name, rank, serial number, results.
My name's Nat.
Nat Stappen, for those of you that don't know.
For Benjamin Baker. And I came second today.
First podium, a fantastic result. I've got to say, this is the Mick Barrett Racing Collective.
Mick Barrett Racing 2-3.
Mick Barrett Racing 2-3, well, it's normally 6-7, yeah?
Yeah.
Exactly. Mick Barrett Racing having their most successful season in the British Championship to date in terms of wins and podiums. Now, that's down to you. It's down to George Edgar as well. We're 1 minute 10 in, and George Clark. Let's have some general cheering for George Clark.
Come on, George!
George!
There we go. Right then, George Edgar. A tough day today. You were an outside of the title, virtually mathematically out of it, but okay. Riley's taken the championship, but, you know, you've had 3 wins this year. That's more than any other driver in the class. Another win, I think, puts you on 7 career wins, which puts you right up there with some really impressive names. We're halfway through, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute 42 in. Yeah, what do you have to say about today?
Yeah, it's been a bit of an unfortunate day. Well, it hasn't been too bad. We started P2 for the final, but then unfortunately, top of the hill on lap 1, we went for a move, didn't quite pay off, and we went down to last. So, but you have to try. Obviously, now the championship's out of reach. We've got nothing to lose, so we had to try and take the win, but unfortunately, didn't quite pay off.
What would you say, you know, Mick Barrett Racing, you've had a really good year yourself. There's been Ty Buckley, Jack Buckley, again, Nat Stappen as well. What's been the key turnaround, do you think? Is it you've got a year older, a year stronger, another year of experience with the full-size karts?
Yeah, I think obviously a year makes quite a bit of difference. Physicality, strength. Obviously last year at points I had struggled keeping hold of it, but also obviously having a few more teammates this year. Last year I only had Aston Sharp, and then this year we've got a lot more drivers, so I think that helps a little bit. You can try a few more different things with different drivers, and it's a lot better.
Okay, thank you very much, George Edgar. We'll cut away from you, Andrew Mather. The final moments are coming in.
Decent progress. It's not going to be a P1 time for George Clark, but it's still, I think we could beat a Noah Wolf 4 minute 51 here. So it's just the final. I've had the engineering wobble. This side I'm satisfied with.
Okay, right, here we go.
It's on point of view. George is doing the final. I think he's got one more nut to go. We've gone past 3 minutes and 20 seconds, so Ansel Murray's 3 minutes and 14 is gone from Dunk as well earlier in the year. Solid. 3 minutes 25 for George Clark. Puts top 5.
Top 5, yes, because Pierce Pryor doesn't exist on this. But I tell you what, you know, top 5. Well done, George. George, come around here because we have to speak to you as a winner. Right then. George, you took that in fine style against Austin Newstad. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I just saw the move. He defended in Christmas, got the cut back out of Christmas, and then just cut back to into the kink, and then got him into Ashby's.
You're the 4th different Fusion driver to win in Waterswift this year. That's not bad going. That's a good team effort.
Yeah, it's pretty good from the team.
I mean, we've got 4 drivers from Mick Barrett Racing there, and only one of them's managed to win a race so far. What would you say? What would you say to Rogers, Tyler, and Ewell there, and Nat Stappen about how to win a race?
Should overtake the leader.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the moment has arrived. The moment has arrived. Do you want to try and see our first sub 2 minutes?
Oh, yes.
I think we do. It's the last, well, the penultimate time for this, but we want to give the Rotax classes something to aim for. Mr. Rocco Leon Shenton, shocking day for you on the track, but you are the leader by 1 second, and you now remember that you've got to press that and then not let tyres roll halfway in the paddock. Are you feeling confident, sir?
Yeah, I think I'll beat it.
Excellent, excellent. Right, drivers, we've got the whole McBarrett Racing Collective here. Do you think that we can go sub 2 minutes, Archie?
I believe he can.
Archie believes you can, Rocco. What does it mean that Archie Rogers Tyler believes in you?
I don't know, it's a compliment.
It is, right, okay. Let's give him a countdown.
Right, Rocco,
then.
you know the deal. You know what to do. Second attempt. Can you beat 2 minutes? That's the only way I'm going to put that time up on the board. Rocco Leon Shenton, 3, 2, 1. You're whacking the button. Go!
Here we go. Right then. He's got the technique. That's the same technique that James Lowther was using. We'll speak to the beast, Max Ewell. Max, how was your day?
It was quite good in the end.
In Junior X30?
Yeah.
Now, we'll recap this. So, we've got Austin Newstead, who finished second to that man over there, George Clark. He is unofficially your Water Swift champion. LBJ Stubbs, unofficially the Water Swift restricted champion. In the junior category, the category you're in, Riley Cranham has sealed the deal. Honda Cadet, that's going down to the wire. And then so is senior X30. I did just see Bodie Batch behind us. Well, I tell you what, let's have a chat with...
Henry, we're one wheel down already, and we've not even hit 60 seconds.
Rocco Shenton is having an absolute storming run here. What I just think, you know, we'll distract him. Rocco runs a privateer, as you know, and has to do a lot more of the work than people that maybe do run in a team. Do you think this has helped him?
Yeah, probably. Experience. Definitely. I think I wouldn't be able to do it in 10 minutes. I think I'd be...
Well, that's why you pay a man like Oakley Pryor, isn't it?
Yeah, he certainly does it.
He does. He won kart mechanic of bingo at Kart Masters, didn't he?
Yep, he did.
Here we go. Oh, hang on. Sorry to cut you off there,
Come on,
ART.
okay, you got this.
Here
35 seconds to beat sub 2 minutes.
Look at the time, ladies and gentlemen. Oh! 1 minute 30 seconds. Engineering check.
Wobble check,
Mother
1 done.
happy.
Wobble check 2 done.
Right
3
then.
nuts. 3 nuts. It's good.
Rocco. Okay, that's a question. You're more hands-on with your kart because you run as a privateer, aren't you?
Yeah, well, when you've got a dad like that, he just sits down and drinks his cup of tea.
He's got his back turned, ladies and gentlemen, but that's okay. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Shenton. It wasn't me that said it this time. Okay. You had a rough time. Kart Masters, you almost caused a sensation. You almost won it. Lost your head. Kim Bolton thing, and today has not gone well, just for a variety of reasons. How do you, maturing through the years as you have done, how do you refocus and try and win as a privateer tomorrow?
I just get on with doing the car, and it sort of resets my head, so then we go from there.
So you're working on the kart, reset your head, yeah?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't, but you do other things.
Okay, very good, very good. Well spoken, Rocco, because I know it's hard. Are you able to look back and think, yeah, I know where I went a bit wrong there?
Yeah, sometimes I watch quite a bit of YouTube on go-karts, then you can sort of learn from old videos, say from 10 years ago, you can sort of learn just little things that you don't see very often.
Oh, yeah, as in the best drivers do things like that. Okay, well, I tell you what, Mr. Mather.
I get to do my Chris Tarrant bit now.
Oh.
From this kid's here who won't even know what that means. Rocco Shenton, 2 minutes 23. We don't want to give you that.
We don't want to give you that.
1 minute 30 at the top of the board. I'm going to say I don't think that time's being beaten. I thought 2 minutes 23 was pretty safe. James got close last week, but that 1 minute 30, that's not being beaten.
Well, I tell you what, in a couple of weeks' time, the last round of the Rotax Championship, the call goes out. Can any of you, Rotax mechanics, World Championship winning mechanics, all that, can any of you beat this man in the Wera Tours tyre changing contest? Any fighting words, Rocco?
Well, if you do, good on you, but I don't think you will.
Nah, I don't think you will either.
We could have another one. We've got about 6 minutes left. Do you reckon we can get another one in?
We've had a few, and I think we should leave that bit of the drama because we've got a couple of race winners here. There is a Bodie Batch. Go and have a chat, and an Edward Rye over there as well. So, Bodie, okay, you've got the championship went today, but you are now the only person that can make your team, XL, become the only other team apart from Fusion to ever win all the finals in a class in 1 year. No pressure.
Yeah.
How did today go?
Good. We qualified pole in the morning, won the first heat, won the second heat, on pole for the final, and just hung on to the end.
Now, you had Arthur Bowers inside. I can't see where Arthur is right now. Speaking of that, say his name and he appears, a bit like Joe Hendry. Were you aware that Arthur was there all the time with you?
Yeah.
And did you think he's going to try and make a move a bit spectacular because he's never been this high up before?
Definitely.
But he didn't, did he?
No.
So that shows Arthur. That shows... Are you happy?
Yes.
What did Mr. Bellchambers and Mr. Marlowe say to you? Because they've been helping you out this weekend, haven't they?
Good.
They're good. Now, here we go. Are your socks on or off?
I don't know.
You don't know? You haven't got to check. Because when the driver that Bellchambers is coaching, you know, the socks are off. Can you beat this man tomorrow?
Maybe.
Maybe. Who would you like to thank?
Everyone.
There we go, everyone. Do you remember when I saw you at Le Mans, you were having a sleep inside a little trolley? And here's Ralphie Bowers, little brother, isn't he? Is Ralphie going to be as quick as you?
No.
No, of course he's not. Well, he's got a bike there. Thank you very much. Well done.
Bye.
Well done.
Thank you.
Very good. Excellent. Right, we got a slight issue there with the scooter.
4 wheels always safer than 2.
It's been a really good day today, hasn't it? We've got a few minutes left. Probably one of the drivers of the day, I would say. Mayan, come this way and speak to that man there about how wonderful it all is.
Mayan, which was better, that win today or the first one at PF?
I'd say the one at PF, because it was the last lap, round the outside of the bridge, which was pretty special. So I'd say the first one.
But the distance by which you won today, you know, over 2 seconds, you know, that must have been quite a special feeling on the last couple of laps going, yeah, we've got this.
Yeah, definitely. I just saw behind me as quite a big gap, so I was just keeping calm, just try to finish the race off and have a good result and good championship points.
I mean, I know, because I went and saw Mark afterwards, he prefers this race, this win, because it showcases that when you put a good driver in an MDL motorsport kart, then you just clear off and beat everybody there is in the British Championship. You know, there's that element as well. Is that you got the E-plate, obviously. Is that the most dominant, complete performance you think you've had at this level?
Yeah, for sure. I think this morning we found our pace compared to practice, where everyone we were on quite an old tyre, and it was just a bit not where we wanted to be. And then this morning we came to the track and we were really fast, and then we just built on it ever since. And then I was just making sure I did the right moves at the right times, and then it worked out in the end.
And going into tomorrow as well, how hard do you think you could finish it? You've gone in the top 5 now. Do you think you can go some steps further?
For sure, I'm just thinking about it race by race, if I'm honest. I'm not trying to do anything silly. Just keep professional and just keep going forwards, and yeah.
Mayan, thanks once again for your time. Looks like Freddie's found another winner here today.
Well, I mean, what's Smithy doing on your T-shirt? Hello.
He's here in spirit, isn't
he? Here in spirit. Okay, Fred, we're going to walk up to the podium at the moment. No. For Jim, the GOAT. Where is he?
I don't know.
Oh, he's not like deed or anything. He's fine. Fred, come this way. Oh, we're going to walk towards the podium. So this is the last IAME Paddock show of the season. Fred, that win was very special on a number of levels. Probably because Gus, with all his achievements, knowing that this is when he shines the most, you took everything he threw at him, and you did it without looking rattled, ruffled, without making a single mistake.
I mean, today's been hard. I haven't had the best of start to the day, but I just got to keep head positive and throughout the day, and then in the final we just see what happened, and obviously I won, so come out with a good result.
You know, it's close.
Yeah.
Are you going to think about that tonight, or is it? Every driver says, "Oh, no, I'm not going to think about it," but they're lying, aren't they? Because you can't not think about it.
Well, I'm going to think about it here or there, but I'm just going to go play golf with Dylan Patel. You know, just go to bed and that.
Play golf, go to bed. Brilliant. Andrew Mather, there's a post. Thank you, Freddie Lloyd. Potentially a champion tomorrow. There they go. There are what the drivers all fight for. We're going to hand out a bunch of trophies, but tomorrow the trophies are bigger.
They are.
And they're more important. This is what everyone spends months, pounds upon pounds upon pounds, day in, day out, the teams, nights on the dyno, you know, testing. This is what it all comes down to tomorrow.
It does indeed, and as I say, we've got two tantalising stories at Prospect in terms of those championships not decided. You know, X30 Senior, Fred's taken a big step today, but the job's not done. And if we've both been doing,
cannot ever count out Gus Lawrence.
You can't count out Gus Lawrence.
Ever.
And we've both been doing this sport long enough to know strange things happen on the last day of a season. And as well with Honda Cadet, you know, it's quite a strange story. But as we've been looking at the scores, it's not done.
No,
because again,
it's not done. It's not done. But to find out, because I know what time is. I know time is fleeting. And sure, that was let's do the time warp again. Right then, I'm going to go back to time warp. We're back when I had hair. Tomorrow morning.
Yes.
When should people tune in and where?
Well, it's same again. We go from just after 11 o'clock. We've got the practice sessions and the qualifying sessions here at the track. So if you are in the locality, come down. It'd be great to see the circuit full of spectators for the championship finale tomorrow.
I think.
It is free to come in. And if you can't make it, don't worry. We've got you covered for 2 heats for everybody, 5-6 finals tomorrow with the IAME Bambinos, and more championships to be won here at Whilton Mill. Thank you very much for joining us for the Paddock Show. We will see you tomorrow.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your lunch break. Hope you enjoyed the Paddock show, the penultimate Paddock show of the year, of course. We're back here at Whilton Mill, event 9 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, getting ready for heat number 2 in M1 Bambino. Myself, Andrew Mather, and Henry Beaudette in the commentary position. At the commentary position for you. Looking forward to this one. It'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap with our youngest set of drivers here this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Now, before anyone starts saying it's wet, well, there's a bit. The circuit is damp. The rain has stopped. The circuit is still damp. Obviously, the Bambinos are on wet tyres because that's the treaded tyres, rather, because that's the only tyres they have. It's time for Heat 2 for the M1 Bambinos. They leave the grid. Here is how they line up, Andrew Mather.
Logan Edwards has pole position. Shay Downey alongside him on the front row of the grid. Vinnie Wright and Teddy Smith go from the second row of the grid. We've got Oakley Rudman due to go from the inside of row number 3. Briella Stevens starts 6th. Teddy Delaney and Ocean Owen start on row number 4. Jules Nash and George Miller completes the 10 runners in this one. The results from earlier on in the day in Heat 1. Close your ears now if you don't want to hear it. Teddy Smith won the race from Shay Downey. Wright 3rd, Edwards 4th, Stevens 5th. Rudman classified 6th after a jump start penalty. Nash, Owen, Delaney and Miller completed the 10 finishers.
A question. Somebody goes off a question, Andrew.
Yes.
This is something I've always wanted to know. How would one go about closing their ears? Like, what's the physical? I mean, I'm interested to know. I'm going to go and try
Lots of gaffer tape.
Lots of gaffer tape. Where's the gaffer tape here? I wanted to see if it's done. Nicole Sutherland has information not about how to close your ears with gaffer tape, but probably what about this happening in the next go-kart race. Nicole, take it away.
Well then, Oakley Rudman, Henry, not on the grid for this second Bambino heat. Actually just watched him miss the grid. That's why we've got that change up in formation in the second half of the grid. That's why he won't be in this race, unfortunately.
It's a real shame.
Yep.
Real shame for Oakley Rudman. Will still have a place in the final, of course, later on this afternoon at 2:40, but will not be able to take part in this race. So the last vacant spot on the grid there being formed in by Teddy Delaney. So Logan Edwards on the right-hand side of your screen. Wasn't particularly happy with the second half of the first heat earlier on today. There is Shay Downey as well on the left-hand side. Engines running.
Keep your comments coming in as well on the live chat. You know, this is going to be the final afternoon of the year for IAME and Honda, so it's your final chance to say hi to us for us to get you involved. Obviously, we've got the Rotax, the Rotax final round in a couple of weeks' time. The green flag is in the air on a damp but drying Whilton Mill. M1 Bambinos are about to set off for their second heat. A good start there from Jules Nash at the back of the field. Here we go through turn number 1, through Crook and Oblivion, past Fine Lady and up the hill towards Christmas Corner.
Good start for Logan Edwards. Will lead through Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. Oh, there's a spin for Owen. Owen going round. Will rejoin. Unfortunate moment there just on the exit of Christmas Corner.
Because he's Welsh, he wouldn't know how to drive in the rain because it never rains in Wales. Facts.
Absolute facts. We only do facts on this broadcast.
Only do the facts.
7 minutes and 15 seconds to go of the race. Good start once again from Teddy Smith, our winner of the first heat earlier on today. Through Oz's corner and on to the back straight. Just had a good comment come in there from Frank Morris. We've done a lot of talking about Frank this weekend, but the charitable efforts continue.
The charitable efforts do continue. Frank is going to be running, he's going to be the junior half of the Cardiff Half Marathon. Believe it or not, here's one. Has Henry ever run the Cardiff Half Marathon? That should be the poll. Have I ever run 13.1 miles, and if so, what was my time? That's our first poll of the day. Has Henry ever? Frank Morris is running it again, raising awareness for young epilepsy. Him and his brother David is going to be running in the Cardiff Half Marathon. But yeah, Have I ever run it? Answers in the live chat.
Nicole,
yes.
News, what have you have?
No, it's not news. I was just listening to Henry saying that he could run a marathon. Henry, can you even run a bath?
That's brilliant.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Put it up. Leaks it. Oh, it's round. It's got Teddy Smith and Vinnie Wright has gone as well. Spins in Ozier's corner. They get going again. That was a bit of a sympathy for spin for Vinnie Wright, but he did well. He did well to get on the brakes and not have a further problem. So that puts Downey up to second.
I like that.
Jules Nash up to third, having a really good race.
Back the grid. Nicole is learning extremely well. Yes, the quick wit. It will get you far in life. Says the person who, to shelter from the rain, put the sleeve of their over the top of their head earlier on, which of course let the rain in. But we won't go down that road. Sorry.
I've talking to the running. I have oh dear! Off has gone Teddy Smith. That is at that's at the exit of the Crook. Yeah, Oblivion into the Crook. I've got an announcement.
Go on then. I'm all for
we're talking about
announcements.
running.
Yes.
Next weekend I'm doing something very rare. I'm going and watching some racing.
Really?
Not commentating. Actually, we're just going and watching as a spectator.
Okay.
For the European Le Mans Series.
Are you going to try and run the track? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
For Chris Hoy's cancer charity. There's a run after free practice on Friday that my mate Ben has gone, do you want to come out of running retirement for it? It's like, well, I'll come out of retirement, but I don't think it'll be running.
Okay, brilliant.
To do a lap of the Grand Prix circuit. So if you want to get
Chris
involved,
Hoy Cancer Charity, that's fantastic.
Get your donations in. It's a great cause, and of course it's been in the news a lot recently.
Yes, the poll is up. Has Henry ever run a half marathon? Yes, no, or ran a bath? Go-karting, ladies and gentlemen. 4 minutes to go. There's your leader, Logan Edwards. He's just set the fastest lap of the race.
No.
Oh, and do you know what? There's poor old Shay Downey. But
Minnie's been on the scene.
Mini Spin. We'll have a quick look back there. We talked yesterday about the onboard camera on the Bambinos and where there was a superb opportunity to put a sponsor logo. And I think, well, if it was Shay's family who did that with the Wera Tools thing, well, there's more than one way to get nominated for the Wera Tools Excellent Award. I've got to say, that's excellent. See, boys and girls, when you put the onboard on, think about who you can promote while the camera is on. That is how you do marketing. There we go. He's got Wera Tools one side, can't see, Race with Respect the other side, but Wera Tools, he's done it. Well done, Shay, Downey and family. Great stuff. Learning all the time. It's not just on track. This is, you learn how to promote yourself. Logan Edwards is learning on track. He's learning on a drying track.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, Hondas are up next. I want to know if the meeting's still going to be open. It's a damp track. Oh, drama and tension. It's going to be intense.
Just to go back, as we've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go, it's the Tour de Four charity running, not a race, next weekend at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit after European Le Mans Series have finished their free practice. Tour de Four's partner charities, Breast Cancer Now, Cancer Research UK, Macmillan, Maggie's and Prostate Cancer UK.
Brilliant.
That last one particularly close to my heart. So. And if you want to run it, I think there's still entries open. £10 and all the money goes to those 5 charities.
And speaking of cancer charities, I want to say a big hello to Adi Blanford, Lucas Blanford's dad, who got the all clear this week. So did my mum. So did my mum. Oh, I'm very pleased about that. But Adi Blanford, Lucas Blanford's dad. Lucas Blanford has driven in the British Championship before. He is he's a champion in other series this year. Congratulations to Adi and obviously the whole Blanford family. Well done, and yes, well done to my mum as well for beating the big C.
Change for second place. Jules Nash having a really good race here. As I say, he's got one less day of practice than a good number of the field here, but you wouldn't know it right now. Down the inside goes Vinnie Wright. This is a properly good battle for second place. Good racing room given by both drivers. Back through goes Wright into P2. Jules Nash will try to reply down the hill, perhaps into Ashby Corner. Fastest lap of the race. I'd say that's another thing we need to keep an eye on for other categories.
Oh, look at that
Owen
wave.
and Delaney having a wave there. This is the discussion over 7th place.
But he waves at his friend as he comes up to the party. He goes, right, let's have a race. You know, fantastic. The Bambinos are unaffected by the TV cameras, by the global audience. They just are having fun. Absolutely love that. I've never seen a driver. I want to catch my friend on the track so I can say hi to him.
Logan Edwards having a much better race in this one, Henry. 1 minute 8.02. Now, he's just taken a second off of his personal best within this heat.
That's very impressive.
Not only impressive from him as a driver, but also an interesting bit of news for the following race in Honda Cadet as to how this circuit is changing, is drying out. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. At the moment, Edwards would also be on pole position for the final. This, meanwhile, is a change for 5th place. Teddy Smith has got through past Bryla Stevens. Bryla, another driver who did a brilliant interview on Friday afternoon during the build-up show. It went, oh, I've got the popcorn. Right, put that down. That can be for later. And let's talk about what our favourite corner is around this circuit, which is Christmas corner.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, of course, when you're 6, everything related to Christmas is going to be your favourite. It is raining in Birmingham, which is about an hour, 3/4 of an hour away. It's about an hour, 3/4 of an hour southwest of Northampton. Is the rain heading this way or not? It's mixed. We think it might just miss us. We don't know, but certainly Mother Nature has not had her final say of the 2025 Wera Tours IAME and Honda season yet. This is the final lap. Logan Edwards, the Mighty Bambino British Open champion. He is absolutely flying and he is on course for a commanding victory here in this race. I am just having a quick glance at the Logan Edwards 5th in this year's Motorsport UK Mighty Bambino Championship, and he's going to come across the line to start, and he will start the final from pole position. He's eased off considerably. The big cheer goes up. I love this. Well, let's have a look. He's a long way. Are we going to see a celebration? Yes, of course we are, from Vinnie Wright. Are we going to see a celebration, I wonder, from the next drivers across the line?
Thumbs up.
Yes, there we go. All top 3 finishers in both heats have a big celebration as they cross the line. Love that. Love that. Good to see.
Teddy Smith, 5th, just set the fastest lap right at the end there, so the track is definitely drying out. How does that change things in the intermediate classification? That result of Edwards, Wright, Nash, Downey, Smith, Stevens, Owen, Miller, Delaney, and then one non-starter, Oakley Rudman. Logan Edwards will be on pole position for the final later on this afternoon, just before 3 o'clock. Vinnie Wright will be alongside on the front row of the grid. Teddy Smith, despite having a bit difficult race there, will still be on the inside of row number 2 for the final later on today with Shea Downey, Nash and Stevens on row 3, Owen and Rudman on row 4, Delaney and Miller on row 5. You can watch that race only on the Alpha Live and Karting UK YouTube channels, and of course motorsportuk.tv, that platform there outside of YouTube World. That will be at 2:40 local time, so about an hour and a half away to decide who will be our winner for 2025 of the IAME M1 Bambino Cup. Well done to all of those drivers. Those were not easy conditions to drive in. Transitioning conditions can be a little bit scary for drivers with less experience, no matter what the age. But they drove very well indeed. Let's get ready, though, because the drama is going to kick up a notch or two. We'll be back shortly after this break. Honda Cadet Heat 2 is next. Right, here we go.
Oh.
Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't the final yet, but this is a very, very important heat in the story of this year's Honda Cadet GX200 British Kart Championships. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's got the latest.
I absolutely do then, Andrew. I'm down here on the grid. There he is. A driver that's been fighting for a championship this year, a driver that wasn't able to compete earlier on, but now, because the conditions are open, because it's been changeable, we have got Archie Loveridge back on our grid.
Well, that is a huge development, an expected development, but huge nonetheless, Henry.
And he's got other people also that I've just been out to look at who is on what. Riley Blakemore and Ronnie Jones are on slicks. Half the field are on wets. Significantly, all, and I mean all, the Ambition Motorsport karts, Loveridge's teammates, have gone out on wets. So has Luke McGall. The track, if I'm being completely honest, is leaning more towards slicks.
Yeah.
The question now, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the championship, Archie Loveridge has got to try and finish ahead of as many drivers as possible. What will that do? Well, at the moment, he is 16th in the intermediate classification. He is dropping, his worst place is a 16th. His worst score so far is 16th, which was in yesterday's final. Okay, if he can say finish 15th in the intermediate classifications, he drops that 16th place and adds 1 point to his championship tally. 15th in the IC, 2 points, and it just makes it harder for Ronnie Jones and for Riley Blakemore. It puts a little bit of more pressure on them. Now, again, I've spoken to the families, and we're doing our job here as members of the media to, explain to you the excitement, the hype, the drama of what is going on. Yes, at the centre of it all, there are 9, 10 and 11-year-olds. They're pretty much impervious to this. They're doing their thing, and the families and the teams understand that. But this is why, ladies and gentlemen, all these families, all these team bosses, all these mechanics work so hard. It's for moments like this. Here is your starting lineup.
Luke McGall starts in pole position and currently leads in the intermediate classification. That could be a story to follow in this one. Edward Rice starts alongside on the front row. Sam Dixon and Shaylin Srikansan starts on row 2. Riley Blakemore on slicks. He's got a little bit more wiggle room in terms of championship and drop scores to play with than Ronnie Jones. He starts on the inside of row 3. Harry Grant P6, Ronnie Jones P7. Archie Cannon starts on the outside of row number 4.
Row number 5, Luca Bicocchi, then J.N. Prakash, Kyle Kerr, Reggie Dufficy, Oliver Ratton, Luke Jardine, Aidan Donnelly, and Archie Loveridge on the circuit.
For the first time in over 24 hours.
But you know what? He didn't take his race suit off once this morning. He's been ready to go. And as a driver, yeah, he's just that's important. He didn't take his race suit off, so he was stayed ready.
So the drivers come to the grid.
Now we'll
qualifying was, of course, in dry conditions.
Right. Rye is on slicks. Blakemore is on slicks. Shrikanthan is on slicks. Jones on slicks. Grant on slicks. Then, pretty much, with the exception of, looking back down the order, with the exception of the number 22 kart, and I think possibly
Aidan Donnelly's on slicks as well.
Donnelly is on slicks as well. So I've got 8 drivers on slicks and 7 on wets. Realistically, 9th place would be a win here in this race for Archie Loveridge, unless there's more rain, unless the promise of somebody on slicks. Archie Loveridge at number 73, first job, get ahead of everybody else on the same tyre as yourself. Then see what happens. And we're going to go around again. Oh, that's not good news That's not good news for the drivers on wets. With the track drying out, and I don't know why that was called. That was, I don't know why that was called. Maybe, obviously, the start line officials saw something that wasn't quite within position. We will go around again.
So, another formation lap for the drivers, and Luke McGall, I'd say the brave choice from Luke McGall to go with the wet tyres. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on. I tell you how else there's going to be potential drama, Henry. The run up to Christmas Corner for the first time.
For those on slicks,
for those
my
on
goodness,
slicks,
yeah.
Because none of these drivers have driven around this circuit this weekend in these conditions. It's the first time we've had proper wet. Well, as it says, officially, as it says on our board, drying conditions for them all out there.
Very, very quickly, the poll results are, have I ever run a bath? Yes, 50% you were right. 40% you were also right. I have run a half marathon twice. 2017, 2018, the Cardiff Half Marathon, and yes, my best finishing time was 2 hours, 36 minutes.
Right, I think the problem was the number 76 of Sam Dixon was in the wrong grid hatching on that first start. Lee Manchester has just directed Dixon to just take it round Riley Blakemore and get in the right position. That may have been why we went round for that false start. Right, this time, hopefully we are good to go for a race start. Final little adjustments there. Luke Jardine just being popped correctly into his grid hatching. This is going to be pure drama for the next 8 minutes plus one lap. Green flag in the air. Watch those lights come on. Half the field on slicks, half the field on wets. Potentially big race in the championship. Away we go here in Heat 2 of the final round of the championship for Honda Cadet. It's an even start for McGall, for Rye, through the first couple of corners. How much grip is there for the slick runners? Already out of control. Slightly there is Aidan Donnelly. So that's one position for Loveridge already. He's got another one as well. Up through Christmas Corner. Grip levels look pretty good, in fact, for the slick runners. Down the hill once more. Luke McCall, if he wants to win this race, he's going to have to go pretty quickly at the start, but don't take too much out of the tyres. It's the second half of the race where the slick runners, as long as it doesn't rain again, will be pretty strong. Where is Loveridge? Loveridge, is that Loveridge flying up the order?
It absolutely is.
He's already gained about 4 or 5.
He's passed 5 of them.
And one of them's Ronnie Jones. One of them is Ronnie Jones. So Ronnie Jones is not having the best of first laps here through the new chicane for the first time in the most important heat of the season so far. Edward Rye up to second place ahead of Sam Dixon there. Sam Dixon fights back. Shailen Srikantan's there. Riley Blakemore at the moment is okay. 5th place would do it. Would give him 4th place in the IC. In the IC?
In the IC, yes, which would add to Blakemore's championship tally. At the moment, Archie Loveridge, P10. P10, how many drivers in front of Archie are on wet tyres? The answer is Reggie Debussy, Jayan Prakash, and Luke McGall and Sam Dixon as well. So he's got to get, you know, Ronnie Jones goes back past Archie Loveridge. The crossover has happened. Yep. Slick tyres are the preferred choice, but we kind of knew that. But it's now a case of Archie Loveridge getting past more drivers as possible. For Shailen Srikantan on slick tyres is your leader. He's having a career best weekend. Blakemore and Jones will now come back into action. And what about Harry Grant, who, well, Luke McGall was trying to take the racing line. The runners on slicks have still got to be careful. Offline, it is a little bit damp. Blakemore, and slowing down now is Shailen Srikantan. Again, I think Shailen wants to try and help Ronnie Jones as much as he can. The same way that the ambitious drivers, they want to help their teammate, they want to help their team leader. You know, all year, these 8, 9, 10-year-olds, they travel the country together. You know, the families, Archie Loveridge emerging, the team leader for Ambition, Ronnie Jones, likewise. They're friends in their teams. Yeah, they're not told what to do, but they want to help their teammate as much as they can because, yeah, this is the business end of a long, hard, tiring season.
Loveridge has got up to 8th place, and Luke McGall is falling back now and into the clutches of the championship leader. 5 minutes to go. Riley Blakemore leading this race now means that he is top of the intermediate classification.
Yes. And it means he is now ahead. Riley Blakemore currently, if things stay as they are, Riley Blakemore is your championship leader on 600, unofficially of course, 6.33 for Blakemore, 6.26 for Loveridge. Archie Loveridge would need to try and score another 8 points, so he needs to finish in the intermediate classifications 8th. That's going to be very, very difficult. But again, Blakemore has 1, 2, 3, and now Jones coming into play behind him. Ironically, Archie Loveridge now, he's going to be hoping that Ronnie Jones catches Riley Blakemore.
Yep.
Riley Blakemore is leading and is about to take the championship lead. If any one of the 4 drivers following him pass him, that could change, however.
Tell you what, that some of these drivers, all of these drivers on slick tyres are doing a brilliant job. Harry Grant there in second place momentarily had a sight of a lead for the first time in one of these races. Oh, is that drama in the background?
Loveridge
is that
has
for
gone
Loveridge? Loveridge has had a problem. He's still circulating. But what happened there? Aidan Donnelly is off and looks to be out of this race. Archie Loveridge has lost 2 or 3 positions. He slipped behind Ratton. He was, up to 6th place. He's lost track position to McGall, Ratton, Dixon and Prakash. You saw him tapping on his helmet there to say, come on, you've got to keep it together.
Still
in these circumstances, still a lot of racing to go in this one. And we're seeing a repeat of what we saw yesterday. Riley Blakemore at the front of this field. He's been so calm throughout the course of this weekend. More often than not, he has had a rival right on his rear bumper. This time it's Harry Grant. These top 2 looking to break away from the rest of the field, Henry.
They are indeed. Cannon, where is... Archie Cannon is down the
15th.
order. He's not featured. Yes, Aidan Donnelly out of the race. Archie Loveridge is 10th. Here's the run down towards Ashby. These are your slick tyre runners. Blakemore goes a little bit wide. Do we have a new leader? The AP lifting cart round the outside. Harry Grant takes the race lead. Now, I don't think that will affect Riley Blakemore's position. However, Edward Rye is the danger man for Blakemore. Riley Blakemore's got to keep his cool here. He's in the hornet's nest. 2 minutes to go. Edward Rye is the man that could push Blakemore down from 1st to 2nd in the IC. And then it's down to Archie Loveridge. Archie Loveridge was, before he ran off track, the next kart in line after these 5. That's the best he could do. Here comes Blakemore, fighting for a British title. Back to the inside, new leader.
Good stuff there from Riley Blakemore. He did actually lose the lead on time qualifying tiebreaker for a moment, so he's back into the lead of this race. That will drop his intermediate score by 2 points, puts him back to the top of the table. But here comes Edward Rye. If Edward Rye can find a way through past Harry Grant, he will drop his score by points. And look at Ronnie Jones. Ronnie Jones, who won the O-Plate here earlier on in the year. Harry Grant's not too happy about things, as through goes Rye, through goes Jones, through goes Srikantan as well. Srikantan doing a brilliant job as rear gunner right now for Ronnie Jones. But Ronnie Jones, seeing Riley Blakemore up at the front of the order, he's got to keep attacking because he's still in a championship fight with the race leader. 1 minute and 8 seconds to go. Blakemore leads this race as here comes Jones. Jones to the inside on the run up to Christmas Corner will surely get an assist from Srikantan. It's tight on the apex there.
So
well
close.
Dealt with by Edward Rye. He left just enough room for both of those drivers to get around Christmas Corner. How is Archie Loveridge getting on? He's still running in 10th place. He's about 1.2 seconds behind his teammate Jane Prakash. Sam Dixon there as well.
He's 4
Luke
seconds.
McGall behind 4 seconds behind McGall.
He's 4 seconds behind Luke McGall, who's the best driver on wet tyres. Jones again. Incredible the difference between Ronnie Jones yesterday and Ronnie Jones today. Yesterday, Ronnie was suddenly thrust into a championship picture. He came into the weekend thinking, well, he was an outsider. He's probably not going to win it. Then suddenly, bang, it happens, the situation, and he had to process, and he drove differently.
Yep.
I know that Martin Jackson has worked hard with him overnight. He's driving differently today. He's learned his lesson very, very quickly as Ronnie Jones. Instead of putting himself in bad positions, now he's putting himself in good positions, even though the pressure is arguably higher.
Oh, Oliver Ratton's
off. So that's another place for Loveridge. Oliver Ratton, who was running in 6th, that will push Loveridge up to 9th position.
More drama. So, so round there is another one of the ambitions. Was that Sam Dix?
No,
it's number 24.
Reggie Duffy.
Reggie Duffy has had a spin, was already behind Loveridge. So Jones moving up to 2nd place on the road in this heat. Now means he's up to 4th place in the intermediate classification. He's now gaining more points. The number 66 of Edward Rye is now under investigation. We saw that on the digital display last time around. Jones has now slipped down to 5th. Oh, as off there goes Edward Rye. Can he keep it going? No, he can't. So that's going to be another position now for
look at Blakemore's going backwards.
Jones has gone for the race lead. Jones has gone for the race lead. Has got it. Taylor Shrikataz trying to get down the inside, trying to do the team job for his teammate. All of a sudden, this Honda Cadet Heat, this Honda Cadet Championship has completely turned on its head. Ronnie Jones now leads this race and is breaking away. We're on the final lap. The scores are going to be all over the place at the end of this one. Into the boot for the last lap in this heat. This is going to be a big victory for Ronnie Jones. Riley Blakemore, I still think is going to take the live championship lead. Jones wins and goes up to 2nd place in the intermediate classification. That's a big haul of points. Blakemore, 2nd in this race, is tied on intermediate points with Jones, but still takes pole position because of TQ. Loveridge over the line, P9, is not in the top 10 in the intermediate classification. Henry will wait for the confirmation, but surely has gained at least 2 or 3 points by finishing 11th, 12th, 13th, somewhere around there in the IC.
Yeah, we've only got the top 10 positions in the intermediate provisional classification. Blakemore wins that, so Blakemore unofficially moves on to 633 points. Ronnie Jones moves on to 627 points. Archie Loveridge, he started this race on 626. He's finished that race, he's crossed the line in 9th position. Now, I think that will move him up a couple of places from 16th in the IC, so he will gain a couple of points. But I think he may have lost. I don't think he's going to gain enough points to keep the championship lead. However, it's now down to it's the weather and there. At the moment, Riley Blakemore, 633 points. Ronnie Jones, 627. Archie Loveridge, minimum 626. And there they are. Potentially one of those 2 drivers is your next British champion, and that's what you need to know, the fist bump between them.
Either way, the Honda Cadet British karting title, one of the longest, most historic titles in our sport. It will be a final race of the season decider. Do not miss it at 3 o'clock. We've got to move on. IAME Water Swift Restricted, they're up next. Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. IAME Water Swift Restricted up next. Let's take you through the grid for this next heat. Freddie Baker will be on pole position. Bodie Batch alongside of the front row. Jaden McElhinney starts P3, and Benjamin Schlivar carries our onboard camera for this one, starting on the outside of row number 2. LBJ Stubbs will not take part in this race. He has the championship secured. He sits this one out. Corey Lyons alongside on row number 3. Arthur Bowers and Toby Biggs go from row 4.
Louis Williams, Mabs, Logan Hodgetts, Patrick Wood and Ollie West on rows 5 and 6. Then Felix Millen, Sexton, Frank Morris, the half marathon man, and Harry Murphy. There's pedal cam, ladies and gentlemen. You think objects in the camera might appear closer than they are? No. That is how close the pedals are to the camera. You know, from the right-hand side of the pedal, I can fit one finger between the right-hand side of the pedal and the fuel tank. That is how close that is. They've got the smallest seat with seat extensions to push the cart forwards. He's got the Bosnia-Herzegovinian flag on his race suit as well. There's Benjamin Schlivar. That's the Schlivar part. The British flag is the Benjamin part. Here we go. Of all the records, there's still 2 that are up for grabs this weekend. One of them in this class, it's XL Motorsport looking for a clean sweep.
So into the cut through ahead of the start of this race. 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Here we go for lights out. 8 minutes begins, and it's a good start for Batch. It's a good start for McElhinney as well. But the second phase of the start for Bodie Batch is superb. And he's going to come back. Oh, Frank Morris off into the grass. Looks like Toby Biggs was having some trouble as well. On board with Schlivar up towards Christmas Corner. Looking pretty good at the front of the field. Baker trying to break away. Great start for Corey Lyons as well there in the Lando Norris replica helmet. Lyons up to P2.
Yeah, also good start for Ollie West in the number 24 Evolve Motorsport car. There goes Frank.
Good
back
lad.
on the track. Good lad. Again, if you're, I think he's also going to do the Chris Hoy running Silverstone with you. Did I see that in the marriages? Yeah, he's going to run with you. Frank's also going to be at the Euro Cup. So Frank Morris and Andrew Mather. There's Benjamin Schlivar. You know, look at what these youngsters do, and then, you know, when they hop out of their carts, some of them have to stand on tiptoes just to look over the steering wheel. They're that diminutive, and yet they're colossals on the track. Oh, Arthur Bowers, and they've all gone. They've all gone. Now, is that someone kicking water up onto the track?
Possibly.
I think someone. There is Schlivar's off as well, so we'll have an onboard image of that. I wonder if somebody had kicked up a bit of water and then there was just, you know, a rivulet of moisture on the racing line that caught out everybody.
And we've gone slow procedure, so the race is neutralised with 6 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Ollie West, as we mentioned, was involved in that. I think Piers, Millen Sexton might also, in the number 72 there, be off and out of this one. Well, here's the onboard camera. Great work from the marshals to get the incident clear.
Right.
So that is going to be the end of the race, unfortunately, for Benjamin Schlivar.
Well, is it?
Oh, no.
Course
He's going to get back on the circuit. Okay.
Out we go.
Spoke too soon.
Yeah, there we go. Now we can. I think it was a case of they've gone slow procedure, not because there was a driver that was hurt or anything. It's just because, you know, with that many carts, that means there's going to be marshals on the outside of the circuit. Smart decision there, very smart decision, allowing the Orange Army to do their job in the safest conditions possible.
I tell you what as well, Henry.
Corey Lyons is leading them round at a fair old lick. Why is he down? Why is he as down as our race leader? Is there not a cart? Oh no, he is our race leader. There's a cart that's trying to catch up with the pack. But Corey and Bodie Batch, they need to kind of slow it down a little bit, you know.
I just noted there on the novice place, Harry Murphy managed to pick his way through all of that and is up 9 places in this race so far.
Yeah.
That's tremendous stuff from Harry, as we've gone back to green. So that was the back marker ahead. So Corey Lyons is your new race leader. So Freddie Baker must have had problems in that excursion as well. But here goes Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch for the race lead of the inside of the DMS number 14. Easy as you like for Bodie Batch into first position. And look at Logan Hodgetts there as well, in the number 74 cart with the green, red and white helmet. The bands round his lid is having a really strong race here, up 7 places through Wilkins Corner. Louis Williams Mabs is up to P4. This is a fantastic run for Louis, who knows this circuit very well positioned in the club championship standings here at Whilton Mill, going to the last few rounds of the season, trying to look around the outside of Logan Hodgetts there, still holding on to P3.
Yes, as the contenders of the next race look on. Louis Williams Mabs, again, the move to Intrepid. Really, really good. Now, Benjamin Schliever, he's on track, number 7, he's a lap down.
Oh,
And
no.
that's the worrying thing, he's gone off again. I was about to say, this is probably the first time he has experienced a situation like this, where he's a lap down but running with the rest. And again, this is where just a bit of experience comes in. You know, don't involve yourself. Don't involve yourself in there. The best thing to do is just to let the traffic go and finish your race, you know, in clean air. You know, because the last thing you want to do is do exactly what he did there and potentially take out one of the lead lap runners. But it's all experience and or age and experience. You know, things come in twos. Freddie Baker is back on the case. New fastest lap. Ollie West is a lap down. He's a lap down. Phoenix Milk-Sexton, Arthur Bowers 11th, Baker's 10th. Frank Morris up to P9.
Oh, Hodges has gone. Oh, Logan Hodges has had a spin out of the crook and through Fine Lady. Well, that's a real shame for Logan Hodges, who is having a great run, but drops now from third place. Just
Meeting
to update
still
you,
open.
meeting's still open. So the conditions continuing to dry.
You can still use wet tyres if you want.
So 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this race to go. As Benjamin Schliever is out, retires from this race. Will still be in the final, of course, but will go no further on this particular occasion. Toby Biggs having another good run here. A good scrap with Patrick Wood and Louis Williams-Mabs. Race leader Beaudette Batch sets a new fastest lap of the race, 54.27 seconds. 2.6 seconds is the advantage over Corey Lyons, who right now would be on the front row of the grid for the final.
Yes.
There through goes McElhinney on Harry Murphy. Harry Murphy now running P4.
Outstanding
This is a superb run from Harry. Surely it's got to be one of his best results of the season so far, if he can keep it on the track.
He's on course for P8 in the intermediate classification. P8, what is Harry Murphy's highest point? Well, he had a 10th in the heats at the Round 3 at Glenagorse. So this would be Harry Murphy's highest points haul of the season, which would be excellent. Now, which would be excellent. Just the right time for, you know, things to come on strong as you're looking at next year. Well done to Harry Murphy. He's not finished yet, but I mean, hey, it's been a good performance considering how many drivers have been off in the taxing conditions. Batch 3 seconds up the road from Lyons. There's Louis Williams-Mabs. Big things go on for Louis and his family this weekend. A really uptick in performance. As much as I love seeing the DAP brand on the circuit, obviously Louis is finding a lot more waft with the Intrepid. But big things.
Ollie West there, just to note, is not part of this battle for position, but he's got good speed. There's a good working together there between Biggs and Williams-Mabs, so they get past Harry Murphy there, up to 4th and 5th places respectively. 25 seconds on the clock, not long in this race to go. Beaudette Batch has got a 3-second lead now as he looks to lock out pole position for the final later on today. That final that you can watch here on your Alpha Live, Karting UK, Motorsport UK TV platforms.
Oh, yes.
Here goes McElhinney, not for position, but gets road position at least ahead of Ollie West. Should be able to use this to its advantage and break away from Biggs, Williams-Mabs and Murphy just behind. Who else has gone forward in this race? Frank Morris is back into the top 10. P9 has gained 5 places from where he started.
So he's not in the top 10 in the intermediate classifications at the moment, but good result for Frank Morris. You know, again, his mum and his dad, you know, they do an awful lot of good. You know, they're viewing. Obviously, they think while we're in karting, let's try and just do nice things. Let's just try and help. Let's try and be positive. Let's try and shine a light on various things. For example, Fallbeck now has, I believe, a defibrillator on site. That is a fantastic thing. All the drivers in this class will have their own personalised cans of water on them but significantly on the back of those cans, there is the message about young epilepsy, which can strike anyone. I mean, our colleague, Chris McCarthy, was here at Wilton Mill as a driver when he, was just, as a junior road type, his first year as senior driver, he had an epileptic fit, and he now commentates on Sky Sports F1. Will we ever see any of these young drivers on Sky Sports F1 coverage? Who knows? But Bodie Batch is doing his bit. He takes the win from Corey Lyons, Jaden McElhenney, Toby Biggs, Louis Williams-Mabs and Harry Murphy. There's Patrick Wood crossing the line. Logan Hodgetts after his off, he finishes P8. There's a long wait, but Frank Morris will come home on the Mean Green TB kart machine in P9. Now, once again,
you're going to take a break, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I'm going to stand aside because we've got another co-commentator coming in for the next race, and it's another newly crowned double British karting champion now. Stand by. The babyface assassin.
We're on our best behaviour.
On your best behaviour. There's a look at the results. See you in a minute.
Bodie Batch takes pole position with that result for the final. XL Motorsport trying to go for the clean sweep of final victories in this championship season. Bodie took the win yesterday in the final. Will he do so again? If you want to join us for that one, do join us for that one. It'll be at 3:25. Takes his position, P1 in that race. Corey Lyons' second place means he will start from that same position in the final later on today. Jaden McElhenney, third in that race, will be on the inside of row number 2. McElhenney's still looking pretty good, I'd say, for securing third place in the championship. Toby Biggs, P4, will be on the inside of row number 3. He's not quite able to overhaul the points tally of Freddie Baker. Freddie Baker was 10th in that race, so we'll start on the outside of row number 2. So Biggs and Williams-Mabs on row 3, Bowers and Hodgetts row 4, and then Wood and Schlivar will go from row number 5. As we say, joined by Austin Newstead. Austin, very quickly, we'll talk to you in a minute because we're going to have a little short break before we go to Water Swift. Back with us here at Wilton Mill, last heat of this stage of the round for Water Swift. Luca Narroway is carrying our onboard camera for this one, onboard the Bluebird. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Starting on pole position, it's Colby Patterson for XL Motorsport. Daniel Ferguson starts in second place and currently leads the intermediate classification. Mason Hibbert and Chester Fawkes go from row 2. George Clark and George Howe start on row number 3. As there may have been some dramas in the early stages. Johnson Stewart and Margus Kvetskis on row 4. Alfie Davidson and Orion Meta, who's having a good weekend, inside the top 10. There's at least 2 drivers who've had problems on the run up to Christmas Corner. We'll catch up with that in a moment. Luca Narroway and Henry Clark start on row number 6. It's then Joseph Davis and Ethan Owen on row 7. Austin Gibson and Andy Stewart on row 8. Kenny and Salas on row 9, Sagu and Sammy on row 10. So first question to you, Austin. You had your eyes on the screen. Who's had problems out there, do you reckon, for the formation lap?
All I can see is one of them is Mason Hibbert. I'm not too sure
it's
who
Colby
the other
Patterson. So it's first and third on the grid here. Have had a spin, have had an incident on the formation lap. Well, once again, dramas here in Water Swift, as we've seen across the course of this season. Let's see if we're good for a start on this particular occasion. Keep an eye on those lights. They're red, they're out, we're racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for the 142 of George Clark. George Clark, who won the final yesterday. The rest of them head up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Into the braking zone they go. Luca Narroway hasn't been well recently, but has been racing fantastically here at Wilton Mill. As they roll down to Ashby Corner, Narroway on the inside of Stewart there. Austin Gibson's gaining positions in the early stages of this race. Austin, very quickly, that formation lap, what do you think may have happened to Colby Patterson and Mason Hibbert there? Maybe a case of cold tyres?
Yeah, potentially. But as you saw in the race before in Water Swift Restricted, there was multiple karts going off in that corner, so maybe it could have something to do with that.
Absolutely. Johnson Stewart had a moment there coming out of Osius, and well, this is a change-up for the books. Chester Fawkes has taken the lead of this race. Chester Fawkes, who has had a learning year this year in Water Swift, goes wide and more drivers go wide. Clark's wide. Kvekis is wide as well. Means Ferguson's back into the lead. There's definitely problems for the drivers through the crook. Out of the race is one of the Excel Motorsport drivers. That was Alessandro Salas in the 128. Wheel to wheel. George House now takes the race lead away from Daniel Ferguson. Austin Gibson up to third. Chester Fawkes, despite that moment, coming through the run up the hill, is still there in fourth place. Battle between Clark and Narroway. Which parts of the circuit, Austin, do you think will be hardest in these still clearly damp conditions?
As you're seeing, probably the first corner, as multiple people are going off. And then that downhill hairpin into Ashby's. That's very difficult in the wet as it's very slippy.
Absolutely. So halfway through this race, here is your battle for second place on your screens. Austin Gibson going up the hill behind Daniel Ferguson. Do you think these will be quite nice conditions, Austin, for Ozzy, because he's a little bit taller than the other drivers?
Yeah, obviously that helps him quite a bit, especially in the wet, as it helps as you can get the kart rotated a lot easier.
Absolutely. Alfie Davidson had a bit of a look there at Chester Fawkes, back on board with Luca Narroway. Battle for up to sixth place here. Oscar Kenny at the front of this train with Ethan Owen and Henry Clark in it. Austin, we talk a lot about this category, you know, yourself, George, Daniel, Austin, Alfie as well. You know, you were all last week out in Marienburg. What's it been like racing not only, you know, here in the British Championship against them, but at a European level as well? Has it been an enjoyable season?
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable. Obviously, really good season in the British Championship.
Yep.
And also a good season in the European as well. It's good so I can get to know a bit more what the other drivers are like and what I can do to prevent them coming past me.
Absolutely. Good move there from Henry Clark through past Ethan Owen. Luca Narroway followed through. So Clark up to 7th. Narroway up to 8th. Back with our race leaders, George House at the front of this field, a position he's been very, very familiar in across the course of his 2025 racing season. Ferguson and Gibson. Gibson good on the brakes there into the boot, keeping things tidy. Davidson and Fawkes still in this train of 5 at the very front of the field. Some of the there's your dad, Austin, on screen. How much of a support has your dad been, and also the team, Fusion Motorsport? You know, you've tried out several different teams. What do you think made the difference this year?
Yeah, as you say, been to many different teams recently. Fusion's really good, especially with all the data coaching and the people that run that team.
Absolutely. Oh, George House has got his hands full here, trying to keep Daniel Ferguson behind. Chester Fawkes trying to move round the outside and not quite able to take third place away from Austin Gibson. Alfie Davidson slots through. Chester Fawkes down the inside now. Takes P4. There's a yellow flag out at Marshall Post 2. Ferguson down the inside of House. Well held by both House and Ferguson there. Enough racing room given between the two of them. Made sure that there was no kind of unsavoury incident later on. And look at this. Oscar Kenny, Henry Clark and Luca Narroway are all of a sudden part of this battle for the lead. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Gibson a bit wide. That's going to give Fawkes the opportunity to go down the inside. Ferguson's got a run on House as well and takes the race lead. Chopping and changing all the time. Kenny's through past Davidson. Also through Henry Clark. Any of these drivers could finish first or 10th. That's a great move from Chester Fawkes down the hill into Ashby. Oh, as off the road is another one of the OMS karts. That may have been Henry Clark running a touch wide out and through Ashby. But a great send from Chester Fawkes. Hit the apex, took second place. As he's mentioned, Austin, really tricky, isn't it, on the brakes as you go downhill into Ashby?
Yeah, obviously it's downhill, so you have to stop the car a lot more and use the brakes a lot more to be able to get it stopped and turned.
2 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. In fact, Chester Fawkes has taken the race lead. So Chester Fawkes, this is brilliant. This is Chester Fawkes of 2024 in the IAME Water Swift Restricted category. We've not seen a lot of this this year as he's been stepping up to the full Water Swift category. Side-by-side moment between Narroway and Davidson, and more drivers are coming into play in this. Joseph Davies is in there. Orion Meta down the inside goes Davidson on Narroway. Narroway drops to 7th, on board with the Bluebird now. Down towards Ozier's corner. Through that corner, nice tidy line from Luca Narroway there. Side by side between the Fusions. Oh, as Ozzie Gibson was a touch slow there off of Ozier's corner. Lost out to Alfie Davidson. Austin, put us into the mindset of these drivers. This is almost like a typical Water Swift race, isn't it? Lots of position changes. How do you play it tactically?
Well, obviously you need to be at the front of the pack normally. So if they do start fighting behind at any point, then you want to be in that pack in front of them, so you don't have to be in one big pack fighting for 10th, or just instead just a pack fight for 3.
Oh, that was a close moment for Luca Narroway. Lost out to a number of drivers there, including Mason Hibbert, and George Clark came through as well. I think George Clark went around the outside as it's another battle going on. Colby Patterson and Mason Hibbert, who both had that problem on the formation lap, are now back in the battle for the top 10. This is a remarkable run again in IAME Water Swift. They put on a thriller in heat number 1 earlier on today, and look at the speed that Hibbert has got there through past Gibson for 6th place, on board with Narroway once again. That was Joseph Davis ahead of us for 11th place. 49 seconds of this race to go. That just hasn't calmed down at all since the lap 0 effectively, since those spins for Hibbert and Patterson on the formation lap. Fawkes still has the race lead ahead of Ferguson. House still running in 3rd as well. Alfie Davidson is still your fastest driver out on circuit, a 51.17 last time around. Chester's got a lot of pressure here. He's not been in this position earlier on in this particular class. What do you think he'll be thinking at the moment, Austin?
Really, he's just got to really keep his focus and just think about the race and keep thinking to go forwards and keep the lead, rather than thinking, how do I stop them going backwards? How do I stop them backwards?
Absolutely. Chester Fawkes, to say, has not won at the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships level in this category. Ferguson down the inside takes the race lead away from the E-plate holder. Fawkes, who won that plate at Shennington back in the middle of the summer. But that was a good move from Daniel Ferguson, who already had the lead in the intermediate classification. That will shore up things a little bit more for him. House still there in 3rd place. And Alfie Davidson as well. Austin, I want to go back to Kim Bolton as we're coming on to the final lap. The battle that you had there with Alfie Davidson. Oh, Fawkes goes back down the inside, retakes the race lead. You've been very calm with your racing, through this part of the season. What have been the battles from your position been like when it's been against, say, Alfie at Kim Bolton and George yesterday?
Yeah, with Alfie at Kim Bolton, same with George. I just really needed to get away to focus on keeping this championship and hopefully to try win it. And yeah, same as yesterday, I just had to get a good result on the podium, and just another solid result.
Indeed. Well, we're on the final lap of what has been a really entertaining race. Chester Fawkes still has the lead of this one. He's got the IAME Euro Series champion George House right on his rear bumper through Ozier's. Ferguson, Davidson and Henry Clark still there as well. Apologies, it was Oscar Kenny who fell down early, the OMS racing car that we saw off at Ashby Corner. But for OMS Racing at the front of the field, this is going to be a win for Chester Fawkes. The little shines of light have been there. Chester Fawkes is P1 again in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. That result has been coming. George House, P2 in that one, and will be high up the order in the intermediate classification and on the grid for later today. Daniel Ferguson's 3rd place means he will be on pole position for this afternoon's last final of the season for Water Swift. Henry Clark P4, Alfie Davidson P5. Mason Hibbert, Austin Gibson, George Clark, Colby Patterson and Margaret Kvetskis all score results in the top 10, showing once again just how competitive this this segment of the paddock are 11th for Luca Narroway. Johnston Stewart came home in 12th ahead of Joseph Davis, Ryan Meta, Ilyas Sami. Oscar Kenny back to 16th, had a bright start to that race, had that moment though down at Ashby Corner. Ruben Sagu, Ethan Owen and Andy Stewart were the last of the finishers. Alessandro Salas, the single retirement. That leaves the grid for the final looking like this. Ferguson and Fawkes on the front row, Davidson and House row 2, George Clark and Gibson on row number 3, Henry Clark and Patterson on row 4, Narroway and Hibbert row 5. Austin, did you enjoy that one?
Yeah, it was really good. It was really eventful, lots of overtaking going on. So yeah, it was a very good race.
Where can we see you racing next? What's the plan for after this weekend?
I mean, I'm going to do a lot of testing in junior. I'm not going to be racing World Finals, but probably as soon as next year begins.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to that one. Austin, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations once again, our new Motorsport UK British kart champion in Water Swift. We will get ready for the final later on today. That will be a final that you will watch, can watch at 3:50. Really good stuff there from Water Swift. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a few moments' time with Junior X30 after this ad break. Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. Let's take you through the grid very quickly for Junior X30 because they're already on their formation lap. George Edgar and Mayor Patel on row 1, Sukhmani Kira and Max Ewell row 2. Zach McDonald, great drive earlier, starts this one from row number 3 alongside Aaron Richardson. Row 4, Ethan Woodward and Harley Musk.
Row number 5, Nat Stappen and Archie Owen, then Uncle Max and Jacob Bashler. Row number 7, Freddie Wood and Rocco Leonchent and Archie Rogers Tyler and not Riley Cranham, who had his one time in the commentary box with you and is now watching his rivals battling out Isaac Sayer, Oliver Meek and Finley Lines round out your field on a dry track. Andrew Mather, the meeting is still open.
Okay, so going into this one, intermediate point situation.
Yes, please.
0, Edgar 2. Did get a penalty for breaking formation at the start of the previous race. McDonald, Patel and Johnston all in the top 5. Far drier for these drivers than earlier on today. We're racing once again in Junior X30. It's a good start for George Edgar. Side by side between Patel and Kira for second place through the first couple of corners. Zach McDonald looking to make another quick start as they run up to Christmas Corner. Holding third place ahead of Max Ewell there is Sukhmani Kira in the top 2, already breaking away, Henry.
They are indeed. Look at Rocco Leon Shenton up the inside now, switches to the outside going into Ashby's. He has gained a lot of ground. Oh, Nat Stappen there on the outside. The number 277 Kart losing a little bit of ground. Patel leads Edgar. Sukhmani Kira, well, a post-race penalty took her podium away from her yesterday, but that was all part of the plan because we all know Sugars only gets podiums in the first and the last rounds of the season. She saves the best till last, and she's on course here already for another strong outing. Of course, this was the race where in Heat 1, everyone went out on a wet, the track was at its wettest, and everyone's on slick tyres. Rocco Shenton, again, he's last season as a junior driver. Just Dad saying, look, he's a bit too big, a bit too heavy now for these karts. New leader, George Edgar. Sugars is there in third place. Max Ewell, race 1 winner. And again, I know that young Oliver is watching, the youngest member of the Mick Barrett Racing family. Mick's grandson is watching, so a big hello to Ollie, but he's more into wrestling than karting.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough. You know. Well, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, you know me. I love laying the smackdown in the commentary box. And there's an enthusiastic signal.
I think that's go forward.
Yes,
Look forward.
go forward.
So here's the fight between Ethan Woodward and Rocker Shenton. Ethan Woodward had a really tough time in heat number 1. Shenton down the inside and has got that track position. Brilliant stuff from Rocker Shenton. There's the news. The meeting is still open. What does that mean? It's open choice.
Yes.
In terms of tyre choice for all of these sessions. This one, though, everyone has gone with the slick tyre. Fastest lap of the race has gone in from Aaron Richardson. We'll talk more about the second place battle in the championship when we get to the final later on today. Still very much in the air, that one, between George Edgar and Aaron Richardson.
Zach McDonald on that the privateer run Cosmic chassis. Again, when all is equal in terms of track conditions and tyres, you would expect Zach to stay having a fantastic run. He's still having a good run, but obviously it's a bit trickier for him now when he hasn't got the added. But again, it shows the talent of the driver that when the track is wet and you're on slick tyres, he excelled above and beyond the parameters that his equipment allows him to in normal situations.
And I think the most impressive thing one of the most impressive things for me this weekend with this performance with Zach McDonald, he had a very good run at Kimbolton.
Yes.
He went with us. But I think some people may have gone, well, home circuit. He'd be expected to run a little bit better there.
That's good.
By definition, this is not his home circuit, and he's still there. That was a genuine step forward in performance from Zach McDonald last time out for round 7.
Exactly, and up the hill, here we go. This is your top 3. Richardson in third position, closing in. I spoke to Aaron, and again, he had a bereavement in his family, but he said he knows his granddad is watching, somewhere. And again, these youngsters, they learn to deal with an awful lot. He's obviously got the bit between his teeth. It's an emotional time for the family, and believe it or not, sometimes a weekend away at a kart track could be a nice time to forget about stuff and de-stress yourself, really.
For us all.
It is. Here
4 minutes of this race to go, then we're into the second half of the allocated time. Edgar still leads from Patel, from Richardson, 1, 2, 3. Max Ewell leading the chasing pack with Sukhmani Kira, as here goes Richardson down the inside, a little bit too far back on that occasion to get past Mayan Patel. And that's a hard overtake to do. When you're in third place, 2 drivers ahead, you can't really fully lunge in to Christmas Corner with the risk of taking out not the guy that you're trying to overtake, but the driver ahead of them. Further down the order, changes for 7th place. McDonald is through past Woodward. Archie Owen, who had problems early on in this race, I saw him wide. Archie Owen's not got problems anymore. Up through, that will be now 7th place. So he's got Woodward and now McDonald on this particular lap. Jacob Batchelor still there as well. Nat Johnston, Nat Stappen on the move. I'm sure the Nat Stappen fan club are out in force. If not, get your comments in.
Yeah, keep your comments coming in. That was a smart move there, in a way, from Zach McDonald.
Yeah.
He saw the lunge coming from Archie Owen and let him go, because, again, that allowed him to tuck back in. If he had fought Archie and maybe potentially had, run over the grass coming out of Oisiers, then that would have cost him a lot more than one position. He is fighting a rear guard action, is Zach McDonald. But again, just stay smooth. Hey, you've got how many karts are directly behind him? All of them. The whole field is directly behind Zach McDonald. So, they're biting at your ankles. So you've just got to drive your line and not give up too many positions. Let them earn the passes.
News from race control.
Okay.
Plus 5 second penalty for Max Ewell. I might be wrong in this, but I think that will be for the move on Sukhmani Kira earlier on in the race. That's a nice move from Mayan Patel. Goes through, takes the race lead, and that's quite key as well.
Yes.
Aaron Richardson. Aaron Richardson's going on the attack for the race lead. What a response from Aaron Richardson. We said he was having to be a bit careful with the lunges a couple of laps ago. With clean real estate in front of him, he needed no second opportunities to get down the inside of Mayan Patel. And now that might start turning things in the battle for second place in the championship. We'll wait for another update of the intermediate points. Richardson was 5th in those intermediate points earlier on.
There's
He's now
Riley Cranham.
4th, but crucially, down to 2nd goes George Edgar. Oh no, I think it's still tight. I think it's still the case that George Edgar could mathematically be going into a secured second place position with this heat result, but not if he loses further positions. And look, Max Ewell, Rocco Shenton, Sukhmani Kira, they are all there. George Edgar needs to have a strong finish to this race, Henry, to secure this championship position.
You know, but again, you know, talk with this. Look at that: 2 Mick Barrett karts, 2 Fusion karts, 1 MDL kart, 1 privateer. It's always been the same. You know, if you're out there as a privateer driver and the chips are down, just look at what Rocco Leon Shenton and his dad do, you know, to give yourself a boost. It can be done. It can be done. And we're going to have, in a couple of weeks at the Rotax final round, we're going to have a really good paddock show, because we're going to try and get some of the best Rotax mechanics to come and try and beat Rocco Leon Shenton's time on the Wera Tour Tyre Change Challenge. Wera Tour Tyre Change Challenge. You try and say that after a couple of slurps.
90 seconds was the time for Rocco yesterday. That was...
Here comes Sugars!
That's 12 nuts, 96. Someone do the maths of how many seconds per nut that was from Rocco yesterday.
Not many seconds.
Not many seconds.
And Sukhmani Kira now fighting away. Well, Max Ewell's already been given a penalty. He's got a 5-second penalty, so Sukhmani is up into P5. Up at the front, Aaron Richardson begins to pull away. This is the final lap. Patel, Edgar, Shenton and Sukhmani Kira, your top 5. Ewell in 6th position. They've got such an advantage over Archie Owen in 7th place that Max Ewell stands to only lose 1 place with that 5-second penalty. Why is that? Because Zach McDonald is still doing a superb job in 8th place, holding off a whole host of others. This is the final couple of corners though, Andrew.
Good stuff then in Junior X30 again. It's going to be a win for Aaron Richardson, continuing his great season for Fusion Motorsport. He wins by just under 0.4 of a second from Mayan Patel, who will share the front row of the grid with George Edgar. So George Edgar, 5 intermediate points, takes another 65. I think that's done. It's still very unofficial and very provisional, but I think by our maths, George Edgar has just secured 2nd place in the championship. His next focus will be, can he make it 4 final wins on the season later on this afternoon? Rocco Shenton P4, he'll be a factor in the final later on today. That 4th place gives him the inside of row 3 as things stand for the final. Sukhmani Kira 5th. She could be a factor as well. Didn't have the best of first heats, but she's in the first 5 rows, and we know she's strong in the finals. Ewell, Owen, McDonald, Woodward and Johnston all in the top 10.
I mean, George Edgar, by the power of mathematics, which we all know is as good as any actual calculator, George Edgar has just secured Mick Barrett Racing's best ever championship results. They had a 2nd in this class in 2020 with Josh Rowledge, and in 2021 with Bart Harrison. That's now another runner-up finish in Junior X30 for Mick Barrett Racing, who are in the midst of their most successful season in the modern era.
I noticed Dave Hillary's on his hollybob today, or he's elsewhere, but is this another junior race with no
hang on.
nose cones? I wasn't watching the first few.
Wow, I think they're okay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
The second half of the field's looking pretty good here.
Don't tell me they've done 2 in 1 weekend, ladies and gentlemen. They've only gone and done 2 in 1 weekend. 2 Junior X30 races without a single nose cone penalty. Whoa, what a time to be alive.
So, Junior X30, their final will be at 4:15 later on this afternoon. That's the scheduled time for that one to go. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, because I believe that she's with George Edgar.
I absolutely am then, Andrew. We've got a bit of time before we head into our senior race, but we'll just highlight some of the good moments in that Junior 1. George, still front end of the field for you, front end of the championship pretty much all year. One last day here in 2025, feeling strong?
Yeah, obviously, hopefully going to the final. Hopefully we've signed and sealed second in the championship, and obviously that just gives us a bit less pressure going into final, and we can really go for that final win of the season.
And going into this final then, and today's results and this year, this could be one of Mick Barrett's best results in the modern era of this championship. For you to be doing that for him, special feeling?
Yeah, obviously it's really special. Mick has a very good team. Obviously he's had Lando in the past, obviously he's then now in F1, so it feels really special to have their best result in the modern era, so yeah, it's really good.
Good to speak to you then, George. We'll see you later on during the final. We'll head back up then into a quick message from one of our championship partners and then into our senior race.
Thank you, Nicole. Ready then for Senior X30 Heat number 4. This one, ladies and gentlemen, could be a big one. We could be about to crown and call our next champion in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It is a must-win race for Gus Lawrence, and Freddie Lloyd could, as I say, secure the championship if he can finish third in the intermediate classification off the back of this heat. He will be champion, and it'll be 8 minutes plus 1 lap to decide it. 30-second board in the air. We have also just received a latest update of the points in Honda Cadet.
Yes.
We can confirm that Archie Loveridge and the intermediate classification position, he got 14th.
Okay.
So that was a 49-point score. It does move him from 626 to 628.
Yes.
The deficit, though, and that is the word, deficit, 5 points to Riley Blakemore. Riley Blakemore is your new championship leader in Honda Cadet. That final will be at 3 o'clock.
Yes, Riley Blakemore, to add to his championship tally, needs to finish 7th or higher. Roddy Jones, who is 3rd in the championship at the moment with 627 points, to add to his championship tally, needs to finish 3rd or higher. Archie Loveridge, we'll get the grid right now. Archie Loveridge, to add to his championship tally, needs to finish 13th or higher, but he needs to... Anyway, we'll get those calculations. This is the next championship battle on your screen now.
Freddie Lloyd has pole position and currently also holds 3rd in the intermediate classification. If he stays there, we reckon that's enough for him to be champion and dethrone the 3-time reigning British champion in this category, Gus Lawrence. They also just happen to be sharing the front row for this race. Gabriel Stilp and Harrison Whitcomb on row 2. Morgan Moore and Sam Branston go from row 3. Lewis Bird and CJ Bennett, they're on row 4.
Sam Lewis and Theo Lestrange, row 5. Luca Mann and William Antrobus, row 6. Aaron Brown, Laith Khan, Dylan Patel and our camera cart, Joao Castro, on the Praga chassis for IPK UK. I've seen Tristan Powell, he's here, he's watching, he's not racing today, and he's still watching his rivals after, well, he's had an 18th birthday weekend that he won't forget.
8 minutes underway then. Good start for Freddie Lloyd, good start for Gabriel Stilp. So Gus Lawrence has got to do a bit of defensive work, got to keep track position. Stilpy. Oh, that was a close moment for Gabriel Stilp. He gathered it up and still has 2nd place. Bit of a squabbling going on in the second half of the field, of course, here at Whilton Mill. But Freddie Lloyd, we call him Fast Freddie for this very reason. He was laser focused in the final yesterday. He knew he had a job to do. He had to take on Gus Lawrence in a 1v1 battle to win that final. He knows if he can complete the next 7.5 minutes of this race, he is going to take his first Senior X30 British title, because right now Lloyd leads, Stilp 2nd, Lawrence 3rd. There has been a change in the intermediate classification, but it's between Lloyd and Lawrence. Lloyd is now ahead of Lawrence in those intermediate standings. If it stays that way, this championship, Henry, is going to change hands for the first time in a few years.
Yes, indeed. We will get to the machinations of that. We look at the field going into Osiers. The Mathercast, the weather forecast is showing no more rain due. The cell that was over Birmingham has moved north and not northwest, not northeast, which is what it needed to do. The meeting still that there's certainly no sun. It's still very overcast.
And I'm still going to point out that you can sometimes get a little cell just pop out
Well,
of
you never
nowhere
know,
around this part of the world. It's not all done yet.
No, it's not. It's
for Honda
not.
Cadet.
We look, Freddie Lloyd leading, Stilp second. That move up the Christmas corner, Gabriel Stilp just outbraked himself. Lawrence running in third. And of course, apart from Morgan Moore, this is the first time since qualifying that anyone's gone out on slick tyres.
Yeah. Indeed. 5 minutes and 45 seconds of this race to go then. Lloyd looking pretty good right now. I won't say comfortable. How could you be comfortable in this position when you know that one mistake and this field will bite? There he is. Reason why he's not wearing his premium karting suit, ladies and gentlemen, it's a bit tight. Don't think the measurements were quite right. I think he actually ripped it yesterday on the podium.
Oh dear.
You know, flexing and giving the Fizz a little bit of a shake.
Oh dear. I mean, I can't talk, obviously, being in my svelte, less than svelte figure, but he said he was going golfing last night.
Yeah.
Did he stop at McDonald's on the way back? That could be a problem. That could be could be an issue. I just putting it out there.
Fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Gus Lawrence. So I'm really interested to see how Gus plays this next couple of laps, because it's almost a bit of a win or bust situation at this stage. I think he's going to hold on to second place in the championship, because Harrison Whittaker's not quite having the kind of day he would want to turn over what was a 15-point disadvantage at the start of the day. But he wants to keep that number one plate, doesn't he? He's worn that number one plate with such pride. He's been a great representative for British karting over these past few years, including last weekend when he was racing out in the States. That's a bold one down the inside from Aaron Brown. Sam Lewis not too happy about it at all, but Sam Lewis loses those positions. That's Brown up to P7. I'd say Lawrence is giving it a go here. It's just gone purple through sector number one. The trouble is, he's got to get past Gabriel Stilp first, and that's not going to be easy. Gabriel Stilp has looked very, very good so far this weekend, and Stilp himself is responding. That's a new fastest lap of this heat, a 46.06. 6/10 of a second between Lloyd and Stilp. 6/10 again between Stilp and Lawrence. As here goes William Antrobus down the inside. Bit of a quiet weekend for Antrobus. Of course, doing double duty this year, his third racing weekend in a row here at Whilton Mill. He won one of the club rounds 2 weeks ago for event 8 last week. But that was a nice move down the inside and up into 7th place.
Here's a fact for you, Andrew Mather. Gus Lawrence won his first Motorsport UK Senior X30 British title at PF International on Sunday, September the 25th, 2022. He has been the national champion in Senior X30 for 1,078 days. Today is what's the date today? Sunday. But I tell you,
it's been a weird few weeks.
It's been 1,078 days since anybody had the number one plate in Motorsport UK Senior X30 British title. That's the longest continual championship reign in modern era history. And Freddie Lloyd is 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap away from taking that crown. That tells you just how good anyone has got to be to beat Gus Lawrence, to beat Pod, to beat the Paul Fletcher International team in this category.
We said it yesterday, didn't we? That the choices, the decisions, the bold decisions that Freddie Lloyd and his team have taken this year, it's been one of those seasons all about the margins, a 10th here, a 10th there, and the way that he has I'll use the word again, meticulously put this championship bid together. Has been a pleasure to watch. Just a bit of news from race control. Aaron Brown, plus 5 second penalty. I think that may be for the move at Ashby Corner. And you've got to give a hat tip to Harrison Whitcomb as well. I know he was a bit disappointed yesterday, but he still secured 3rd place in a Senior X30 British Championship in his first year at this level. You know, a very good finish as well in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the first time for the senior category. Made a lot of good friends along the way. I'm sure his good friend Yuzuki Sato, the Japanese driver who won that championship, will be watching from back home. Harrison Whitcomb has got a lot of reasons. He had that great double race winning weekend at Walden Law as well. He's got a lot of reasons to hold his head high at the end of this championship.
I can't wait for the Whitcombs to host Mr. Sato and introduce Mr. Sato to some proper West Wales farming life. That'll be brilliant. Up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Gus Lawrence. Gus will tell you straight, he goes, he's got no problems being beaten by the better driver on the day. And although the team have put together a package this weekend that has been up at the front, it hasn't been quite good enough to beat Freddie Lloyd, Premium Karting. Morgan Moore having a good run in 4th place. Look at that. That's 3 Premium Karting drivers in the top 5. It's their best ever season in the British Championship. They've never had a British champion yet. That 3-letter word yet can be removed from the sentence in 1 lap and a bit's time. The clock has struck 0. Freddie Lloyd's older brother, Alex Lloyd, he was a European X30 champion. He had stepped away from karting pretty much before the modern era began in 2019. I can't remember. It was Freddie Lloyd, it was Alex Lloyd and Harry Thompson that would always battle in Honda Cadet for the cutting edge racing team. But I got to say, Freddie Lloyd has lived in his brother's shadow for certainly the first few years of his karting career, which were a bit stop-start, you know. And there's a lot of work has gone on to get him to this stage. We're on the final lap. Yes, it's a heat race. Yes, it's provisional. But, you know, we've got the figures in front of us. And this could, should, and probably is the crowding moment. Stilp will not catch him. Gus Lawrence will not catch him. Nearly 1,100 days since anybody dethroned the king, Gus Lawrence. But there's a new king. His name is Freddie Lloyd. No celebration yet, however. But he's going to find out soon enough. By our calculations, that is it. That is a first British title for Premium Karting, and it's a first British title for Freddie Lloyd, provisionally.
And well, what a performance from Freddie Lloyd. He took that race by the scruff of the neck. Gabriel Stilp's 2nd place means he will start on pole position for the final, so that was the other half of the arrangements today, that for Gus Lawrence to stand any chance of overhauling Freddie Lloyd's score from overnight, he had to win both phases of the round. Gus Lawrence is 3rd in that race, means he will start 3rd for the final. Gus Lawrence will have a very good chance to win that final later on today with what, as we think, is his last race for now with the number 1 plate. 4th with Morgan Moore. Good run there for Morgan Moore. The Irishman P4. Harrison Whitcomb P5 will start on the inside of row number 3. Oh, but I think Morgan Moore has got a front fairing here. Not too happy about things.
You can't blame the mechanic. You're the one that drove into someone, Morgan. I have to I just say. He was looking, it's like he was trying to blame someone. Well, you know.
So Whitcomb P5, Lewis Bird, another really solid result there. P6 ahead of William Antrobus, who was your joint biggest mover in that race, the other being Aaron Brown. Brown does have a plus 5 second penalty though, so we'll lose a number of those 5 positions gained. Sam Branson and CJ Bennett both in the top 10. Sam Lewis, Theo Lestrange, Luca Mann, Laith Khan, Joao Castro and Dylan Patel bring us down to the end of that 16 strong field. And just to reiterate, still on pole, 2 points in the intermediate standings. Lloyd second. By our calculations, he needed a third either at this stage or in the final to go beyond the max possible for Gus Lawrence. He's gone better than that. He's got second place in the heats across the 2 scores. Gus Lawrence third at this phase. Lewis Bird will join him on the second row of the grid for the final later on today, which will be the last race of the day as well.
Yes.
A good way to finish here at Wilton Mill. Harrison Whittaker and Aaron Brown currently on row 3, but that is pending penalties, of course. Sam Lewis has had a good day. At the moment, he's going to be on the inside of row number 4, joined by William Antrobus, Morgan Moore and Theo Lestrange, also holding spots in the top 10.
What a pretty looking go-kart that Praga is. What a pretty looking go-kart. Just perfect colour scheme. Yeah, excellent. And Joao Castro finishing 15th there. All credit to Joao for plugging away and keeping at it. There's Rocco Leon-Shenton and his dad. They're leaving Parc Ferme. You can see, obviously, at the end of the Junior X30 race, the scrutineering team here will ask for certain elements of the kart. There's Chris Derrick in the foreground there. Now, with Nicole Sutherland might have our newest British champion with her. Do you, Nicole?
Well, providing then, Henry, that everything goes well in scrutineering, I do have Freddie Lloyd, our provisional winner. We've been doing some what we like to call Andrew mathematics. We think provisionally you could be a British champion. Now, Fred Lloyd, tell us, the emotions. If that is true, how are you feeling?
I mean, if it is true, I mean, I'm over the moon, but if it's not, then we definitely have a very good chance of winning it if I go out in the final and just do a sensible job. But if I've won it, then happy days. But if not, then we'll just do a good job in the final.
You seem, for somebody that's got so much, on the line right now, you're really calm. How are you managing this?
I don't know, to be fair, just don't really think about it. Just go out and do what I do best. So.
Which is what, win?
Basically, you've got to do what you got to do.
And then going into the final, Fred, despite the championship, you're going to want a final win anyway, another round win. How do you manage that, put every pressure to the back of your mind and go out and just master each lap, master the race?
Don't know, really. I just listen to music before the race and I'm just going around singing.
What's your favourite song to listen to before?
Valerie.
Amy Winehouse? Really?
Yeah, it's one of my favourites.
There you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a driver at home and you want to be as fast as Freddie Lloyd, Valerie by Amy Winehouse. That's the secret.
Yeah, but also we've got to shout out Taylor Orridge as well because of his ginger hair. Thank you.
Taylor Orridge. Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Fred.
Thanks.
Great to hear from Fred Lloyd. And like we said, if the maths is right, provisionally could now be a British champion. We'll head back up to hear a quick word from championship partners, and then we'll be on the track because it's one of our first finals. It's the Bambinos.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Taylor Orange reference from Freddie Lloyd is that when Taylor won Kart Masters, Hannah Stilp, Gabriel Stilp's mum, said to calm down, you need to sing. And so he told everyone that he was singing, he was singing his way around. I think it was Off With Your Head, Dance With Your Dead, something like that. So congratulations to Valerie Lloyd there. We've got 5 races to go, ladies and gentlemen. No, we've got 6 races to go. And, of course, it's just got a little bit too much for some of our Bambinos. But if all else fails, Briella,
Briella, you got to race in a minute.
Wakey, Briella, wakey, you got to go racing. There we go. Oh, we've made it. That was a tough race. Well, you know, that's great. On a serious note, once again, we've been given, and I'm very lucky, so we've been given these cans of water made by Frank Morris. They've got our faces on them. All the Water Swift restricted drivers have got their own personalised cans as well. That is why we have got them. It's to raise awareness for young epilepsy. So while you're watching this, just have a little look there. Put your phones on and get a screenshot of that. Of that QR code to go and put a bit of money towards helping young epilepsy. It's always great to see people here at Whilton Mill, people you haven't seen for some time. There are lots of drivers out there that I've been chatting to. It's a great community in karting, and yeah, we're having a good time here. This afternoon, we've still got one title to decide. There's going to be some heartbroken people, there's going to be some overjoyed people. This sport teaches the young men and women that do it a lot of important life lessons. They're learning this weekend, you know, across the board. Honda Cadet, our second final, is going to be one of those. Nicole Sutherland is down speaking to some of our youngest contenders here. I wonder if Briella Stevens has managed to get off the barrier and has managed to sit herself down in her go-kart. This is the final afternoon for the Wera Tools, IAME and Honda classes. Thank you for joining us. Let's get back to the action. Nicole?
Hello, Henry. Thank you very much. You just said, has Briella managed to get off the barrier? Yes, she has. She sat back there now in the kart. It's done with the messing around on the grid because these drivers, the youngest drivers here this weekend, 6 and 7 years old, are ready for some action. It's race brains on now for this lot. It's going to be a good one, and we're going to start our grid walk-off with Logan Edwards. Logan, one of the drivers for the RCE team, who we've said have had some success in other motorsport regions this weekend, is starting right on the front row of things. A quick driver, a driver we've seen this year already, and a driver that's once more at the front end of our field. Logan, you've looked really strong today, you've looked really strong all weekend. Can you tell us a little bit about how you're feeling?
I feel a little bit nervous, but I'm just going to push through and try my best.
Yeah, and trying your best is all you can do. You know, in the Bambino class, there's quite a few of you out there. But off the track, you know, you all seem like you're friends. Have you enjoyed the weekend as a whole, Logan?
Yeah.
Good to speak to you. And before you go on then, do you reckon a win could be on the cards today?
Yes.
Logan Edwards then, you heard it here first. A win could be on the cards. Front row of things, your driver that has got the best chance technically. Starting behind Logan then is another driver who's already had a win in here today during heats, Teddy Smith. This is a bit in the paddock, a saying, come on Teddy, is quite consistently shouted around the paddock. Driver that's supported by lots of other competitors around, one of which is stood up on the balcony of Alfie Davidson. I don't know if maybe the camera can pan up to Alfie there. I think he's looking on at Teddy, pushing him forward as we head into this final. Teddy, good to see you again. Last time we spoke, you polled it at PFI in the Mighty qualifying. This time, you're on the second grid of things going into the final. Are you feeling good?
Yeah.
And Teddy, you know, your dad's always shouting, come on, Teddy. I know it helps you out when you're out there on the track, but can you actually hear that when you're driving around, or are you concentrating too much?
I can't hear you, my dad shouting.
And Teddy, I just asked the same question to Logan then this weekend, on and off the track. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah.
There you go then, guys. For another time, for the final time this weekend, it's going to be Come On Teddy. Another driver then, Henry Beaudette, mentioned just a moment ago, Briella Stevens starting just behind me here. She was on the grid previously, having a bit of a relax, laying down on the barrier, just trying to preserve some energy, let's say. But now she's in the kart, she's concentrated. And another driver that has already joined us in the championship this year in the MIT round that we had at PFI, the all-electric category, but has joined us here at Whilton Mill. See how Briella feels in this one. Briella, good to see you again. Last time I spoke to you, you said when we were at PFI you could manage a P6. Didn't quite happen, but what are you thinking for this one? Where do you think that you can finish in this race?
Third or second, maybe?
Yeah, so you think a podium could be on the cards?
Yeah.
And Briella, we also spoke at PFI before, and you said, you know, Formula One is always the goal, and F1 Academy. Is that still something that you're thinking about?
Yes.
And the Bambino racing then, Briella, around Whilton Mill. Can you tell us a little bit about what's gone on for you this weekend? Because you've looked really strong.
On that corner I spun out by accident yesterday on qualifying, which didn't go out well. Yesterday on the first session I was doing well, but the end of them my engine was slow, bogging down a lot. Yeah.
And Briella, in the Paddock show as well, you said your favourite corner was Christmas Corner. Is that still the case as we've gone through the racing? Do you still like Christmas Corner?
Yeah, and my second favourite is the
boot?
The hairpin when you go on the giant carb.
There we go then. You've heard it, ladies and gentlemen. First favourite corner is Christmas, and then Briella enjoys the boot as well. 1 minute board has been shown then to these Bambino drivers. Engines are being fired up. They're about to go racing. Andrew and Henry, it's going to be over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We are ready in the box for this M1 Bambino Cup final. And 10 drivers ready to go here at Whilton Mill for 10 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who's going to take, amongst a number of the great prizes that have been on offer here this weekend.
Oh, yes, please.
A free IAME Water Swift restricted engine, courtesy of Argenti.
I mean, next to a free can of water,
yeah,
which Frank Morris has given us, a free Water Swift engine is even better. I mean, that's what, you know, great. Because that will allow one of these young graduates to move into the Water Swift restricted class in the 2026 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Here's your starting lineup then, boys and girls.
Logan Edwards has pole position. Can he repeat the victory that he had at PF International earlier on in the summer for the Bambino O plate? He's got Vinnie Wright for company on the front row of the grid. Teddy Smith took a win in one of the heats earlier on today. Starts on the inside of row number 2. And the ever-eloquent Shay Downey starts P4. Jules Nash, great second heat from Jules, starts 5th. Briella Stevens, we just heard from Briella there on the grid with Nicole, starts 6th. Ocean Owen and Oakley Rudman go from row 4.
Teddy Delaney and George Miller round out the backfield. I love finding out what happens with when karters move on into other areas. George Townsend, yesterday won the HSCC Historic Formula Ford title.
Yeah.
So, you know, some of these drivers, they want to go, you know, they move up, but historic racing, great. Well done, George Townsend, who raced a long time ago in the British Championship and has been in karting. He was in karting last year, has moved out and is now a champion. Well, he came in hot there. Oh, Lee Manchester was quick on his feet. The number 7 car.
That's the quickest I've seen Lee move in years. Right, so that'll have got the tyres warm for Vinnie Wright. 10 drivers getting themselves organised on the grid. Briella Stevens just driving into position there on row number 3. The grid will be cleared. Engines are fired. Last little pieces of encouragement before we get this race underway. Ooh, now is there a problem for Briella Stevens there? Because the grid needs to be cleared. I think there's a problem for this number 22. I hope I'm wrong here. Now the grid has been fully cleared. It's just the drivers and the officials. Lee manages to get to the back of the grid, waves that green flag. We will be over to the starters to get this one underway for the longest race of the weekend for our M1 Bambinos. The lights are coming on. 3 lights, 4 lights, 10 minutes plus 1 lap underway here at Whilton Mill. They all get off the grid. Okay, side by side between Edwards and Wright through the first couple of corners. That's going to get close.
Hang on, we got 3 wide. Yeah, I said 4 wide. Oh, hang on.
There it is.
There we go. I was right. I knew it. I knew we'd get 4 wide. Thank you, Chris Simpson at Christmas Corner. And we've got a new leader.
Logan Edwards has taken the lead of this race, but it's Oakley Rudman who's had an absolute flyer from 8th place on the grid. Is already up to 2nd by the time they run down through the hill, down the hill, through Ashby Corner. What a superb run. Oh, but now the message comes up on our screen. Oakley Rudman under investigation. Was that start a little bit too good for Oakley Rudman? We'll wait and see.
Yes, we shall wait and see. I mean, he shot off like a cork out of a champagne bottle at the start of this one. Down through the final chicane we go. There is Rudman closing in. Again, no penalty, under investigation. Now we're on board with our who's that we're on board with behind the 22? It is Jules Nash. Jules Nash. Oh, minus a point there for Jules Nash. Didn't put a Wera sticker on the inside of their seat like Shay Downey did earlier. Side by side up at the top of the hill, and round goes. Go on, what's the phrase? Come on, Teddy. You hear the crowd shouting as Teddy Smith moves up into P3.
Good racing there with Vinnie Wright for that 3rd place. Plenty of side-by-side action on board once again with Jules Nash coming towards Ozier's corner. Briella Stevens just ahead there. This is the fight for 7th place. Good start for Owen up to 6th place. The Welsh driver there. Oh, there's a bit of a moment through Ozier's. Where has Briella Stevens gone from our view? Nash looking to move through into 7th place. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order.
Oh, Briella Stevens is coming into the pits. I think that's Briella Stevens. Now, I wonder, her dad was on the grid. Now, you know, the grid master, you've got to clear the grid, I wonder if they spotted a problem and he was trying to fix it. And I wonder if, again, maybe the fuel wasn't turned on and they had a couple of laps fuel. I don't know, but that is such a shame for Briella Stevens, but I think that was probably why, you know, the dad was on the grid late, because trying to fix something he noticed at the last second. Let's have a quick look back at the start. Oakley Rudman is...
Yeah, I think Oakley's gone a little bit too early there.
I mean, talk about anticipate. I mean, it wasn't as much as his first jump start, which was spectacular. It better, just... You know that game you play where you try and match your Formula 1 driver, there's like 3 lights going, and then you've got to press your phone, and it gives you... he's been practicing that, and it was just a
little
smidge.
Bit too quick.
A smidge. Logan Edwards trying to add the M1 Bambino Cup title to... Oh, we've got 3 wide again, coming up the hill. Now, Rudman 2nd. Okay. In terms of the race, Vinnie Wright now moves into P2. Vinnie Wright is he needs to make that move and get up towards Logan Edwards. Oh, and he's gone wide coming out of Ashby. Now Rudman, Smith and Shay Downey have a chance to go through. There goes Mason. I knew I was going to say Mason Rudman. It's Oakley Rudman. We still didn't find out whether Mason and Oakley are related, but Kieran Crawley at the M Sport team. Well, I've got to say, it's a real shame that Oakley has mistimed his start in the final, because there's an awful lot of talent there. He's very, very quick indeed. I was a little bit just too fast, as he now the 2nd in a row. Teddy Smith in 3rd position. Almost here. You could almost hear the screaming from our microphone on the camera, which is on top of by the restaurant there. Oh, Rudman coming back wheel to wheel in Bambinos. Great stuff through Inkermans down towards Ashby. Smith takes P2.
dab of Oppo there from Rudman off of Ashby Corner. Here comes Vinnie Wright round the outside, takes 4th place away from Shay Downey. Just to note, no further notifications on our screen for the number 71 at this stage.
You mentioned dab of Oppo. There was a person that used to comment in a lot on the live chat. Which was dab of Oppo. I thought he was.
Where's dab of Oppo gone?
Yeah, where has dab of Oppo gone?
5 minutes of this race to go then. Logan Edwards looking good, 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. You see Teddy Smith trying to break the toe, I think, there. Going over to driver's right-hand side. Oakley Rudman trying to get up the inside from 3rd place. Oh, and he's got 2nd. That was a really good run. Oh, dear. Oh, where has Teddy Smith gone? Oh, Teddy Smith has a technical problem and is out of the race. That is such a shame for Teddy Smith, who was on the podium, on for a top 3, but it ends here on lap 6.
It means that Vinnie Wright and Shay Downey, now we are under investigation. There's been no penalty that's come up on the screen. So at the moment, Rudman is 2nd on the road and 2nd. He's got Marvin is the name, Marvin the Alien is on the back of Oakley Rudman's things. Remember from the Bugs Bunny? To infinity and beyond. Before that was, Marvin the Alien is on the back of his crash helmet. It does look a little bit like the Maximum Motorsport thing, but it's not. It is Marvin the Alien. The Looney Tunes Alien. That's
yellow flag out at Marshall Post 2. That will be to cover Teddy Smith. So, what a shame. Oh, well, if you round the circuit, do give a big hand to Teddy Smith, who's understandably a little bit upset. Won the first heat fantastically and deserved a lot more than a retirement there on lap number 6. So 8 drivers still out there competing for the first M1 Bambino Cup. This on your screens just coming through Wilkins Corner now is the fight for 2nd place. Rudman, Wright and Downey. Last time around, all of them in the low 1 minute 2s. Fastest lap of the race for Vinnie Wright, and here comes Vinnie Wright side by side as they run towards the boot. That's good coverage from Rudman, just squeezed a little bit but not too much to close the door ahead of Vinnie Wright, and holds on to 2nd place for now. Big thumbs up from the sidelines there. Logan Edwards' lead is now 4.1 seconds. This will be a good feeling for Logan at the moment. A much calmer drive than he's had previously, but there'll still be a few nerves, I wonder, as we start to go into the last 2.5 minutes of this race.
I've got to say that I mean, obviously, all these drivers, young drivers, they're very impressive at this stage of their career. Oakley Rudman, some drivers, you speak to them. Some drivers, it takes a little bit of a time to build up their courage to overtake. Not a problem for Oakley Rudman. At all. He's got that overtaking bug already nailed down. For a lot of these drivers, it takes they mature at different ages. Well, Vinnie Wright trying to pull off a Slim Shady at the boots. No, Oakley Rudman says not today, not on my watch, he says. And at least the Bambinos are giving the flip-flops a bit more breathing room.
Plenty of respect.
Plenty of respect. Yeah. Plenty. Flip-flop lives matter.
Nigel's flip-flops. They'll be off to Cancun at the end of the season.
Oh, yes.
90 seconds of this race to go then. Logan Edwards now leads by 4.5 seconds as Vinnie Wright has a look to the inside on the run-up to Christmas Corner. Shay Downey still there in 4th place.
And, of course, it was Marvin the Martian, not Marvin the Alien. Marvin the Martian. There we go. Sorry. Okay, George Miller, Teddy Delaney.
Yes.
For examples. I mean, they're down in 7th and 8th places. Lap times. George Miller, a 106.97 in this lap. Now, I mean, I'll just have a little look to see where this morning, for example, George Miller, he did a 106.9. So, I mean,
that was in the dry.
That was in the dry.
Fully dry.
And then a 1:13 or 1 minute 15 in the wet. So I mean, in these track conditions, George Miller is progress.
Yeah.
And that's all you want from these youngsters. Is they come, they're at the back, but again, it's just learning every step of the way.
And of course the tyres as well. You know, tyres a little bit older as well. It's a very durable tyre, this Licon wet compound. Down towards the hill, or down towards Ashby Corner once again. Good line there from Oakley Rudman. 0 seconds on the clock, so next time Logan Edwards comes round past us at start-finish, the last lap board will be out for Logan Edwards, who's on course for another big Bambino victory this season in the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships paddock. But still not done for this fight for the podium.
No, and yet
Downey has got through past Vinnie Wright, but we know Vinnie Wright can be quick over a single lap amongst many other things as well. 5.17 seconds the lead. The run up to the top of the circuit is going to be crucial here. Can Rudman keep the speed up? There is your race leader, Logan Edwards. Clear, running home. Oakley Rudman has had a warning flag as well as here comes Downey down the inside. Oh, not quite able to get it done through Christmas Corner. Good speed from Rudman round the outside, down the hill once again towards Ashby Corner. Rudman out of Ashby Corner, still there in second place. Where does Shay Downey try to make the move here? Kart number 51 in the orange helmet in third place. Vinnie Wright still there as well, wanting to get onto that podium here at the end of the season. But here comes Logan Edwards. A great drive from Logan Edwards as the fight for third is ongoing. Logan Edwards, out of the final corner, is going to win the M1 Bambino Cup here at Whilton Mill. A brilliant drive across this final. Second to Oakley Rudman, third to Vinnie Wright, but a brilliant drive as well from Shay Downey there in fourth. But there is your winner, hands aloft. Logan Edwards has done it again.
Last night, Richardson Chassis Engineering, their product, won the Briscoe Formula 2 World title for a fourth time. Today, their product wins the M1 Bambino Cup at Whilton Mill in support of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. That is a hard-working, talented group of men and women, boys and girls at RCE who are giving more and more young Bambino drivers the platform to start their karting journey. You know, it's fantastic. Again, another real asset to the British paddock. RCE. Of course, once they conquered Bambino and Cadet, they got to make a full-size go-kart next.
Absolutely. You can hear the
Hello,
cheers
Dave.
of yes slogan in the background for our winner. There it is. What a moment that is. Not the first time we've seen Logan Edwards pull up to the number one plate. Oakley Rudman, second place in this one. And
completely
Vinnie
Wright,
Vinnie Wright in third. And this is going to be a special moment. As Logan Edwards adds the M1 Bambino Cup to that mighty Bambino O-Plate victory that he had earlier on in the year at PF International. Good race that, particularly that scrap for second, third and fourth.
Yeah, indeed. He now goes and has a wander round to try and let's have a look. Let's see if we can find. Now, of course, parents are allowed in. There we go. Here's the moment. He's an O-Plate winner. He's an M1 Cup winner. Hugs as well. There's another hug. That would be Vinnie Wright, I think, as well, getting a very wholesome hug. But again, after all this, he's been weighed. He wants. Mum is probably next. You know, at times like this, you know, sometimes only a mum will do. Hang on a sec. Before I get into trouble. Sometimes only a hug from mum will do when you're 6 years old. Oh dear.
And good sportsmanship there between Logan Edwards and Vinnie Wright. There is Oakley Rudman after that mega start. He wants to go out again.
Well, I'm just sat in my go-kart. I'm just sitting in my go-kart. I'm not.
No, don't want the weekend to end here.
Or rather, I don't want a camera in my face.
And it's been one of the things, hasn't it, Henry? You know, through all of the practice sessions yesterday, the number of drivers, you know, celebrating across the line, clearly really enjoying their race. But your heart goes out to Teddy Smith as well. he would have been in the fight for those podium positions at the end. But today,
he's given a thumbs up,
and that's good to see. That Teddy, keep racing hard. Your day will come.
Yep, indeed. Giving a thumbs up. Now, right, now that's Oakley Redmond's decided he wants to get out of his car. He was just waiting for Dad, that's all.
So, so I say, if you want to know more about M1 Bambino,
there's the Kart coach.
The IAME websites.
In the Kart coach there, there's a lot of driver coaching. He's a busy man this weekend. He does a lot of the driver coaching for RCE as well.
But Logan Edwards will be down there in a moment. Teddy Smith helping to push the kart back to the pits. But hey, so that heat victory earlier for Teddy was a moment to smile about.
It's the phrase, "Come on, Teddy!" You know, but you've got to say it in that way. It becomes a thing because everyone shouts "Come on" for their child, but it's the way you say it. You've got to say, "Come on, Teddy!"
Let's head down to Park Ferme because I believe Nicole Sutherland is with our race winner.
I absolutely am then, Andrew Mather. I'm with Logan. Logan, firstly, congratulations. That was a very, very special win and it was a very good race. You know, you were clear from everybody else. You had a really good gap. Can you tell us about it?
Well, I did feel nervous at the start, but I kept pushing and tried my hardest and won.
And when you were pushing then, when you were driving round, what were you thinking about, Logan? Can you tell us what was going on in your head to make you as fast as you were?
I was just trying to remember all my racecraft and all the lines.
And then, Logan, you know, we've seen you celebrate with your dad, who's also your mechanic, but who else has been here this weekend with you, making sure that you're as fast and as happy as you are?
RCE and my driver coach, Josh, and my dad.
And Logan, other than a trophy that you'll get on the podium later on, we've got some very special championship prizes for you as well, which Head of Karting, Dan Parker, is going to give to you. Logan, congratulations. That is a fantastic result. There we go then. Logan Edwards is your Bambino M1 winner for this round. Congratulations to him. Congratulations to RCE as well. They're on for a very, very good weekend this weekend. We'll head up to a word from our championship partners and then I'll see you on the grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We are ready to go. 3 o'clock on the dot. This is the title decider. The Honda Cadet GX200 Wera Tools British Kart Championship has gone to the final race of the season. And here we go then with your grid. Riley Blakemore, new live championship leader, is on pole position. Ronnie Jones is alongside him. We'll get confirmation in a moment, but on my maths, Ronnie has to win this race to have any chance to win the title.
If Ronnie wins the race and Blakemore doesn't, and Blakemore finishes 8th or worse, it'll be a tie. Ronnie Jones would take the championship because the tiebreakers are broken on the best result of the last race, which is this one. You're looking at the starting lineup. Archie Loveridge races on wet tyres. The meeting is still open. Yes, the track is dry. Wet tyres are the only compounded tyres that Archie has at his disposal. To score, well, Everett's phone goes off to signal the start of the finals here today.
Thank you, emergency
services, yes. So Archie Loveridge, 628 points. He adds to his championship tally if he finishes 13th or higher. However, 13th place is 50 points. He needs to get to 7th place to move past the existing total that Riley Blakemore has.
This is going to be a tense one. This is going to be a really, really tense one for everybody out there. We'll keep you up to date with the championship permutations as they change. Green flag in the air. The driver's eyes will switch to the lights. They will come on one by one. The title decider in Honda Cadet GX200 is go here at Whilton Mill for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a good start for Blakemore. It's a good start for Jones. Luke McCall has had a steady one as well. Starting from P3, up the hill to Christmas Corner they go for the first time. Grant trying to defend from Bukaki there into Christmas Corner. It's a clean run through the first 2 turns, as apart from Sam Dixon going off the road there, rejoins in front of a couple of the other drivers. There's Archie Cannon on the move on the Apollo machine. The S-plate holder moving past his countryman Luca Bukaki for a spot inside the top 8. That is spot on for Riley Blakemore though, Henry.
Yep.
Nice calm start, good reaction to the lights. He has this early race lead.
Yes, there's Loveridge in the background. He's got one of his Ambition teammates behind him. You know, when obviously it looks like, unless there's rain in this race, the title will go to Blakemore or Jones. So we'll mention this about Archie Loveridge one more time. He has got one of his teammates behind him, Reggie Defasy. Reggie Defasy is on slick tyres, and yet he's sitting and pushing his teammate along.
Oh, very
Jones!
close.
That tells you how much his teammates think of Archie, not as a driver, but as a mate. And you only get that if you're a good person in the tent, in the awning. Okay, that being said, it's at the front where the championship is going to be decided. At the moment, Blakemore has it. Jones is second. Blakemore, but there's 7 karts in this lead train. 2, 4, 6, 8 karts in this lead train. Ronnie Jones wins this race and Blakemore finishes 8th. Jones is your champion. Blakemore running as a privateer on that Project 1 kart, using the Project 1 graphics. Somewhere, Gerard Cox has got a huge grin on his face as a Project 1 in Project 1 livery. He's a driver wearing the famous red, white and green, and the Project 1 team leads a British Championship in Honda Cadet.
Harry Grant down the inside of Edward Rye there. That's good for 5th place. I've got to say, Riley Blakemore's dealing with this very, very well. He's been at the front for a lot of these races. That's changed for the lead. So, Ronnie Jones has gone through. So, Blakemore now has to shift into another gear. He cannot afford to fall too far down the order. This is okay.
Danger zone,
second
though.
place. Here comes Sheldon Shrikatan. Oh,
Blakemore's gone!
Blakemore's out! Blakemore's off and out of this race. That's a huge moment in the story of the British Championship. Was it a moment with Edward Rye, who puts his hand to his head? I was about to say, Shrikatan up to second place is good for his teammate. Ronnie Jones has a rear gunner. Ronnie Jones could well now be the latest holder of the championship lead. We'll wait for the points to tick round to make sure that we've got this right. Ronnie Jones's race lead is about 3/4 of a second.
Where's Blakemore? Is Blakemore still running?
Blakemore, I think, has gone all the way down to 16th. He's behind Archie Loveridge now as Luca Bukaki's down the inside of Edward Rye. That was a high-speed spin for Riley Blakemore. I hope Riley is okay. Over the line, Jones leads. Where does Blakemore fall to? Yes, it's the tied point situation. 6:33 apiece. Ronnie Jones is, of course, higher up the road than Blakemore in this race. Right now, as things stand, Ronnie Jones would add the British title to the O-plate that he won at this very circuit back in the spring. What a dramatic moment on a drama-filled weekend here, Henry Beaudette.
It's not over, however. Riley Blakemore is still running. He's 16th. He's 11 seconds behind the lead. And critically, he needs to get up to Jayan Prakash. Prakash is in the number 44 Ambition kart in 7th place. There's 3 karts, Aidan Donnelly, Reggie Defasy and Archie Loveridge, that are not in the lead group. Blakemore needs to get past them to start with. He's just done his personal best lap, has Riley Blakemore. He's got 7 minutes to pull off the karting miracle, the wonder at Whilton Mill. It would be called the miracle at the mill for many years if he can do it. But he has got to try and get up. 7th place still does it for Riley Blakemore. And that is with Ronnie Jones winning. Now, Shaylin Shrikanthan is 2nd. And then in 3rd place is Luke McGall. Shaylin Shrikanthan, like I said, I got more chance of marrying Keira Knightley than Shaylin Shrikanthan has of trying to pass his teammate at this point. But Luke McGall, he's not part of that.
Well, yeah.
McGall, and he's pushing Shrikanthan up to Ronnie Jones.
Luke McGall, who saw a checkered flag first earlier in the season, but lost it with post-race penalties. He's not had a win in a final so far this season. He doesn't care about championship permutations. He wants to be on the top step of the podium. Shaylin Shrikanthan has got to do a very careful job here to be rear gunner, but also don't back the field up too much, because that would be potential good news for Riley Blakemore. This is
just go quickly, Shaylin, but not that quick, but not that slow, but not that quick, but not that slow, but not that quick.
We've called many a championship finale over our years, Henry Beaudette. I cannot remember one quite like this. 5.5 minutes to go. I wonder if we've got a replay of earlier on in the race. We'll try and cue that up for you as here goes Luke McGall. Luke McGall trying to find a way through past Shrikanthan. Here's the replay. That was the moment. Big in the air moment for Riley Blakemore. It was Edward Rye getting a bit too close for me.
Edward Rye trying to slipstream with Blakemore, and he's pushing Blakemore along. Blakemore clips, I think, was it McGall? It was Harry Grant, rather.
Pairing of Harry Grant, who could have done nothing in that circumstance.
The other driver in that, the other driver in that was Luke McGall. I wonder, would that, it doesn't look like a nose cone would have dropped, but that could be another thing. What I will say is that none of the teammates to either of Blakemore's title rivals had any part of that. It was a pure racing incident, and you saw Edward Rye hand in the air. Obviously, he was distraught at the fact that he think that.
4 minutes and 15 seconds of this race to go. Archie Cannon down the inside of Bukkake alongside with Rye. Just keeping an eye on where is Riley Blakemore in all of this. Harry Grant fighting his way through there. And look at J.M. Prakash as well. J.M. Prakash has been one of the stories of the season. For those of you just joining us for the first time this year, this is a driver who 12 months ago was on this grid. But to be honest, it was a little bit further off the pace.
All at sea.
All at sea is a good way of putting it. And he turned the corner earlier on this year and now has been a regular for particularly the second half of this season. Lock Hall was the big breakthrough for J.M. Prakash. And look at him now running up in the top 6. 3.5 minutes to go. Blakemore has got past Archie Loveridge. Remember, Archie Loveridge still out there. Hoping for a bit of a miracle. The skies, to be honest, though, they don't look as threatening as they did earlier on in the day.
Do you know what,
I'd say Archie's pace, though, considering he's on completely the wrong tyre for these conditions, is remarkable. But it's out of the race, and you can see what has happened to the tyres. You can see they've all beaded up across the threads. But what an effort from Archie Loveridge. Yes, not the championship this year, but he has impressed a lot of people. There was that historic run of 4 final victories in a row. It's a cruel game, motorsport at times, but Archie Loveridge and his dad Michael have a lot of reasons to hold their heads high from what they've achieved this season in this championship.
Where is Riley Blakemore? We'll find out. Nicole Sutherland is down in the pits. Nicole, tell us what heartbreak you can see in front of you.
Well, you can just see that Loveridge, both dad and lad, are absolutely gutted over this weekend, headed into this weekend as a huge championship contender. Such a shame to see that it just hasn't gone Archie's way. And why he's actually retired from that race then is because the Nasso panel has come off of the bolt. He's done this weekend.
Emotionally, he's Michael was absolutely distraught yesterday, and he saying, I've let him down, you know, and we just said, how many race wins have you, and Archie's like, how many race wins have I won because of you, Dad? Yeah. You know, I wouldn't have run a single race without his dad's help. You know, it's so emotional. They will be back stronger. Archie will be stronger because of this weekend, you know, and he has to take credit that in the one race, his entire team went out on the wrong tyre to support him, and in this race, while he could, Reggie Duffy sat behind him to push him. You know, that kids don't do that to other kids who aren't nice.
Exactly.
You know, it's a funny thing. The team can tell you what to do. The kids on the track, they make their own minds up, and they did that for not because of the team. They did that for Archie, and that's the key. He's a good teammate and a good team leader. And when the chips were down, his teammates tried to help him as much as they could. You know, obviously they went out on slick tyres in this race. It would have been, you know, that would have been, you know, unfair. Yeah. And no one would ask to do that. But hey, while they could, they helped as much as they could. Now, Nicole Sutherland, we're into the final 30 seconds. What have you got for us now?
Well, you were just saying then, Henry, about the drivers out there helping each other. You know, they don't do that unless they're genuine friends. And something that's going on right now then in the track is that friendship, that driver helping driver between Shaylin and Ronnie. Because look at Shaylin in P2. He's got the pace to overtake, but he's just not going for it.
No, exactly. And Nicole, obviously, being a racer at this level, you know what that's like. You know, when you're asked to help a teammate in a situation, you first of all think, do I actually like that person or not?
Oh, saying that though, Schikanton has just overtaken Ronnie Jones.
We talk about teammates. Now, Schikanton, Ronnie, you've got to win this race. The clock has struck 0. Second's not good enough, Ronnie. Second gives the title to Riley Blakemore. Oh, my goodness.
Another twist in the tail here in this Honda Cadet GX200 Championship. 3 different drivers have been odds on at some stage of the weekend. We're going to have 1 lap to go here. It's going to be a final lap decider for the championship. Ronnie Jones has got to get past his teammate Shaylin Schikanton to win the championship.
You can see the signal. The signal's going out.
3 points is the difference. Blakemore, even though he's down in 14th place, he's got to make the move. Schikanton is defending. He doesn't realise that at the moment he's costing his teammates
the title.
And MJR Racing the title.
And he's a lovely kid. He's such a nice kid, is Shaylin Schikanton. He obviously doesn't know. He doesn't know the bigger picture. And now Luke McGall's getting in. McGall goes through. McGall goes through. Shaylin Schikanton, he's going for the win. He's looking over. Jones.
It's over. It's over. Schikanton's going to win this race.
Oh,
Luke
my
McGall
goodness.
in 2nd place. Ronnie Jones led this race brilliantly, but he's going to fall short by 3 points. Schikanton celebrates over the line. It's a first win in the British Kart Championships for him. McGall 2nd. Where is Riley Blakemore? Where is Riley Blakemore?
He's still out
68.
Here he comes.
There's Kyle Kerr. Aidan Donnelly over the line. Riley Blakemore has just won the British Kart Championships in Honda Cadet GX200
in the most dramatic,
unbelievable fashion.
And he doesn't know it yet.
And he doesn't know, he won't know that up the road, the lead in this race changed with a lap and a half to go in a race where Ronnie Jones had to win this to have any mathematical chance of taking the title. Riley Blakemore, who led this race in the early stages, played it right, didn't race too hard, had that spin though, wasn't his fault, has taken this championship in the end by 5 points. Ronnie Jones is 3rd, means he's tied with Archie Loveridge for 2nd on points. Will take it. I do not know what to say. Henry, we have been commentating on this sport for many a year.
Now, at some point, Andrew, the news has got to be broken. someone's going to have to break the news to the title. Someone has to break the news to Shaylin, to Ronnie, and then to that driver there. He's got the heart for Gerard Cox. Gerard, I know you're not with us in person anymore. You're with us in spirit. One of your wagons has just won another British Honda title in a way that I have never, ever, ever seen before.
And I've got to say, you've got
There's
to give
a moment, Tim Parrott, Riley Blakemore, from the depth of the spear to the top of the mountain. He's won it, and he's a British champion. There will be tears from lots of people down there for lots of different reasons. What I will say, and I will say this with utmost certainty, Shaylin Trecanton didn't realise the magnitude in terms of the championship when he passed his teammate Ronnie Jones, because he had done the team player throughout that. He obviously didn't know. He wouldn't have known. Look at that. How do you feel? Your heart breaks. Your heart breaks because these youngsters, they're learning.
Any of the Honda race here at Whilton Mill, Shaylin Trecanton played the tactics spot on. But this wasn't any other race in Honda Cadet at Whilton Mill. It was for a British title on the line. Still a brilliant season for Ronnie Jones. An O-plate and a runner-up spot in a championship.
This will make no difference right now, but it will. Martin Jackson Racing, in their very first season at this level, have won a British Open title, and P2 in the British Championship. They were a lap away from being British champions in their very first year. That will have to. There is the final time we'll see the AP lifting logo on Harry Grant's kart. The Bulldog will be back. To be Nicole Sutherland right now. Shaylin knows. Shaylin Trecanton knows.
I just want to say well done to Luke McCall as well. He made a proper scrap of that race. Ronnie Jones, I don't think quite knows what's happened to him.
And this is, and again, we put these cameras. That's a moment there just between mechanic and and now after all that, we're going to stick a camera in their faces and they're going to be expected to be interviewed. But you know something, because of the way that these teams and these championship prepares these young drivers, they'll stand up and they'll do it. My goodness, they'll do it. That's what makes me so proud of these young men and women, the drivers. They will stand up and they will do it. There are Formula One drivers that won't have media around them. These kids are 10 and they will. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you very much then, Henry. That was a race and a half then. Our Hondas have shown us some spectacular stuff this weekend, one of which is Shaylin. Shaylin, we spoke before that race, your best result so far in this championship is a P2, but you've just gone out there and you've got yourself a race win. Congratulations. Tell us, about the race.
So at the start, I got a pretty good start, and then through the race, I worked with Ronnie and Luke to try and get up there. But I didn't realise that if Ronnie won that race, he would have won the championship. But I won the race, so he's now second in the championship, which is gutting for me and for obviously Ronnie. But overall, it was a pretty good win. I'm happy about it, but also gutted for Ronnie.
Well, Shaylin, we can obviously tell on the camera that, you're really good friends, and like you just said, you're gutted that maybe it cost him the championship a little bit. But for you, for your confidence, for your trophy cabinet as well, this is a really great result.
Yeah, it is.
And then, Shaylin, this weekend, everything that's gone into it to get you as fast as you have been, what's that look like? Because you've really, really ramped it up a gear this weekend.
Well, I would like to thank my MJR, Martin and Charlie, for helping me with the data and giving us the setups. My dad for mechanicking me, my mum and my brother Dylan for supporting me, and everyone else. My teammate Ronnie as well.
Shellen, congratulations. And we know that Ronnie will understand, you know, you're all drivers and every driver wants those race wins. You've got one of those now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The next driver that we will be congratulating, but it might have to wait until a little bit later on. Actually, no, we've got some more time. Is Riley Blakemore. Riley, we'll get you to come in. Firstly, congratulations. You've just become a Honda Cadet British champion. You've put your name on a board of so many huge drivers that have done this same achievement, but that was not an easy one for you. Tell us about that race and tell us maybe about the panic that could have been going on out there.
At the start, I had a pretty good start. After a couple laps, it kind of we all bunched up on the straight, and it was just me in the middle, and I went round and went onto the grass. I got back onto the track at last, and I had to go through people. Sadly, I didn't get a chance at a trophy, but I will get a British championship trophy.
You absolutely will. And, you know, Riley, when you were out there and you were having to try and fight back for position, that moment that Shaylen overtook Ronnie, you probably wouldn't have seen it on the track, but did somebody signal to you later on in the race that, you know, you were a British champion before the checkered had even been waved?
Yeah, my mum and Elliot's dad and Elliot himself were down next to Ashby, and they were clapping halfway through, and I realised I'd won it.
Riley, you absolutely have, and Dan Parker, I think, has got a yellow and red #1 plate there for you. Congratulations, you are a British champion. There we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We've crowned some champions this weekend, but we've still got champions to crown for the finals. Andrew and Henry, up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. What brilliant words there. How professional from our drivers there in Honda Cadet, from both Shaylen and from Riley. For Ronnie Jones, second place in a British Championship is a magnificent feat, and I know it won't feel like it at this moment, but that is a name I'm sure we're going to be seeing on these grids, having more victories, more great moments in the years to come. And I said it to a driver at Kart Masters when they made a mistake and lost a big title, and I said to them, you learn from your mistakes, you learn from the days you don't win. Well, that driver in particular took a British title this weekend, over the last few weekends, with some very professional racing. I'm sure Ronnie Jones and Shaylen Strickhampton and MJR Racing will learn from this. We've got to move on, though, ladies and gentlemen, because the next race is ready. IAME Water Swift Restricted is up next. So here we go then. IAME Water Swift Restricted final. History on the line in this one. Can Excel Motorsports clean sweep the season? Beaudette starts on pole position for them. Corey Lyons is alongside on the front row of the grid. Can DMS get a podium on a Sunday for the first time this season? They've got two drivers up in the top three, because McElhenney starts on the inside of row 2 with Freddie Baker, the second of the Excel Motorsport drivers there, P4. Toby Biggs, P5 on the grid for this one. Louis Williams-Mabs, who we hear his granddad's here.
Hello!
For the first time at a live kart race. That's row 3. Arthur Bowers and Patrick Wood, that's row 4.
Logan Hodgetts, Benjamin Schliever, Ollie West, our camera cart, and then Harry, then followed by Frank Morris, Phoenix Millen Sexton, RBJ Stubbs, the champion, watches with his family from the sideline. Grandad John's here. Oh, well, this is where your pension's going to go, Grandad John, over the next couple of years. It's into the tram lines, and the lights don't go out.
Which is opportune for us, because it just gives us a bit of a chance to go down some championship stuff. First done, we know that Stubbs. Well done to LBJ Stubbs.
Well done.
He is your champion. Bodie Batch, second place.
Done,
secured. Third place.
Ooh, not done.
Not done.
Not by a long shot.
If Corey Lyons can win this race, and Jaden McElhenney has a drop score.
Yeah.
Oh, where have we heard that scenario before?
Dear.
Corey Lyons could take third place away from Jaden McElhenney in the last race of the season. In terms of drops for McElhenney, what does he need to do to further improve his score? I'm going to say something around a 6th place.
Well,
a solid top 5 will get McElhenney third place in a British Championship.
Louis Williams-Mabs is Grandad here for the very first time, and he's here to potentially watch Louis gain 2 points on Freddie Baker for P8 in the UK. That wouldn't be a bad haul for your first season in this level. We come into the tram lines. Lights are still not out.
So that's 2 out of 3 that they're allowed.
Benjamin Schlevar is only 11 points behind Ollie West.
Yeah, that one could change.
So, you know, I know that Ollie West is motivated up to the hilt to get on the podium here. But here we go, the Evolve Motorsport entry. So, can XL Motorsport, in their first season of the British Championship, they've come over here, you know, their goal is obviously to be successful. The unwritten rule of the goal, take on Fusion. Take on Fusion. Take on the Kings. You know, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And Fusion collectively is the man in Cadet Water Swift stroke IAME racing. Season 1, dominate Water Swift Restricted. Tick. Go undefeated. We'll see in 12 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa.
West trying to thread the needle, gets 2 wheels off the ground. Up the hill, Camera survives, so does West. And there is Bodie Patch understeering Lions for Daily Motorsports. Lead this race. They got 2 in the top 3. They haven't had a podium on a Sunday ever. Will the luck of the Irish break XL hearts here at the Mill?
On board with Ollie West. I think that was a wide moment for Louis Williams-Mabs just coming out of Wilkins' corner. But good start to this race for Corey Lyons. Good conditions out there for the drivers. Not the most grip, as I say. We've got into autumn now. The track has evolved as the temperatures have dropped. There's still a lot of rubber laid out there on the track with how much racing there's been here week after week after week. Here comes Bodie Batch. Can he get alongside Corey Lyons for the race lead? They're going to be side by side up to Christmas corner. McElhenney's still there as well, but there's nothing that Corey Lyons could do to stop Bodie Batch taking the race lead. Keep an eye on Arthur Bowers again there in P4. Was on the podium yesterday. Could he do it? Back-to-back rounds.
I was going to say, you know, that he's got an all-star team around him this weekend. When we spoke to the Paddock show, he hadn't quite grasped what socks are off means. If your socks are off, that means that you are ready to go and win a race. There is the number 46, Toby Biggs, in that all-white machine, just sitting in behind Freddie Baker. At the moment, Freddie Baker, the 72 of Phoenix Millen Sexton there, jumping back in the car. But at the moment, Toby Biggs, by virtue of his 6th place and Louis Williams-Mabs dropping to 8th, he would move into 9th in the championship, dropping Williams-Mabs to P10.
That's a good response here from Toby Biggs. He's having quite a big turnover in terms of dropped scores within this race. Well, right now, it would be his best result of the season so far. Oh no, plus 5 second penalty for Kart number 14, Corey Lyons. If he wants to win this race, if he wants to take 3rd place in the championship, has first got to get past Bodie Batch and then get 5 seconds and more up the road. This early in the race, I would be leaning, don't know this as a
jump start,
out of the tram lines. Could be tram lines. It's going to be something with the start. Corey Lyons, well, most likely is not going to be able to win this race.
And with it
DMS could still get a podium for the first time on a Sunday, but it's unlikely to be a double podium, Henry.
Yeah, with that penalty goes Corey's chances of third in the championship as well. That is now Jaden McElhenney's to lose. Louis Williams-Mabs running 8th at the moment, chasing Ollie West. Freddie Baker is there in 5th position, just in front of Nick. But Bowers once again, you know, doing a great job. Benjamin Schliever, don't sleep on Schliever. There he is in the green and black SF and white SFR motorsport car. It's not the traditional red and black attack for SFR. It's a green one. Here comes Ollie West. Perfectly executed manoeuvre up at Christmas corner. Passes Toby Biggs and gets the apex at Inkermans. That puts Ollie into P5. On the road, it would be P4. P6 on the road. Let's have a look back at the start to see if we can decipher Corey Lyons. Right.
He's ahead. He's ahead of Bodie Batch.
He wasn't in. He didn't jump the start. He didn't work the tram lines. He got across the line before the pole man, which is a no-no.
Easy to do, very easy to do. That's such a shame for Corey Lyons. Apologies, I spoke out of turn earlier, saying that Toby Biggs was on for a best result of the year so far. I was reading the wrong line of my notes. Toby Biggs, though, has been very consistent, and I think this is worthy of some praise. We should remember, was not at Warden Law. So, yes, he has his drops for the 4-point scoring stages of Warden Law. Yes. But he doesn't get the 20 bonus points for being at every single meeting.
Oh, that's Biggs, yes?
For Biggs, yet he's still looking like he's going to be in with a ranked seeding and in the top 10.
Well, at the moment,
he's not been outside the top 10 in any of the stages across the course of the season.
Well, here's
that's
something.
A really good effort.
If you add 20 points to Toby Biggs' score, that would put him 6th.
Yep.
That would put him 6th in the UK. I hope Mum and Dad didn't have a weekend away at Warden Law. I could be in or maybe they hadn't even planned on doing the British Championship. Maybe there was already a holiday. Who knows? Who knows? But certainly, without the mulligan, you know the drop scores, you can't afford one bad result. 6.5 minutes to go. Bodie Batch leads Corey Lyons. Corey Lyons' 5-second penalty would drop him at the moment back to 9th. 9th place. Jaden McElhenney, and of course, you know, to prevent the clean sweep for XL Motorsport, and it would be a huge achievement to come in to the Wera Tools British Championship. There's an awful lot of very experienced. He's gone for it there. There's one way of
and he's opened the door for McElhenney. That was a bold move from Corey Lyons, but right now it's put DMS in the lead of this race. Because McElhenney, now will they play together? These two haven't always
seen eye to eye, shall we say.
Seen eye to eye across the course of 2025, but right now DMS are sitting 1-2 on the road.
And look at who's in 3rd place. It's Arthur Bowers, the 400th different driver to score a podium finish. He did that in this race yesterday. Could he go one better?
Well,
we haven't checked to see if the socks are on or off.
But I think we assume they're off. This is a really good run for Arthur Bowers.
Yes, we must assume socks are off.
5 minutes of this race to go. If you're just joining us, Corey Lyons leads on the road, but has a +5 second penalty for a jump start. So Jaden McElhenney is your race leader. Jade, I was about to say as well, as things were standing on the road, Jaden McElhenney on for equaling the best result he's had in the final so far this year. That was 2nd place back in the Saturday round. It was just, hey, Saturday's been the day so far this season for DMS, but right now McElhenney could be on for a first win, but back comes Batch. Bodie Batch is not going to give this one up. He knows it's on his shoulders to carry out this clean sweep for Excel Motorsport. No LBJ Stubbs in this race. He's already got the championship won. He's watching from the sidelines. There's another chance as well still for XL Motorsport to get the clean sweep of all 9 rounds in the hands of Freddie Baker, who's having by far the best round we've seen Baker have so far this season. What the end of season can do for a driver when, you know, the pressure's off. It's just about going out there, having fun, trying to do better. than you've done before, trying to get a bit of momentum going. But here is now the battle for what is effectively the race lead.
Yep.
Bodie Batch has caught up to the back of Jaden McElhinney. Corey Lyons can't really do anything to help his teammate at the moment. Bodie Batch, can he get down the inside? He's going to go for it. There's a bit of space ahead. Batch takes second place on the road. And with Lyons' penalty, that is now your net race leader.
I was going to say, what can we attribute this uptick in fortune and performance to the Daily Motorsport team? It's either one of two things. It's either Shane Daly has told the drivers to stop drinking on a Saturday night, or he's told them to start drinking on a Saturday night. Jokes, ladies and gentlemen, before HR get involved. I'm not advocating youngsters drinking alcohol. It was just for humour purposes. But whatever reason, they're having a storm. It goes from bad to worse for one of the Daily Motorsport drivers, though. Corey Lyons will be giving another 5-second penalty. That will give the move on Bodie Batch.
Yep.
That will drop. Do you know what? It would still only drop him to 9th place, 10th place at the moment. But still, that's 2-second penalties. Batch is on course. It's now down to the number 77 of McElhinney. There's Ollie West, who's in the mix for a podium again. Is Ollie West.
I tell you what else, Ollie West has not given up 4th place in the championship as well, because once Lyons takes his 10 seconds worth of penalties, that will drop him, as you say, Henry, to 10th. That would be in either drop territory or skirting around in 13th or 14th best score. Either way, it's going to cost him championship points. West is not dropping at the moment. He's scoring points for 6th place. If he can find a way through, he'll inherit at least 5th place, of course, once Lyons takes his penalty. I reckon if Ollie West can find a way through past either Bowers or Baker, that should be enough to take 4th place in the championship, which would be a good return for a driver who's had a very clean season. Was your Wera Tools driver of the day, of course, all the way back at Warden Law for the first weekend of this championship. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Here on board now, in the middle of the pack with Ollie West. There is the number 92 of Freddie Baker, directly ahead, but it's still pretty close in there. All it takes is for one of these 5 drivers to make a move, make a defence, and Ollie West will have an opportunity to move up the order.
Now, Corey Lyons, he will know he has 2 penalties. He will have seen it on the big Motorsport-Timing digital display board. Bodie Batch equally will know that, but of course, Bodie's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Corey's not going to give him the lead, but he needs to try and take the lead. It's a risk, at the moment, Bodie Batch is leading, but again, he's leading, but of course he wants to get as much clean air between himself and the chasing pack as possible. Louis Williams-Mabs, so that move that we saw, Louis Williams-Mabs is now past Toby Biggs for 7th place on the road, and that puts Mabs and Biggs in a tie for 9th place, the British Championship. The tiebreaker goes on whoever finishes higher in this race. Currently, that would be Williams-Mabs. Into the boot we go. Lyons leads on the road. Batch is 30 seconds plus a lap away from completing the clean sweep for XL Motorsport.
Very quickly, sadly we've lost Patrick Wood from this race. He's retired down in the first sector. What a season for Patrick Wood, the highlight being that 4th place in the heats at GYG, regularly in the top 10 across the course of the second half of the season, but sadly not Wood's day. Will be classified 14th in the order in this race. Time is now up then. Corey Lyons has it on the road. Got to say, Bodie Batch, this last 4 or 5 laps for me, Henry, has been playing this really wisely. He knows the situation. He knows that Corey Lyons is a bit of a ghost kart at the moment. He's just been doing the classic Whilton Mill youngsters karting thing. Push, push, push. Try and break away from 3rd, 4th, 5th behind. We're going to go on to the final lap then. Corey Lyons takes the last lap board first. Bodie Batch is about 1.2 kilometres away from his 3rd race win in a final this year. He took it 24 hours ago. He took one earlier on in the year at GYG, of course. It would complete 9 from 9 for XL Motorsport, but Corey Lyons is going to try and defend here, because if Jaden McElhinney can take road position ahead of Bodie Batch, the clean sweep will not go all the way to the end of the season. Bowers had to go there for McElhinney's position. That forces him into the path of Baker. This is going to be another close one here in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Through the final couple of corners, Bodie Batch isn't home yet. Through the final couple of turns, Lyons has it on the road, but history in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Bodie Batch has made it 9 from 9 for Excel Motorsport. What a mature drive there from Bodie. The 10-second penalty for Lyons will drop Lyons down to P10, but finally as well, Daily Motorsport have a podium on a Sunday. Jaden McElhinney, for the second time this season, will be classified in second place. The Sunday curse is over.
Whatever you did on
DMS.
Saturday night, Daily Motorsport, keep doing it. We can now say this. Fusion Motorsport are no longer the only team to have clean swept a season in any category in the modern era. Congratulations to everyone at XL Motorsport for their clean sweep in this category. It's another podium for Arthur Bowers. Ollie West P4 and P5 in, well, who knows, but it could be with Corey Lyons' penalty, 2 penalties. Let's stand by for, and let's stand by.
This is going to be one of those that if we were over stateside in an election, it's too close to call. I've got both Lyons and West on 8.23 apiece.
And that would be if the tiebreaker.
After penalties applied as well.
And the final word about Frank Morris going through there in the number 55 Kart, 11th position. Thank you to Frank and his family for all they've done this year. Thank you for the cans, the personalised cans of water. Thank you for raising awareness for young epilepsy. Thank you for raising money for Fullback to get them a defibrillator at the circuit. Thank you for what you're going to do with Andrew Mather at Silverstone next week to run Silverstone, hobble around to raise money for Chris Hoy charity. If more members of Paddock use the platform that karting, the Wera Tools British Championship has given them to do good, then everything would just be a lot better. Thank you.
I've just checked as well. Tickets for the run are still open. You've got to pay your entry to. But come now, watch some LMP2 cars around Silverstone for the first time in 6 years.
I'd love
and
to
then go
join
for a run.
Yeah, I'd love to join you. Unfortunately, my commentator takes me to Romania next week. So
you'll be there in spirit.
I'll be there in spirit. I would, waddle around. There's Corey Lyons. There's Shane Daly on the left-hand side of your screen. You know. Again, Corey gets put. The emotion there.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, he's got nothing to be ashamed about. That young man at the start of the season in Rotax was nowhere. And he finished the season winning on the road. Yes, there was a jump start penalty. Yes, there was another in-race penalty. That's going to hurt him. But you know what? From being in the back of the grid to winning a race, the final on the road in a British Championship, that shows how much progress. And he's got nothing to be upset about.
And good team play as well. I think he was a big part of McElhinney getting that podium today. He kept the pace up at the front of the field and stretched the numbers out for me.
But that's a bit of experience from Shane Daly.
Yeah.
Even though the team are new, Shane's got so much experience at this level. We've seen how important it is for teams to be in sync.
Absolutely. Let's head down to Parc Ferme because Nicole Sutherland has our race winner.
Absolutely do then, Andrew. And what a statistic for XL and for Bodie Batch this weekend then. Bodie, great result for you once again. 2 out of 2 final wins here this weekend at the last round.
Yeah, it was really tough today and yesterday. Obviously, Corey was there today, Jaden, Arthur and Ollie. And then yesterday Arthur was there, but yeah, we won both of them.
And that was a really mature drive as well, Bodie. You know, it wasn't handed to you. You had to fight your way back through after a bit of drama earlier on. How did you keep your cool when you were trying to pull that off?
I just knew I'd catch them and pass them all.
Bodie, and the celebrations then, because you're taking 2 trophies home this weekend. What's that going to look like?
I don't know. I need more space in my bedroom.
You need more space on the shelf, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Bodie, like we said, congratulations, great results for you this weekend, and I'm sure we'll be seeing similar stuff from you next year.
Definitely.
There we go then, ladies and gentlemen, your 2 final winners this weekend. Bodie Batch takes 2 wins here at the final round. Another final bit of congratulations goes to the driver just in my eye line of Albie J. Stubbs. We'll get Albie's attention. Albie. Albie, right, you've got your suit on, but not because you've raced in that one. I can only imagine because it's media duties, lots of photos being taken because you are a British champion.
Yeah, it's been a tough season. We've had 2 wins at Warden Law. GYG was quite good. We had 1 win there. I think Kim or PF might have been the next round. I think we got 2 out of 2 at PF, and then we clean sweeped Kimbolton on my birthday, and then here we just didn't race the final yesterday or today just because we didn't want to risk it.
You know, that's sensible stuff, but you've pulled it off. You've pulled off all the stops this year. It's a fantastic result. But Albie, what's coming next for you? What's the plan?
Well, I think we'll go to Dubai and we'll do water swift out there, but unrestricted, and then mini into Rotax over there as well.
Well, congratulations once more. Dan Parker, there in front of me, has your number 1 plate because, like we've said time and time again, Albie J. Stubbs for XL Motorsport is a British champion. Next up then, we have more finals, so let's head up to the commentary box because our Water Swifts are about to go racing.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Straight into it then for the next race, the last final of the year for the IAME Water Swift category. Austin Newstead is already crowned as our champion, but oh boy, there are plenty of positions, particularly in the top 5, still up for grabs here in what is a little bit of a mixed up grid as well for this final. The drivers will go off in the next minute or so. 1 minute board in the air there to clear the grid of all of the mechanics. I really can't call this one, Henry. You know, I'm looking through the names on the list of who I think has got a really good chance of winning this race. You know, you even go down to row 7 as someone like an Oscar Kenny or like that. We often see races like this in an IAME Euro series where me and Anthony Jordan play chicken and don't call a race winner. But again, this could be a really, really topsy-turvy race and maybe a little bit of rain still in the air.
Well, what about this driver, Mason Hibbert? Could he become the 5th different Fusion driver to win a round in this class this year? We've already had 1 record. Of all the records that will potentially get set to be broken, only 1 now remains. XL got there, clean sweep. Can Fusion, for the 3rd time in the modern era, don't forget the modern era only started in 2019. 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. This is the 7th year of the modern era. In 2 of those years, Fusion Motorsport won every single round of the main IAME/Water Swift class. Can they do it again?
Daniel Ferguson starts this final from pole position. Chester Fawkes alongside him on the front row, looking for his first podium at this level, his first podium in the British Championships in 12 months. Alfie Davidson and George House, they're on row 2. They're good bets for a race win in this one. George Clark took victory 24 hours ago. He's alongside Austin Gibson, one of the drivers going for 2nd place in the championship. On row 4, Henry Clark and another of the competitors for 2nd spot, Colby Patterson.
Luca Narroway and Mason Hibbert start from row number 5. Johnson Stewart and the Apollo of Margaris Kavetskis on row 6. Oscar Kenny and Orion Meta, row 7. Ilias Sami and Joseph Davis on row number 8. Then it's Efan Owen, Ruben Segou, Andy Stewart, Alessandro Salas, and Austin Newstead will not go out. 20 drivers. Looking at the numbers are phenomenal in this class. as we go racing in Water Swift, and Daniel Ferguson takes the race lead.
Aggressive start there from Daniel Ferguson to chop across the front of Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes, I think, is held though in second place. Austin Gibson immediately slots into third place. He knows that his business here this afternoon isn't necessarily with the top two. Fawkes has gone for the race lead. Fawkes down the inside. We saw him do it in heat number 2. That was another cracker from Chester Fawkes. Where has this Chester Fawkes been all season? Well, it's been in the midfield. Oh, as that's getting close. Between George Clark and another of the Fusions, Mason Hibbert. Yes, it was. And
there's the Bluebird special. Yep.
On the left-hand side, Luca Narroway. Great to have him on the grid this weekend. But Fawkes leads at the end of lap 1. It's starting to knit together for Chester Fawkes. Daniel Ferguson in second place. Gibson third. Right now, as things stand, 7 points. The advantage for Gibson to be the runner-up in this year's championship over teammate George Clark.
Andrew Mather, do you know how many wins OMS Racing have taken in their history in the British Championship?
I'm guessing naught.
You're correct. Andrew Mather, do you know how many podium finishes OMS Racing have had in the British Kart Championship?
I'm also going to say naught.
Correct on both counts. Chester Fawkes, over to you, sir.
Well, from last year's championship, Chester Fawkes was the postman when it came to podiums. Clean sweeps, was on the podium every single round in IAME Water Swift Restricted last year as a privateer. He was on the podium. It was a big part of why he was chosen by the Argenti Academy to be their representative in this category. Meanwhile, fight here between Hibbert and Clark. This is for 5th place. Nice move there from Mason Hibbert, moving past his teammate.
There have been 54 Cadet IAME stroke Water Swift finals in the modern era of the British Championship. Fusion Motorsport have won 31 of them. That is an incredible performance. And, you know, it's not as though they haven't had any competition. You know, there have been so many. Oliver Rowland Motorsport, Jamie Green Racing, Synergy, Paul Munn, Strawberry Racing. Now a BMR restart, OMS. And now they've got XL Motorsport to contend with. And the best of the best keep throwing their hat in the ring. But but there are 2 of the pretenders now. Aussie Gibson to third. Well, you've got 4 different teams at the front. You've got BMR Restart, Fusion, OMS, and XL Motorsport. Aussie Gibson trying to maintain a little bit of history. Daniel Ferguson, George House and Chester Fawkes trying to create a bit of their own.
Indeed, so that's, I think, is going to move Ferguson back up to 6th place in the championship, past Alfie Davidson. Gibson, as you say, holding on to 2nd. George House at the moment still there in 5th place. He needs a bit of drama for others further up the championship scores for him to progress further than that spot at the moment. I've got to say as well, Chester Fawkes now running in 4th place, but he's running with some heavy hitters. I have rated this kid for a very, very long time, since his Bambino days. We'll come back to that because Austin Gibson is doing it again. We saw that it's at PF International, but George House, this is what he does. Oh, George House, that is glorious driving to take the lead of this race. Ferguson back down the inside, Gibson out wide. Fawkes retakes 2nd place, and here comes Hibbert, here comes Clark. Oh, they're all getting involved here in the podium positions. Luca Narroway, what a star he's been this weekend. From hospital bed, from lying at home resting up, could he break up into a best position in a final this year? If he could finish 5th, the answer would be yes.
Can I just, someone wake me up. Didn't Austin Gibson try and go for the lead?
Yes,
at this corner 1 lap ago.
Yes.
And now he's 8th.
Yep. IAME Water Swift, everybody.
Just checking I hadn't wandered off into my own dream world for a minute and imagined that. Yes, it actually did happen. And here comes the 182 of Henry Clark, passing Gibson for what is 9th place.
Oh, Henry Clark, another driver who's had a really good weekend. This has been his best showing since round 2 of the season back at Warden Law. 7 minutes of this race to go. Plenty. Do not take your eyes off of this one. I know there's no championship on the line here for the last race of the season in Water Swift, but all of these drivers want to finish the national championship season on a high before whatever it is they do next. Colby Patterson's just done the fastest lap of the race. Don't count out Patterson for the second place battle in the championship. He's running fifth on the road at the moment, has now got past Chester Forks. Luca Narroway moves through as Margaret Kvetskis comes through.
Again,
what a weekend.
Move.
Kvetskis is happening, and he knows how to win around this circuit. Took the club round final 2 weeks ago in preparation for this race. Now, of course, this is a bit of a different kettle of fish. This is at the national level as Clark moves down the inside of Chester Forks. Just to come back to Chester, I really want to see this kid race in Europe. I want someone to be able to put it together.
Well, Danny Curl's listening, and he can make it happen.
Make it happen, because a lot of the drivers that you're seeing that he's going wheel to wheel with, same with Henry Clark, they have been, last week they were racing in Marienburg. British talent dominates the X30 mini category at the moment in the IAME Euro Series because of the level of racing that they have here in the British Championships. It lets them go forward. I want to see that E-plate race overseas if possible.
You know, it's there's the move from Daniel Ferguson, and through goes Mason Hibbert. Hibbert fired up. His dad was a top level KZ2 racer back when I started. Well, I was first on the started to commentate. Both his dad and his uncle, you know, Will and Tom Hibbert, they're fantastic gearbox drivers. Mason has already scored a number of podiums, and again, that would be a show of strength. Hey, we've had for Fusion, we've had 5 different drivers win a race, you know, over the course of a 9-round season. You know, so it puts the lie to the fact that they can only, you know, support 1 driver at a time. We can support 5 winning drivers. Here, are we going to see a move for the lead via our onboard camera? Oh, he did it! And that was inch perfect. New leader, Mason Hibbert. The dream is still alive for Fusion.
Through into 4th place has gone Colby Patterson, and what has that done? Well, it's changed the destination of 2nd place in the championship. Patterson has had a very up and down weekend so far. Remember, if it's a tie on points, it's the final position in this last round that separates drivers in terms of championship positions. There it is. Austin Newstead, of course, well clear. What a season he's had. We had him in the box earlier, and he was telling us about how important it is at this stage of the race. Get yourself that track position. Get at the front. Don't be around in that 8th, 9th, 10th position area, because it's so competitive. You can find yourself disappearing out the back of the pack very, very quickly indeed. It was a great insight from our new British champion. Right now, Mason Hibbert is following that advice to lead this race from George House. Daniel Ferguson and Colby Patterson still there for battling for the lead.
Couple of things to mention before we get into the tail end of this race. Number 1, when Luca Narroway first came into the British Championship, he was on a Croc chassis. Anthony Jordan and I would always ask him where would he like to finish, and he would give us a very specific answer. It would usually be about 25th or 26th. No, he would say, I fancy finishing, I think I'm going to finish 24th. You know, fast forward, that's driver progress for you there, the Bluebird Special, as Hibbert defends the race lead. So that's one thing. Number 2, the Kart in 7th position. We talk about how this is the premier Water Swift class. In Europe, it is called
House.
In Europe, it's called Mini X30. You know, around the world, this is, you know, the predominantly the leading 2-stroke class in the world, and it feeds a lot of people into the OK classes. We got a new leader. The Kart running in the lead group in 8th position at the moment is made in Sunderland. It's made in Sunderland. It's the only British-built chassis, I believe, in the field, and it is competing in its first season, you know, out of the box, literally. The Apollo boys and girls up at Warden Law, and it is competing at the sharp end of the British field, which again is effectively the world field, the Bluebird Special at the inside. Hibbert over the curb at Inkermans. And so there's 2 things there. You've got Narroway and a British go-kart there in the number 152.
And a heck of a driver behind the wheel of it as well. Margus Kvetskis, who at this stage last year was taking his first class victories at Three Sisters in Honda Cadet, has come through the Arrive and Drive ranks, has come up through the Motorsport UK karting pathway, was selected by the Apollo Karts team. Not necessarily at the front of the order in the early days of his Water Swift experience, but they saw the talent, they saw the ability to give them great feedback in delivering the improvements to that chassis. 90 seconds to go in this race. There's been another change as well in the fight for the runners-up spot, because Patterson has fallen back just one spot behind Alfie Davidson. That's given Ozzie Gibson the runners-up spot once more. And don't count out George Clark, because he's still there. Ferguson having a good old go
past his house
again for the race lead. So in fact, well, Daniel, we saw him do this in the heats, didn't we, Henry? That Daniel Ferguson likes a good old kick. He likes getting that motor wound up with about 90 seconds to go. This could have been a very key lap in the story of this race. There's still 50 seconds on the clock. We're still going to have 2 more laps of this one. Can Daniel Ferguson win a round here at Whilton Mill?
Is it going to be BMR restart? Ben Platten's squad. Air Force One Harry Platten is here as well. Is it going to be their time to break Fusion Hearts with number 115? Now, he didn't know what chassis he's running. It hasn't got on our list. He hadn't decided. But again, here is the Fusion, and that, I think that's it. I think with 20 seconds to go, that little squabble between Hibbert and Davidson has probably cost Fusion the clean sweep on the season. Now it's down to Ferguson or the XL kart of George House. Neither have won a race in this class before. Who is going to be the one to do it? XL arrived the quest of a wave. BMR, and there's when you talk about the 2 powerhouses. Well, we might be a smaller house, but we're just as powerful with Ferguson behind the wheel. This is the final lap. Up towards Christmas Corner we go. Ferguson versus House in Water Swift.
Here we go, they're 2 drivers. They've both won races out in Europe this year, but as you say, Henry, have not had the luck, not had the run of things here in the British. Colby Patterson may have just seen his chances of second place in the championship extinguished. Kvetskis is up in the top 5. George House, he never gives in, but Daniel Ferguson is a tenacious fighter, has won in IAME Water Swift Restricted last year, of course, in races, but he's never sampled this out of the final corner. Daniel Ferguson breaks the Fusion streak. Daniel Ferguson takes the final round of the season here at Whilton Mill. George House is back on the podium for the first time since Glanigore. Second place for him today. Mason Hibbert makes it 3 on the spin in terms of podium finishes. A great run to season's end. Alfie Davidson sneaks into the top 5 in the championship right at the end there with P4. And how about that? The Apollo has landed. Margaret Kvetskis, a first top 5 at this level. What a job by Kvetskis and the whole Apollo team.
Yes, indeed. A top 5 for the Wearsiders. BMR Restarts have just won their first Water Swift final with that in the modern era, with Daniel Ferguson, richly deserved. And there, yes, Apollo, we have liftoff. There's so many puns to get in there. Well done. If you're coming out of Bambino and or Water Swift Restricted, and you're looking to go in a different direction than maybe the standard KRs and the Kart Republics. I mean, Parolin have just won this race, but if you're looking to go away from, the
usual
OTK, the usual 2 chassis brands, well, look no further than
And across
Warden
different
Law.
classes as well, because we've seen some good runs for
And
Archie
yeah,
Cannon this
Archie
weekend
Cannon.
in Honda Cadet. Well done to George House. Another good run for him there. Not the British title this year, but he is going to be a force to be reckoned with for years to come, and put in that great overtake as well. That was one of the overtakes of the weekend. But hey, we've often been saying this the last few weeks, Henry, about breakthrough results and results that have been coming.
And Lewis Mackey as well.
Yes.
Lewis Mackey working for there. So well done. Lewis is, hey, he's been to the winner's circle.
He's a man in demand.
He's a man in demand, yes. And there we go. It makes it all much sweeter, the first win, but also the fact, we stopped Fusion. And that's not a criticism of anyone. There's Dan Hazelwood in the background there, and Dan Hazelwood congratulating there.
That's good to see.
And there's Daniel Ferguson's dad. And again, it's great sportsmanship, hey. Fusion have now only won 31 of the 55 finals.
Ferguson won at Cremona earlier on in the year. I don't think he imagined it would be this long a number of months of a wait to a next big victory. But that, again, just shows how competitive this class has been, particularly in this 2025 season. I do hope you've enjoyed it at home and around the circuit. If you missed any of the action this weekend, don't worry. Any of the action this season, you can watch it all back on the Alpha Live and Karting UK.
There's your
channels.
champion.
There is your champion. Austin Newstead didn't race today. Did the business yesterday in a very professional manner. He can be very proud of what he's done this year. I'll just read you the run of results.
Oh, yes,
from
please.
That, he had that really bad round one, and then went like this. First, seventh, first, third, first, second, third, second. That was an important second. He could have gone for another race win on that day.
Yes.
Could have forced the issue.
That was the final at Kim Bolton.
Learnt from his mistake at Kart Masters, and then first and second yesterday to wrap out the title. Loads of stories down there in Parc Ferme. Seb Algieri just does a fuel sample there for the officials. Let's head down once again to Nicole Sutherland.
Tell me when I'm live.
You're live.
So, Daniel Ferguson, you have just won your first final in Water Swift. That is a fantastic result. That was a fantastic race. It wasn't handed to you. Can you tell us, first of all, about your move for the race win?
I think I was going in and I expected to push George for another half lap or so, but George missed the corner, so I just knew that it was time to go and I went.
And you've come into this year after a fantastic year last year in restricted. You put your foot down at this final round and you really showed, I think, the rest of the grid that you're a contender going into next year. This is a great way to end the year, is it not?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Like last year I had a good end to the year, this year I have a good end to the year, so I'm really happy. And I thank everybody who helps me, Lewis, my family, Johnny, everybody.
I know that when we went to the fence, you were congratulated by Penn Platin, the team owner of BMR, your dad, John. Lewis Mackey, of course, your mechanic as well, was very happy with that one. But your dad did tell me as well, every time you look behind you on the track, it's 15 sit-ups. And when you go back later on, even though you've just won it, it's 60 sit-ups in order for you.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? You reckon you can get out of it?
I think I just might be able to.
Danny, you'll be on the podium later on. It's a number one for you here today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's it from Daniel Ferguson, your round winner. But next up, we're going to speak to Austin Newstead, your championship winner. We're going to swap Danny out with Austin. Austin, if you come over. A driver that has worked incredibly hard this year, has definitely not had it handed to him. Austin, we spoke yesterday, we spoke earlier on. Firstly, congratulations. This is incredible.
Yeah, thank you. It's really good.
And, watching that race then, watching Daniel Ferguson take a really big win, not teammates anymore, but what were your thoughts on what was going out on the track?
Yeah, I was watching. I thought it was a really good race, of course. Daniel Ferguson, really well done to him, and congratulations.
And then, Austin, we mentioned it before on the live stream, but for maybe the audience that have only just sort of tuned in, what's next for you? You're really maturing into a driver that's got a lot of experience now. You've got a British Championship win, another one under your belt. What comes next?
Then I'm just going to be testing junior, and then hopefully it comes to more car racing and going on.
So car racing then, what's the long-term goal? I think a lot of drivers, you know, they say the Formula One route, but for you, Austin, what's the dream?
Yeah, 100% Formula One.
Formula One, specific team or?
At the minute, probably McLaren.
McLaren, okay, so papaya orange for Austin Newstead. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Austin, once more, congratulations. Dan Parker has got your number 1 plate. That's it from Austin Newstead. That's it from our Water Swifts. We'll head up to an advert from our championship partners, and then we'll go to our big karts. We'll go to our Junior X30s.
Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill. Just a couple of races to go then for event 9 of these Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Junior X30 Final up next, their 9th and last of this 2025 season. My name's Andrew Mather. I'll be joined in the box. I am joined in the box by Henry Beaudette, Nicole Sutherland keeping an eye on things trackside for us down there in Parc Fermé. This is another one where the championship title has been decided. Riley Cranham secured that with the attendance bonus points at the start of the weekend to add the British title to the IAME Euro Series title that he similarly secured early last week in Marienburg. His plans is to go on to seniors for IAME Warriors Final in Valencia later on in the autumn. That's that, though. Let's talk about who we have got out on circuit. I'm really looking forward to this fight, Henry, between our 2 drivers on the front row. George Edgar has pole position, Mayan Patel alongside on the front row. Both of them have brought their A game to Whilton Mill this weekend. Edgar going for for his 4th finals win of the year, of course. And for Mayan Patel, you know, trying to do the double, won the final yesterday and had his first earlier on at the weekend in the season at PFI.
That's something that the MDL team haven't done.
No, they haven't.
Before, which is, you know, again, something that keeps the, the wheels turning. Mick Barrett Racing, 1 more podium here for Mick Barrett Racing would put them on 30. That would move them ahead of Klassen Motorsport into 14th place in their all-time standings. A win for Mick Barrett Racing, what would that do? That would put them on 7 wins. That would just put them 1 behind Klassen Motorsport in that. Now, here we go. The engines are fired. There's our on-board camera cart, and that is Finley Lines. What an up and down season he's had, but here is your starting lineup for the final time this year in Junior X30.
George Edgar on pole position is joined by Mayan Patel, yesterday's winner on the front row. Max Yule's been quick all weekend. He starts on the inside of row number 2. Look out for those MBRs working together when lights go out. Aaron Richardson has had a great season. Can he get another victory for Fusion Motorsport? He starts on the outside of row number 2. 2 stars of the weekend. It's an all-privateer row 3.
Good stuff.
How good is it to say that? Rockley and Shenton starts 5th. Zach McDonald 6th. They're ahead of the duo of Archie Owen and Nat Johnston on row 4.
Sukmani Kira and Jacob Bashler go from row number 5. Freddie Wood and our camera cart Finley Lines on row 6. Ethan Woodward, Harley Musk, Isaac Sayer and Max Endicott are up next, with Oliver Meek and Archie, Rogers, Tyler rounding out the field. Can Sukmani Kira continue her run of podiums in the final round of the season? What about Nat Stappen? Already the Nat Johnson fan club are in full voice saying that there's a P1 incoming. He's going to have to work his way up from the lower reach to the top 10. We're off and racing already. Patel and Finley Lines gains a couple of spots there up at Christmas Corner and then gets squeezed like a pimple coming through Inkermans.
It's tight there on the left-hand kink. It's a good start for Edgar, good start for Patel. A bit surprised to not see Max Ewell charge through into second place off the start, but he's held third for now. Decent one for Zach McDonald. He's holding in the top 5 at the moment and under attack from Nat Johnston through the boot for the first time then. Be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers in this last final of the year. It's counting through at the end of lap number 1. Edgar from Patel, Ewell, Richardson, McDonald, Johnston, Batchelor, Kira, Lines. Not a great start, unfortunately, for Rocco Shenton. There he is on the Birrell ART, currently in 10th. As a move down the inside, textbook there from Nat Stappen, Nat Johnston up to P5.
Down the hill, George Edgar going for career win number 7. Again, that would be a huge achievement for George. And he's leading them through Oziers in second position, Mayan Patel. Well, at this point yesterday, Mayan Patel had cleared off.
Yeah.
And nobody caught sight of him until they arrived back in Parc Fermé, where Patel had already placed his MDL Motorsport kart in the P1 position. He's not going to have it all his own way this time. And what about Max Ewell in third? What about Aaron Richardson? Nat Johnson already up from 8th to 5th. As Edgar under pressure, you get the feeling, looking at the way that Mayan Patel's car, well, apart from that sideways moment, that if Patel passes Edgar, he will clear off.
Yeah, you get that feeling. I wonder as well, George Edgar, for that Mick Barrett Racing team, very cohesive unit this year in these championships. This is their last opportunity, of course, to get a clean sweep of the podium positions this year. They've got a decent shot. They've got 3 drivers up in the top 5 as things stand. Change for 12th place, Isaac Sayer through past teammate Freddie Wood. Have had it confirmed yesterday. The problem for Freddie Wood was indeed the bolt on the rear bumper broke.
Yes.
The bumper then got caught in the rear axle. That's why it came to a stop. It wasn't any kind of
with a
physical interaction, shall we say. We've got to go down to Parc Fermé. Yeah, we will do. Sorry, Nicole Sutherland, as there was a near change for the lead. Nicole, what have you got for us?
Well, I've got a British champion stood with me, Riley Cranham. From what you've seen so far then in this race, who's your favourite to win?
I don't really have a favourite, to be honest. I mean, it looks like a good race to watch. I think Richardson looks very quick at the moment, so I'm just going to see how he does.
Richardson then maybe, but could be any man to game?
Yeah, 100%.
Any man or woman, should we say, because Sukmani Kira has also looked really strong this weekend.
Yeah, obviously yesterday she got on the podium. Unfortunately, she got a penalty. Very, very quick around this track, and obviously also one of the favourites to win this.
Great to hear from you then, Riley. Andrew and Henry, back over to you.
Yeah, Riley Cranham, the one where he stays very, very professional. He only handpicked the Fusion drivers, his teammates. But again, that shows how professional these youngsters are. Mayan Patel trying to go high, wide and handsome into Oziers. He's not done that, has he? He only has. My goodness me, Mayan Patel where's he been hiding that trick? That's outrageous again from Patel.
Well, he did one of those at PF International. I cannot remember someone doing like that. We talk about Ozies, it's a big overtaking spot because it's a very, very wide bit of track. As out is Archie Rogers Tyler. No longer in this race. Richardson's down the inside to take second place. You often see him move down the inside into Ozies. Wide entry, nice to do a bit of a block pass on the inside, but round the outside through Ozies, Mayan Patel decided, I've had enough of this. I've had enough of George Edgar defending this position. What a move indeed. Team-on-team action. Nat Johnson's down the inside. Max Ewell off the road. Gets back on it, but will be down to around 8th place. Here comes Sukmani Kira down the inside.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, stand back. ready for this. Multiple angle, yes, we'll have a look around the outside, yes, all opposite, dab of Oppo, get it pinned to the outside. George Edgar, he's looking over his shoulder thinking, did that just happen to me? In basketball terminology, unfortunately, George, you've just been put on a poster. Because that's what you say when someone does a slam dunk in basketball, the poor player that's underneath the player doing the slam dunk has been put on a poster. George Edgar on a poster. That's a platinum, multiple award-winning album from Slim Shady, that was.
6.5 minutes of this race to go. Rocco Shenton making some nice progress out there. See him getting past Jacob Bachelor for a spot inside the top 10. So 6.5 minutes remaining of this race. Patel leads, but keep an eye on Aaron Richardson because he's starting to set the timesheets alight here. Has got the fastest lap of this race. George Edgar there in third, Nat Johnston fourth. So Shenton now up to fifth place. That's really nice progress in these early stages.
On what will be his swan song in juniors for Rocco Swenson. Rocco Leon Shenton. He'll be a senior next year.
Lines and Wood here for the final spot inside the top 10. Oliver Meek not too far behind. Oliver Meek had problems in the rain earlier on today. Got beached on the curb on the inside of the toe of the boot. Can these three drivers work together to try and close down Archie Owen, who, fortunately right now, such is the performance of Patel. Patel is taking fourth place away from Archie Owen in the final standings. No one's taken first place, though, away from the man that you just saw on your screens. Riley Cranham has done his business. A double champion this year, both at the national and continental level. Meanwhile, look at this. Well, Archie Owen, he must have heard us because he's set his sights on getting 8th place off of Archie Owen and has done so. He's going to need a few more than that, Henry, because he's got an 8-point deficit to Mayan Patel as things stand, but still 5 minutes to play. It's all out of the race. Ethan Woodward.
He has had a weekend to forget. Yes.
Yep.
Wilton Mill 2025 will not live long in the memory for Ethan Woodward. They're the collection of the pensive family members, friends, watch on. Aaron Richardson's not done yet. And neither is George Edgar, after getting over the fact that Maya Patel pulled off an absolute worldie to get past him. Edgar has now girded his loins and is coming back into battle. Nat Stappen there in fourth position. Shenton's not out of this one yet. Patel takes defensive line into Ozier's. Don't forget, Mayan, everyone else has just seen it is possible to go around the outside of Ozier's. Why? Well, because you showed them. And it's a 4-cart train at the front. And again, heavy heart for Aaron Richardson this weekend, but heavy right foot as well.
Patel and Richardson shared the round victories at PF International earlier on in the season. If you want to be with us, 2 weeks' time for the final event of the year. You can watch, of course, here on Alpha Live and Karting UK. It would be great to see an in-person, a strong in-person turnout there to see moves like that, because Richardson down the inside takes the race lead away from Patel. Oh, here comes Nat Johnston round the outside. Can he take another podium like he did last night? Well, at the moment, yes, he can. George Edgar has been done again round the outside through Ozier's.
But I think that was George Edgar thinking, okay, this is either going to be, I'm either going to lose one place or have a massive accident. He's actually dropped. I'm not sure there's an issue with George Edgar's cart there, because he suddenly dropped back. Look at Rocco Leon Shenton. Look at Jacob Bachelor. And look at Sukmani Kira. Here comes Stappen. Takes Pete, not quite. Great racing, Shenton onto the podium. And Sukmani Kira, she's not done yet either. They're all ganging up behind Aaron Richardson. Well, the gloves are off, the title fight is over. And we could have 2.5 minutes of a complete hack here. It's looking really, really good. Look at all the differences. Fusion, MDL, McBarrett Racing, Privateer. You've got BMR Restart in there. You've got Jamie Green Racing in there as well. There's the premium karting machine of Findlay Lines.
I tell you what, Jacob Bachler's having a really good run here. He's not had a podium this year. Changed teams in the middle of the season. Has been far more at home. Has been quietly getting on with some good work with the Jamie Green Racing team. 2 minutes of this race to go. Down the inside, Sukmani Kira. She's up to P4 now. She wants another podium on the final day of the season. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. There are your scores on the doors in the championship. Cranham, Edgar, Richardson, Dunn. First, second, third. Patel still taking fourth place away from Owen. Rocco Shenton now up into the top 6 in the final championship standings. One effort from the privateer. Warning for Nat Johnston. That's a notification from race control. Shenton winding up now up the hill towards Christmas Corner. He's not going to be close enough this time. It's here. Back comes George Edgar. Well, problems or not, Archie Owen gets another position. That's another few points for him. What's the deficit to Patel? It's only 4 points now for the Welsh driver. Here comes Max Yule back into play. There's some remarkable things going on today with driver's pace being on, being off, up and down like a pogo stick. 60 seconds of this race to go, Henry. Still Aaron Richardson looking calm at the front of the field.
Rylan Eschberg, the penultimate round, PF International, September 2022. That was the only time that a privateer has stood on top of a junior X30 podium. Rocco Leon Shenton in third position. He's got 30 seconds plus 1 lap of his time in this class as the cheerleader, the example, the one person that all of the privateers can look up to make something happen. Richardson leads, Patel second, and Sukmani Kira, fastest lap of the race. I said that she's waited for the final race of the season to get her podium. She's on course to join Ella Stevens as one of only 2 female racers to have a national ranking in 3 consecutive seasons here in the modern era. Up the hill we go. Sukmani is on course for 8th place in the British Championship. Out of Inkermans. Shenton doesn't look like he's got enough, I've got to say. Can Mayan Patel take it to Aaron Richardson and do the double? Can Shenton hold off Sukmani Kira and George Edgar for a podium? Andrew Mather is coming right down to it.
It's going to be down into the last couple of corners then. Aaron Richardson, what a season he has had. He's going to deliver another Junior X30 victory to Fusion Motorsport. Richardson wins at Whilton Mill. Patel steals 4th place in the championship right at the end with 2nd. Shenton on the podium again in one of his last races at this level. His 2nd podium of the season. Sukmani Kira finishes her 1st season at a junior level, and we shouldn't forget that. Start of the year, the last 4 minutes of a final. That's where she struggled. She was powered through, she's trained. That is her best result of the year so far. Watch out for Sukmani Kira in 2026. George Edgar seals 2nd place in the championship with that top 5. Archie Owen, P6, is also in the top 5 of the championship. Also in the top 10 here today, Max Yule's had a good weekend. Jacob Bachler, I think that's the best result of the year for Bachler. It's got to be one of his best, or 2nd best results of the year for the Englishman. Nat Johnston entertaining their P9. Freddie Wood, home P10. Isaac Sayer, Findlay Lines, Harley Musk, Oliver Meek, Max Endicott, all in the top 15. Credit to Zach McDonald this weekend. He's not had the result he would have wanted in that final, but has been regularly up in the top 5 across the weekend. Oh, as Jacob Bachler's got a nose cone, as Aaron Richardson has gone, I think, for a bit of a cool-down lap there, and you can see how much it means. Aaron Richardson, one of the big surprises of the season.
I mean, they all wanted to just celebrate being on the podium by doing an extra lap.
Yeah.
I mean, can't fault them.
2nd win of the year for Aaron Richardson, but he's been a regular feature on the podium, of course, as well, on his way to 3rd place in the championship. And with everything that's happened, of course, for the Richardson family in recent times, that is going to be a very, very special victory. The eyes light up. Aaron Richardson finishes the season your winner.
Exactly. Good performance. And again, you know, sometimes, you know, karting can be a great medicine to get over, you know, life that happens outside of the circuit. Sure, Aaron be very, very, very pleased with that. I know the family will be. I can imagine that there are a few tears watching. And Riley Cranham was right to pick Aaron Richardson as a winner. Well, do you know what? That's what makes him a champion, ladies and gentlemen. He wasn't just picking his teammates. He knew. Riley knew. You know, if all else fails, listen to Riley. There we go. You know, what a season for this man as well, Mayan Patel. You know, Mark Litchfield will have no problem whatsoever filling his awning for next season at all. One of the form teams in the second half of this season, MDL Motorsport. There's Chris Rogers congratulating Aaron Richardson, and I would imagine that would be, you know, a family member. And lots
Oliver
of
Vo there as well to
Oliver Vo
to cheer on Aaron. Sukmani Kira P4 today, best result of the season, and Rocket Shenton as well. Look at the size difference.
Look at the size difference. Yeah, that's where you have, you know, and a really sporting handshake there. There was some great racing between the leaders there. I've got to say, you know, I want to pick out that man there.
Yes.
When's someone going to sponsor him to get him? You
talented
know,
boy. Very talented boy.
Yeah, because at some point, you know, the family. Hey, he runs a privateer for a reason. You know, at some point, the budget is going to run out, and that'll be that. So, and he's so talented.
I remember, I know I've mentioned it a couple of times this weekend. The first time I saw Rocco race was here, Whilton Mill Kart Club on his novice plate.
He's got an Alpine
Cadet
Stars race suit, great race suit.
Great race suit. Yep. And I'll never forget it. You know, novice plates. Start at the back for your heats, please. And he tore his way through, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Let's pass down though. It's time to head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us?
I have none other than Andrew, our race winner. Fantastic, Aaron. That was, you know, some serious driving out there. It looked difficult. It looked full on. Talk us through it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had good starts. We're in third for most of the race, and then Mayan was doing a good job at defending, but I just got the nose down the inside and got through, and then just had to drive till the end, so I'm really happy.
And until the end, you know, you had some pressure on your tail. Your competitors were really pushing you around. Can you tell us, you know, how you managed those kind of nerves? Because when you're out there on the front, it's not easy to drive around in the way that you just did.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I got into the lead, it was really hard for the first couple of laps. Then I just got calmer and calmer and just kept going really quick, and then ended up here for the second time this year. We have to add, you know, 2 results in this class, and the way that you just did that as well, so impressive. But Aaron, what comes next for you? Do you think maybe a championship fight for 2026 as we head into next year? Well, yeah, next year going to be a big year. Obviously, you saw this year's on my second year and being really quick. P3 in the championship. Hopefully, we can try and win it next year and be a big rival to other people.
And you know, Aaron, over the commentary we've been saying this weekend, I think this weekend means a lot for you and your family, a bit of an emotional one. So to walk away with a trophy, that must mean the world.
Yeah, obviously we had a sad week, so yeah.
Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium later on.
Thank you very much.
The next driver we're going to pull over is the driver that actually predicted that Aaron was going to take that final win, Riley Cranham, your 2025 Junior X30 British champion. Riley, we've had a few interviews this weekend. We had a bit of an audio over the commentary. You've joined the commentary box as well, and you made a prediction that your teammate was going to win it.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. A bit boring that I've not been out on track in the past 2 finals. Obviously, I predicted Aaron was going to win, so very proud of him.
Yeah, and you've been filling your time then today drinking blue slush puppies, because I can see that your mouth is a little bit blue.
bit unfair. I only had 2 sits and I just got rid of it.
Well, you know, at least you've been having fun here this weekend. Riley, you know, I think we need to maybe highlight the hard work put in by Fusion this year. In this championship, their team, you know, that are very dominant in X30. Can you tell us about, you know, the family setup that goes on in that team?
Yeah, obviously the team have done a brilliant job this year. Chris and T4, like, can't fault them really. Obviously, they've done a really good job with me and Aaron. Obviously, we're always quick every weekend we go, so can't fault them.
Congratulations, I think, from both me, the championship, Andrew and Henry. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Let's head up then to a quick word from our championship partners. Riley's going to walk off and get his number 1 plate. This was a fantastic end for the junior X30s, but it doesn't stop there because our seniors will be up next. Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Whilton Mill. We've got one more race for Event 9 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and this one, Henry, I think is going to be a lot of fun. Senior X30 Final for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Can Gabriel Stilp win the final here today? There he is on your screens. He has been superb since the first very free practice sessions of the weekend. He's been on fire. There is Freddie Lloyd. What a season he has had. That number 2 plate is going to be traded in for something a little bit different in 2026.
The king is dead. Long live the king.
Long live the king. The new king.
Yes, obviously Gus Lawrence is absolutely fine. He'll be going for a win in this one. Said earlier, nearly 1,100 days with the number 1 plate. Lewis Bird trying to go out of the season with a flourish. That will be impressive there. Again, for Croc Promotion, you know, they're showing that they're still a force to be reckoned with. They're always a force to be reckoned with at this level. There at the back, there is Mr. Patel getting final words of encouragement from Danny Porter. Danny, he's got the bandage in his hands. He gashed the top of his hand open on a Jubilee clip yesterday. Had to go, was getting medical treatment, and then had to sit and wait in race control for a set amount of time before he was released. You know, because again, this is, you know, the medical coverage. You know, there's rules and regulations,
procedures,
even for mechanics. You know, if you go and seek medical attention, then you have to stay for a certain amount of time after that has been administered. Nurse Brown, Louise Brown, who was on the case, and yeah, you know, whether he liked it or not, he had to sit and wait.
Last race of the season, of course, for our IAME categories. We do hope you can join us at PF International for Event 10, of course, but this is the last time we'll talk about IAME X30 action. Big thanks to Argenti and all of their support of this season.
Mrs. Meadows is here.
Yep.
You know, the Argenti truck is here, offering support, on-site support as ever for the IAME X30 customers. Here's your starting lineup.
Gabriel Stilp has pole position once again here in a Whilton Mill final. He's got Freddie Lloyd champion-elect, alongside him on the front row of the grid. This is the last race. We'll see Gus Lawrence with that number 1 plate.
For now.
For now. He starts on the inside of row number 2 and wants to finish with another final victory. He's got Lewis Bird for company today on row number 2. Harrison Whitcomb has secured 3rd place in the championship in his debut season at this level. Sam Lewis joins him from that premium karting awning on row 3. William Antrobus and Aaron Brown, they go from row 4.
Theo Lestrange and Sam Branston on row number 5. Morgan Moore and Luca Mann are on row number 6. CJ Bennett and our camera cart, Laith Khan, on row 7. Dylan Patel and Joao Castro round out the field. Well, race 33 of the weekend. For the final time in 2025, lights are out. We're off and racing in Senior X30.
Great start for Stilp. Great start for Gus Lawrence as well, as immediately taken 2nd place away from Freddie Lloyd. Oh, look at Harrison Whitcomb going for it. He's taken 3rd place round the outside of Freddie Lloyd. Now, yes, I think Freddie will take this race relatively easy by his standards. He's not going to do anything silly in this one, but still, that was a mighty move from the Welsh driver to take that position. Lloyd, as I was saying, nearly
takes it nice and easy.
Fred. 11 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Gabriel Stilp is going really, really quickly, very hard, very early in this one to try and break away from the rest of the field. So it's Stilp from Lawrence, Whitcomb, Lloyd. Antrobus has had a good start, up 2 spots to 5th place. Lewis Bird still there in 6th. Look out for Aaron Brown. He could be having a go at Sam Lewis for 7th place. Here he goes on cue, trying to secure another seeded plate. Maybe go better than last year's 7th place in the championship. Right now he would do. He's in 6th.
Yeah, the only driver that Brown Power builds his own engines.
Yep.
So the Vismo International, I mean, I'm sure he has a help. I'm sure the Vismo team have got a hand in Brown Power. Yeah, Aaron Brown, busy boy up there trying to take another seeded position. Here comes, now Gabriel still, he's, he's thinking, right, okay, I'm going to lead for as long as I can. It has been a sort of theme that Stilp's kart has gone off ever so slightly towards the end.
Yes.
That was yesterday. Have they fixed this for today? Obviously, maybe they have. Here comes Freddie Lloyd at the inside of his teammate, Harrison Whitcomb. Yeah, Freddie taking it nice and easy. There we go.
By Freddie Lloyd standards.
By Freddie Lloyd standards. At the moment, it would be 892 points for Lloyd, 881 for Lawrence. So Lawrence, can't, and that's with Lawrence running in 2nd. So Lawrence can't gain anything. Really, I mean, he can gain a couple of points. He's safe in 2nd place. Obviously, Harrison Whitcomb could still snatch 2nd if there would be a problem for Lawrence and Harrison were to win. Whitcomb running in 4th place at the moment. There is Lewis Bird 5th. And here's everybody else in 6th.
So this race continuing all round. Brown losing out there to at least one competitor. Sam Branston's had a decent weekend. There he is down the inside for 9th place. Freddie Lloyd taking things easy to set the fastest lap of the race.
Is that our camera cart, Laith Khan, getting in the thick of the action?
I think it is.
It looks like it, and he's moved up a couple of positions as well. So 16th position at the moment, Dylan Patel. 15th is Joao Castro, Luca Mann, Theo Lestrange, Laith Khan, Sam Lewis are outside the top 10. Lawrence, right, he's had one little look at Gabriel Stilp, and the croc snapped its teeth at him.
Got to say, Gabe is really strong through the crook. As the weight transfers and you turn right after Oblivion, just watch it next time.
That's
it means that Gus Lawrence cannot get into striking distance by the time they get up to Christmas Corner. Again, mid-corner still looks very, very strong to me, Henry.
I'm thinking back to when Gabe, the season he won the junior. Gus Lawrence to the inside. Still is having none of it. This sets the tone. 8 minutes of this to go. Yes, please. Here comes Freddie Lloyd. Stilp has always been brilliant at those changes of direction. Remember when he won the Junior X30 British title, he
Just
put on some
there.
moves at Shennington, you know, into Wilkins at the final corner at Shennington, where he was able to come off hanger straight, get the kart rotated better, sharper and quicker than anybody else. You know, so that's a key element of his skill set, is that mid-corner change of direction without the back end kicking out or without the front end bogging down.
These top 4 have been the class of the field so far this weekend. As I say, they've been going back and forth, trading not tenths but hundredths since the very first timing on free practice sessions of the weekend. They're finishing again with a flourish.
View.
That's
great
a great
view.
shot of the reverse angle. This time Lawrence has got a much better run up the hill. He's going to look to the outside, but
That's
he's
not
wise.
Gus's
He's
style.
wise to just pull back into line there, not try and push too hard, especially with Lloyd still there right behind him in third place.
I've got to say that, you know, those sort of risky round the outside slim shady moves is not something you associate with Gus Lawrence. You know, picks and chooses his moments when the potential for issues is slimmer, shall we say. He's got and this is what I love to see. Lloyd's won the British title. He wants to race it out on track. Yes, you know, all the other classes, you know, they've secured the title and then they take a step back, you know, and I understand that. I love that view, that reverse view, going into oblivion and crook.
Lloyd trying to go around the outside.
Now that's more Freddie Lloyd style, yeah. And there's Whittaker and Bird.
I was about to say that we've not had a shush moment so far this weekend. I was talking about a top 4 clear of the field. Lewis Bird clearly heard it and thought, oi, I want part of this in this last race of the day.
A shush moment?
A shush. It's saying shush to me. It's just saying it's a class of 4 at the front of the field.
Yes,
The Bird's now getting involved in that. Hey, I think Morgan Moore's having a shush moment as well. Closing in to make it 6 drivers at the front of the field. Good to see that Lewis Bird he's had a rough season. It's not been the kind of season that he would have wanted, but right now he is still on for another national ranking. It would be 7th in the points at the end of this race.
5-second penalty, CJ Bennett. Under investigation,
Gabriel
William
Still.
Antrobus. Warning flag, Gabriel Stilp. That was probably just, you know, this whole defending early, one defensive manoeuvre is all you're allowed.
5 minutes of this race to go. Gus Lawrence, gotta say, he's got really, really good mid-range power on the straights. He's looking very, very good. But again, it's these first 2 corners where Stilp is strongest. Stilp checks over his shoulder. Over the line they go to start another lap. Gus Lawrence has got a bit of space behind him. Does he take the risk here? Has just set the fastest lap of the race. Stilp checking over the shoulder. Still no move yet from Gus Lawrence, and understandable. Many laps, many corners of this race to go.
And there you go, Stilp. He defends there, 1 move. He was going up the hill towards Christmas Corner. He was a kart length off the racing line to the inside, just in case Gus was thinking about it. Was he hugging the inside line? No. He was protecting his position. And he is defending. Why is that? Well, maybe the team have set the kart up to come on later in the race. We got 4 minutes to go. Maybe it's, that's just, you know, number 1, great camera work, brilliant marketing. Product placement and camera work, all to go. But again, still, you know, I wouldn't say this, you know, but maybe the Croc team are thinking, right, do you know what? We're not quite the fastest kart, okay? We're leading, but we're maybe a tenth off the outright pace. So if it was a race that was decided on outright pace, we wouldn't win. If it's a race that's decided on being smart and protecting the lead, we could win.
We talked about Stilp being really good in the changes of direction, you know, where the weight's being thrown around.
Mid-corner
mid-corner rotation.
Yes.
I tell you where else Stilp is really good. On the brakes. Clearly has got that kart underneath him, dancing around when it's right on the limit. He's happy. Gus Lawrence is trying to get him off the racing line now. This could be a good run. Up the hill once again to Christmas Corner. Can Lawrence get within touching distance? No. And again, Stilp just holds the middle of the road. Lawrence unable, as I say, in the braking zone to go around the outside. Oh,
here comes Lewis
Bird down the inside. Takes P4 away from Harrison Whitcomb. Morgan Moore trying to go in there as well. Round the outside.
Hello.
That's not going to work for the Irishman. Whitcomb nips back down the inside. Retakes 5th place. It's getting close again up at the front. Freddie Lloyd's just waiting there, plus 5-second penalty from race control. Not for any of these on our screen. Unfortunately, it's the 340 of Dylan Patel.
One thing you notice with Gus...
here
comes
goes.
Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence has forced the issue. He said he didn't take risks. That's risky. Stilp's off. Lawrence is off. Stilp just defended and it went wrong and up the hill. Whitcomb, and I think that's his teammate Morgan Moore piggybacking, opens the door for the champion-elect Freddie Lloyd. Bird second. Lewis Bird, let's have a look. I don't think Lewis Bird has ever won a race in the British Championship. I'm going to look at these statistics.
Whilst you do that, Henry, plus 5-second penalty for Gabriel Stilp. Now, I'm not sure if that was for what happened in the first few corners or because we have seen it before when a driver gets a warning flag for over-defensive driving. If they are judged to continue to do so, you can receive an in-race time penalty. Now, let's have a look at a replay. There were many things happening through as this was the moment between the premiums. As Morgan Moore nearly mounting onto the rear axle there of Harrison Whitcomb. Either way, it is a plus 5-second in-race time penalty for Gabriel Stilp, which puts him out of contention for this race win. Freddie Lloyd, well, he'll be smiling now. He leads the championship. He's got the championship sewn up already before this race. He now is in pole position for another final victory. The run that he's had over the last few races, and it has been the small margins, quite literally this season. Sorry, Henry, what have you spotted?
I spotted CJ Bennett for MDR Motorsport running in third position. That'd be a career best. Lewis Bird, he's got a 5-second penalty. Okay, Morgan Moore would then move into third position. Lewis Bird, 0 wins, 1 second place, 5 third place finishes in his career in this championship.
Two of them coming earlier this year at Glanigor, of course. So it has been a very roller coaster year for Lewis Bird. But I'd say with Lloyd, with the margins, quite literally, you think back to that photo finish at Kimbolton versus Green. How big are those 3 points at this stage of the season that's just allowed him to grab this weekend by the scruff of the neck and take it away from everybody else in terms of the championship picture? Time is now up. We're not quite on the final lap yet. Here is your battle for 6th place. Whitcomb versus Antrobus. Two drivers who've shown some very, very good speed and talents in their first year in the senior category. They are where Freddie Lloyd was 12 months ago, as Antrobus is going to have a go here at Whitcomb into the boot. Final lap board is about to be shown then to Freddie Lloyd, and he will know now. He's always very assured. He doesn't count his chickens too early. Freddie Lloyd will know beyond all doubt now that that number 2 plate is about to become a number 1 plate in the 2026 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Down through Ashby Corner, he has made the moves throughout the course of this season to get himself into this position, whether that be on track or off track. Freddie Lloyd has made the right call round the final couple of corners. This is going to be a special moment. Freddie Lloyd, the new Senior X30 British champion, finishes the season at Whilton Mill in style over the grass and wins this last final of the year. He makes it a clean sweep here this weekend at Whilton Mill in the finals. It's his 3rd final victory in a row, his 5th of the season. The record books will make it look like it was easy. It was anything but. Lloyd wins, Bird second, an equal best result in his career in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. CJ Bennett third on the road, but unfortunately a 5-second penalty will drop him down the order, which means Morgan Moore will be on the podium today. It is a double premium karting podium for the Irishman. Another driver like Bird, he's had a tough season, had a good one in 2024. It's not quite hit the heights he would have hoped, but he finishes on a high with a top 3. But what a job, Henry, by this young man. Freddie Lloyd, now the emotion comes out. Now the quiet man in the number 2. Next year, it'll be the number 1 plate for Freddie Lloyd. He is some driver.
Freddie Lloyd, you are no longer just Alex Lloyd's younger brother. You're a champion in your own right, and you've done it by beating one of the very best to ever do it, that man there, Gus Lawrence. And what you heard Freddie say yesterday, he loves racing with Gus. It's always clean, it's always fair, you know. Yeah. Obviously, Gus is going to be disappointed. He's not so much disappointed to lose the title, but probably at the way that he lost this race. He lost this race. There's Pod. Gus. We'll be seeing Gus in Las Vegas with the Scusa Supernats. Where he goes and earns big money in the USA, as do a lot of the drivers nowadays. There is your British champion, and there's a rainbow on the front of that premium kart. There have been some very dark days for the family of premium karting. This is one of those bright moments that you make all the struggles, the tears worth it. And that little rainbow means more to the premium karting teams than anything you could imagine. Freddie Lloyd has just brought them their first British karting title.
A true team effort. Start of the year, Freddie Lloyd made the call that he wanted to be on an OTK machine. Premium karting answered the call. Aventus Power answered the call as well, of course, doing
it's surprising,
the engine
really,
building.
Because for Freddie, that's 3 letters he's got to spell. He was on a KR, which is only 2.
And he's worked hard, I say. Look at the sweat on his brow today. I know it's into the autumn now, but Freddie Lloyd, that is the moment where that dream has become a reality.
Yeah.
He is your new senior X30 British champion. What next for this young man? Well, immediately next it'll be a talk to Nicole Sutherland.
Yeah.
CJ Bennett there, third on the road. Disappointed, of course, to get that +5 penalty, but a good drive up 10.
Don't panic, Ireland, because one Irishman in third place was replaced by another Irishman in third place. So Morgan Moore. Considering that Morgan Moore went out on slick tyres on the wet heat this morning and didn't finish, that is a turnaround. Wow. For the final time this year in IAME and Honda, we'll go down to Nicole Sutherland in the pits. Take it away, Nicole.
Thank you very much then, Henry. Fred, race winner, a British champion. That must be a seriously special feeling.
Yeah, it's a very special moment for me. I've been working hard all year, so is the team, so is my mechanic, Oliver Danaher, and also Jim. We can't forget Jim.
Can't forget Jim.
We can't forget him. It was for Jim. He was here in spirit. Can we have a little clap for that, please? Come on.
Hang on.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. He was here in spirit, and it paid off because he's British champion now.
Absolutely, and this year you made the call earlier on. You left Fusion, you came over to Premium. You've just grabbed them a British championship. I think that is such a special result for them as well. So can you tell us about what you can expect that's going to feel like for the team, for Moose? Can we speak about that a little bit?
Oh well, I don't know. Moose will be. Well, I think we'll be excited when we're over the moon, but. Yeah, it was a great result.
And Fred, another shout out.
Danaher, we got a shout out, Premium Car in Aventus, my dad, all family watching at home, and Jim, we can't forget Jim,
And, you know, Fred, we'll see you later on, of course, on the podium, picking up your championship trophy, but we've also got your #1 plate with Dan Parker, who's going to give that one to you. We're going to see you at the awards evening. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The driver that has done it, the driver who has dethroned the king of senior X30, of Gus Lawrence. Your new champion is none other than Freddie Lloyd. That is it this year for the IAME classes. That's it for X30, and what a season it has been. We have crowned some champions who have deserved so much hard work goes into these championships by not only the teams, the drivers, the engine builders, the mechanics, but, you know, all of the Wera Tools team, Alpha Live, all of the championship partners, including Kart Sim, Marsh, Demon Tweaks, Wera Tools themselves. The list goes on and on. Of course, Argenti as well, the people that are really pushing forward the IAME classes in the UK. They've put some serious hard work in as well. And I think on behalf of the commentary team,
well,
you know, we'll move around.
Sorry.
We're very lucky to be able to watch this and commentate on it firsthand, Henry.
We are, and do you know what? We were a little bit slow in getting into the camera shot simply because the amount of TV cameras, press photographers here taking photos of the British Championship, which shows how much more interest there is now. We've got to sidle our way through. It's not just one person taking photos, it's, you know, a whole army, the pink army, which shows there's a lot more eyes on this championship, and the drivers, the teams, their sponsors and things like that. You know, you've come into this is your second year with us. The first year with us, at this point, we were at Three Sisters last year. You know, we had British World Champions, we had more drivers going to conquer. We've still got the IAME Warriors Final. We've still got the CIK, the FIA World Championship. We've still got the Rotax Grand Finals to go. The 3 biggest events in world karting. This paddock is packed with drivers that are, and I'll say this, that are going to go on and win at an international level in the major 3 events this year.
Absolutely. I think, I've said it before, I think the British Kart Championships is a breeding ground for talent in karting.
Yep.
And motorsport.
Absolutely, you know, talent off camera as well, behind the scenes with Alpha, with yourself, Andrew Mather, Anthony Jordan, you know, even people that, you know, the camera crews, the broadcast team have all started here, and now we are the voices of karting around the world, both behind a microphone, behind the camera with Alpha Live, and in the driving seat.
And Andrew, you know, so far this year, and it will be the same setup at PF when we go to Rotax for the final round of this season. You've commentated on every single race of this championship. For you, what have you watched with the IAMEs?
Just the level of competition at the front of the field. You know, you just start with the IAME Water Swift Restricted. It's the same as last year. You know, yes, you've had a team clean sweep it, but, you know, there's been so many close races. You think back to those weekends, those races at Kimbolton, the number of drivers in that class who have stepped up and will keep stepping forward as the years go on. IAME Water Swift, as I said, you know, many of the drivers were with our colleagues out at Marienburg last week. Came back, you know, didn't just sit on their laurels of what they'd done on the European stage, came back, raced this weekend, put on a great show. Many of those drivers are going to be either, you know, staying at that division or stepping up to juniors. Juniors as well, great job by Riley Cranham, double champion, you know, on both the national and continental front this year. What does he do next when he goes on to seniors? Again, the rest of the order, you know, Ward and Lord, they were maybe a little bit off the pace of Riley Cranham due to experience, but they've raised the bar of their personal performances. And then senior again, you know, Gus Lawrence is no longer our British champion. I think he's held himself, you know, as a representative for our sport, our representative for our nation, with, you know, absolute brilliance, and will continue to do so when he goes over to the States to race, you know, at Supernats and do whatever else he is going forward. And of course, we've got our new champion, Freddie Lloyd. We've been saying it for a few years. We've all raced him. We've all seen him. The way he was able to learn off the back of last year. He's always been fast, Freddie, but this year, the game style of Freddie Lloyd, the ability to, just in that last final there, sit in third, wait, know there was going to be a moment between Gus and Gabriel. That's when he pounced. That's why he's your new British champion. Absolutely superb. And of course, just to mention Honda Cadet as well. we've called some amazing championship finales over the years, you know, last lap overtakes, last lap corner overtakes, you know, retirements, the lot. I can't remember a weekend like that where, you know, we've had three different drivers this weekend all at some point think, yeah, they've probably got this, and it turn again and again and again. Full credit, though, to Riley Blakemore. Riley had a really tough time at Lark Hall, 10th and 8th in his scores, but he's been consistently at the front all the year, all the way through the year. I know the Loveridge family, they gave it their all. They'll be disappointed. They will think, what if? But I don't think that should take away from what Riley's achieved this year. He is a fully deserving Honda Cadet British champion. He joins a very illustrious list of drivers who've won that title over the years. Can't wait to see what he does next.
Absolutely. So on behalf of the championship, to the audience at home, thank you for tuning in. Thank you to Marsh, Demon Tweaks, PWR, Wera Tools and the other list of partners who pushed this championship forward. Thank you to the team, Motorsport UK, who have helped to put on this show. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the 19th of September, we will be back for our final round of the championship, our Rotax round. But for now, on behalf of Henry Beaudette, Andrew Mather, myself, Nicole Sutherland and Alpha Live, thank you very much. Here's some highlights to end off your day.